Don't stop breathing. Don't stop breathing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to SVO 2025 Qualifier 4. This is the last qualifier that is the final chance for you to get into SVO Grand Finals, which then qualifies you to World Grand Prix. I'm setting the stakes right here up top. Guys, we're your commentators, Ignitius, as well as, of course, Different Fight. How you feeling going into this qualifier, my friend?
What's good, everyone? Good evening to those of you that are playing late or watching late. Good morning to folks watching from especially the States, I think. And good afternoon or good evening to everyone elsewhere, basically in the middle. This is going to be the fourth and last qualifier. This is going to be the one that, of course, determines who makes it into the last one. I think I can give you a quick run through of who is actually qualified because I've been taking notes throughout this entire time. So we had Qualifier 1, we had Tempest and Cloudy, who both, obviously they faced off in the finals, but they were the ones that both qualified as both finalists, of course, make it in each of these ones. In Qualifier 2, we had Barrick take it over Flying Goatee, and then in Qualifier 3, we had Alejandro against Artify, and now we have 8 more players, some of which are repeat faces that we've seen in previous qualifiers, who will be showing in, taking all to this final test, see who gets the last 2 slots, and gets to show down in the finals in just a month now. It's actually pretty soon.
It's really exciting too because the grand finals is in October and it's in Singapore as an offline, so the players will be flown out there. Super exciting to look forward to. But with this tournament, let's not put the cart before the horse here. These 8 players that you're about to watch had to go through a grueling Swiss process, and now here in the top 8, the format, let's take a look in case this is your first time tuning in, what it's all about. It's a best of 3 format where you need to bring 2 decks and you need to win with both. 2 decks of different classes, and it's single elimination in this top cut, meaning that if you lose a set, you are out of the tournament. So very, very high stakes, especially because this is the final qualifier. So if you don't make it in here, you're going to have to wait for LCQ later in the year in order to have a chance to get to World Grand Prix, right? So if you want to secure your spot and, feel safe for that final level of competition, this is the last chance.
That is right. And of course, if you've already been watching the SVOs throughout the last few weeks, then you already know what the pricing is like. But for those of you tuning in for the first time, let's take a look. So of course, just for showing up to the top 8, these players all get $250 to their names with an extra $100 for just turning on their webcam, and that is of course in USD. And if they win the top 8, they then upgrade their winnings to $450. And if they make the finals, they walk away with the least of 800 USD. But if they win, they basically get to double that for 1,500 USD. And that is not all, as of course, we also have some lovely in-game cosmetics that are exclusive to this qualifier.
Oh.
And this time, it is a very nice Lishana icon. I think people should definitely be excited for that, just seeing Lishana as an available participation prize, right?
I mean, I don't want to spoilers, but I think one of the players here said that they only competed to get this cosmetic and then ended up in top 8 somehow, which I think is hilarious. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. And of course, guys, to clarify, both the champion and the second place will get a spot at the Shadowverse Open Grand Finals. So that finals match is a $700 money match, but also the real goal here is to make it to the top 2 spots. So let's see who is going to make it out of our 8 players. And I mean, hey, shall we take a look at the bracket to see who our 8 players are here today competing for the spoils? We have TK Rag, which is Team Twilight Knights, an established Shadowverse team from classic days, up against EMT Sai from Team Enmity. And Sai, I believe, was a top 8 in a previous qualifier as well. Isn't that right, Chris?
That is correct. He got top 8 in the second qualifier, and he's not the only player that is actually in this top 8 in a repeat since Worlds Beyond came out, which I think is also very exciting that, the game's only a few months old and we're already seeing repeat top 8 players, which is really cool, for the entire SPO scene. But then after that, we're going to watch a game between Otax versus Zaneki. And Zaneki is the player that you mentioned, Igni, who signed up just because they wanted the emblem and they didn't expect to make it this far. And Otax China is also someone that's having their first ever top 8 too. So lots of new blood with I feel like this bracket, the top side is kind of interesting. It's like the top side is 2 players that have been in the scene for a while, have been playing since Shadowverse 1 or original Shadowverse, and then 2 brand new players to the scene with their first tops.
That's right. And the next matchup is no less interesting here, with Yian being a name I don't recognize. And then, of course, Essia from Team Disastra, not only a World Grand Prix level player who's competed at World Grand Prix before, but also previously top 8'd during this qualifier series. So really cool to see that consistency rewarded. And then the final quarterfinal is Aritakun from Team Revelation versus Keato. So again, a name I don't recognize, and then a name that's part of an established team. I think that's kind of been the through line throughout this entire series. I feel like every qualifier we've had a good mix.
I think especially this one, we have a very clean split of players that have been topping since original Shadowverse versus players that are new to the scene. You know, I think in the kickoff, we saw definitely a lot more of the new blood, but now it's like, I think, you know, the sort of old guard is starting to catch up and polish up and, you know, make some slots in the top 8, which I think is pretty cool. But, you know, I think it's also very nice to see that, you know, for people that just got into Shadowverse, you know, you just got into playing the game recently, seeing people that also are just like you that got into the game recently in these top slots should be quite inspirational. And don't forget that, you know, even if you missed all 4 of the qualifiers, there is a last chance qualifier in November that you don't have to even worry about, you know, going to Singapore for the offline finals. That last chance qualifier takes you straight to Worlds. So that's going to be just like the kickoff that we had way back in, I believe it was August, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's still chances for you to compete if you are inspired by today's tournament. Just go to svo.gg to get all the information. But Chris, are you ready to go into our first quarterfinals here? It's going to be TK Rag versus EMT Sai. 2 established names in the scene by now. It's going to be exciting to kick off the tournament with a game versus two veterans here. Shall we get into it?
Let's take a look and see what they are bringing into this first tournament set. So, of course, it is open decklist format, so all players are aware of what they are playing. And, of course, that also makes it completely fine for us to show what they're playing on stream as well. With, of course, Twilight Knights' Rag here, playing the well-known, tried and true Spell Boost Rune and Crest Haven lineup. Of course, if you watched last, I guess, Qualifier 3, then you've definitely seen these 2 decks in action. Crest Haven didn't perform as well as expected, I would say, in that last one. So I want to see if it can actually have a bigger show up in this one, because quite a few players are bringing it compared to last time too.
Yeah, I believe there's 5 boosts and 5 crests in the current top 8. That being said, you do see some modifications here. Spell Boost Rune is actually running 2 Ruler of Keato now to guarantee that OTK versus Crest before they can deal enough damage. So that's a very interesting adaptation. And in case people are unaware of what these decks do, Spell Boost Rune, you know, boost your hand, and then you do big plays with Dimension Climb, like Kuon OTK or a Ruler of Keato OTK to end the opponent in 1 turn. Meanwhile, Crest Haven sits there and heals up while not attacking, and then the burn damage from Marwyn does the job.
Yep, so we're probably going to be seeing these decks quite a bit throughout this tournament. As you said, there are 5 crests, but there's also 5 spell boosts. And you can see that Sai is bringing the exact same lineup. We do see a few similarities and also some differences, especially I think in the Crest Haven list. It really comes down to like cards like Jean that I think I personally rate quite highly, and therefore I do think that it's also, you know, they gives you a good coverage into a lot of the other matchups. And I think lately we've seen this uptick in Abyss, where I think a lot of players are trying to also sort of bring it in as the sort of answer into things like Haven. You see like the difference in playing Himeka or not. So that's going to be something pretty big, especially in the mirror, I think. Because the mirror is something you got to play very patiently when you use your Shining Disenchantments. You know, the draw power in the deck is also very important because you need to make sure that, you know, first you see your Marwyn, then you set up all your other crests for the burn damage, and then you see ways to answer boards. And, you know, Jean kind of gives you that extra reach when you don't have an Unholy Vessel. And then, you know, some other lists run stuff like Salifa and whatnot, which we don't see in these 2 lists, but maybe we'll see it throughout the tournament today. So definitely excited to take a look between these 2 players. Again, Sai was a top 8 in the second qualifier, but Rag, while you might not have seen him in the Worlds Beyond tournament so far in the previous broadcasts, you definitely will have seen him in the original Shadowverse SVO, as Rag actually has made top 4 in SVO twice, got top 8 in the SVO All-Star, and got top 8 in the 2023 SVO Continentals. So definitely a well-decorated player So we have someone that's very consistent in Worlds Beyond versus someone that was very consistent throughout the entirety of Shadowverse. So it's going to be really interesting to see this battle of two giants of the Shadowverse scene. And, a good way to kick us off for the last of the qualifiers for this main SVO season.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to see this matchup play out, especially the story is so interesting. I mean, Sai battling his way to top 8 twice. Can he make the dream come true finally? It's been a struggle it's always a struggle to make it to top 8, right? So if he can finally pull it off, I think he'll feel really accomplished here. Same with Essia later in the day as well. I'd love to see. I'm just so happy that the consistency of the player's skills is getting rewarded as well. That's always a good sign for a competitive card game when a really skilled player is able to top multiple times, right? Like we saw that with Maxibon as well in previous qualifiers too.
Yeah, I think at this point it's basically Maxibon, Essia, and Sai that are the 3 players that have managed to get repeat tops, and it's only been a few tournaments, right? So it's actually very impressive to be able to do that in such a short time span. But it's also, I guess, one of the advantages is that, compared to OG Shadowverse and how we used to do things, in the past, you'd basically have, one tournament a month or one tournament an expansion even at some point. And so you really had to focus all your efforts into that one tournament, or, because we had a different method of how the expansions would be released, and we also had, mini expansions, and there was, very strong patching in the game as well. That would, of course, also mean that you'd have to completely shift how you prepare for the tournament too. But it looks like our players should be ready to the point that I think they're actually already have been in game for a little bit. So we're going to be jumping into it here on turn 4. So you can see that on the bottom side we have Sai, and this is going to be the Spell Boost Mirror. Looks like Sai has not used their extra play point just yet. So looking by the Earth Sigils, looks like they basically just kind of set that up throughout the early turns. On the other hand, Twilight Knights' Rag has had a pretty good early start here, setting up the Earth Sigils and also going pretty wide in terms of board as well.
I think it is interesting that, Sai was able to show that restraint and not just extra play pointing out the Virgin on turn 4 right away. I think also it's very crucial because a lot of times in this matchup, if you can just land a Norman with a couple of golems, that's what decides the mirror, I feel like, right? So it'll be interesting to see how this actually pans out. I will say, in this lineup versus lineup comparison, I'm kind of expecting the boost to be able to take it over the crest pretty easily. So, these actual true to true class reclass mirrors is I think what's gonna decide the entire set really.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think the mirror is definitely quite tough, and it looks like Rag here has a really strong start. I mean, just being able to get this much chip damage in early on top of playing Anna and Greya with very much difficult board to answer after everything. Looks like it'd be a very good situation for Rag. We're gonna have to see how Sai comes back from this, because right now this Virgin,
interesting.
I'm afraid she's not doing enough.
It might be all right because you can run the onions into the Melvi, and then you can use the extra play point on Stormy Blast to take out either one of the Edelweiss, probably the Anna and Grey, obviously, so they can evolve. But yeah, you are still taking 4 to the Dome next turn again. This is the first time you're seeing Spell Boost just be an aggro deck randomly. Well, here it is.
I mean, we're about to see Sai go down to, 6 defense on turn 6. It's pretty rare. Kuan is not even physically able to hit the board yet, and already getting pretty close to threatening lethal here very soon. And setting up their own Virgin here as well. Curious to see, yep, they're going to actually cash in the Evolve point here in order to get the Crest. Of course, in the mirror, who gets the Spell Boost more is very, very important. So both generating ways to Spell Boost and also, units on the board is very important. But so far, I mean, this just looks like Norman has to really do some heavy carrying this turn. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because usually in the mirror, you want to be getting the golems out, because Spell Boost usually has a pretty hard time clearing those. Obviously, the onions help, but here it's like you're so low. the healing might be the only thing that saves you, but also Norman doesn't even clear, so maybe extra play point to Kuon is your only way out. Looks like
I
it.
think that's the fight you're gonna have to take.
I mean, the good news is that Rag doesn't, or good news for Sai, I should say, is that Rag doesn't have, the follow-up damage after this, unless, the Kuon comes off the top.
Uh-oh. You know what happens when you say that, right?
Maybe I shouldn't have said it. Maybe I should have kept that thought inside.
Oh,
no
that
dice.
didn't work out this time. All right.
Well, in that case, do you just land a looking smart and see what you get off the top? Another Norman? I think Norman for golems is really good here.
Yeah. It
Right?
should
Because
make
you
it a little
can
bit
run the
awkward.
onion in, and then you also get the golems, the demonic call, down to 0 as well. So this is a full clear.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the way to go. You get the full board clear. And on top of that, I mean, the barrier is so annoying because these lists are, they're not playing William. You don't have the AoE clear. You're going to have to deny with the Sage Light Teachings. But only one of these barriers is going to get popped. And so you could technically gamble to see if you're looking smart. It's the right target, but that's a pretty big gamble right now. 1 in 3.
Well, you can clear, right? You just play. Sai can just play the 0-cost demonic call, and then Sage Light Teachings with the onion would be able to
first
clear.
we
But then,
gamble.
that's not advancing your own game plan, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're just staying alive, but you're not winning.
Problem
Oh,
is that
actually,
also
you could Norman for heal and then just play the demonic calls to clear it, or
going for the counter barrier. Was that double barrier?
This is what I was sort of getting at a couple turns ago. I do think the Norman golems are what decides this matchup most of the time. Because, like you said, they're not running William, and they're quite hard to clear. The onion can only go for one target.
That is true. That Kokaitis picked up there. That's definitely quite nice. Now with no Earth Sigils, I guess the good point is that AoE clear is quite difficult here. They're gonna again see where they're looking smart hits, and this time it does actually again hit a barrier. But this pickup of Anangrea is also actually quite big, I think.
Yeah, Anangrea can definitely deal with this board cleanly, but yeah, it is tough to spend your supers because the supers are so crucial to like securing your end game victory because it's your only source of out of hand damage, really. But might just have to do it. Might just have to sink it.
Yeah, this is the tough part of the mirror, I guess. So we're gonna have to really see. Your resources are limited. Ooh, considering the Super Evo on the onion.
Oh yeah, Melvi adds. I see. Yes. Okay. So if Melvi has an effect that often doesn't come into play, but if you Melvi while you have a Super Evolved follower in play, it actually adds 2 Earth Sigils on Fanfare. So that play allowed him to do a clear with the Sage Light Teachings. Pretty cool.
Oh, that was big. That was like one of the only, I guess not the only, but the most cost-efficient route in order to get that many Earth Sigils and still have enough play points to get the board clear. So really well played. Turn 8 Dimension Climb here already being used into a hand that has a lot of draw power. Thank God. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit rough, I think. It's a pretty big risk.
But I think Sai kind of had to take the gamble. His hand quality wasn't great, and he was on such low defense, right? Oh, unlucky. Drew into the unboosted climb. That's a little unfortunate.
Not the end of the world, though. I mean, being able to still have a fair bit of spell boost in this hand. It's not a crazy amount. The problem is that we are now out of draw power, and this Anangrea doesn't feel too good to put down since you would be only getting like half of her value onto the board. I wonder if you just kind of cash out the demonic call here.
Well, I think it was. Do you think it was a mistake to not trade that onion earlier before trading the summoning?
Yeah,
because now
that's another thing.
Approaching turn 10 here, and remember, turn 10 is where things get real spicy with spell boost. But Rag doesn't really have a boosted climb right now. So there's no Kikaitis climb Astaroths in sight at the moment. He's gonna have to try and win the old-fashioned way, just with damage currently anyway.
Yeah, since your opponent has used one dimension climb, you do sort of have that advantage in terms of the resource game. So, you know, you can kind of hope that they didn't draw into it in the first place and that their plays are going to sort of pause for a bit. And so therefore you can really, I guess, take your time with your own dimension climb if you're going to go under that assumption and try to build up the resources here to make it get set down as fast as possible. But still going to take quite a bit, and then comes down to what you're going to return from this astrologer. I guess the Burgeon here is kind of okay to put back, but that Snowman army is also very heavy in that in current hand.
Yeah, I was thinking the Norman, right? Because you have one, you don't have that much stack at the moment anyway, so you can't make use of both Normans in any case.
But Gilney's pickup is quite
been True, yeah, because we're approaching the both players have 10 play points state of the game, and that's the activation condition for Gilney's to give you the sweetness token spell that deals 5. So just trying to make sure that I'm explaining the effects to people who might not be as terminally brain rotted with all Shadowverse as I am, you know.
Yeah, in case you're not constantly locked in. By the way, don't forget, you still have about 3 hours to do your Grand Prix run, so make sure you don't forget about that.
True. How did your Grand Prix go, Chris?
I somehow won in Group A, where my opponent freaking did Fenny 3 times in one game. I couldn't believe my eyes, but that was just GP, man. You guys don't forget your GP run, but at the same time, we also got to take a look at what Sai is going to do here, because this is far more important than just a GP run. This is a potential run into the October tournament here.
Big true. Are we going to see the Snowman try to lock the board? Very smart here. So Sai is locking down one of the slots and then locking down another slot, and then, of course, the Earth Sigil. So between the Onion, the locked Anangrea, and the Earth Sigil, if Rag had a Kuon, he wouldn't be able to OTK here. That is why Sai made that play. Very heads up.
Yep, 100%. It's all about making sure that your opponent cannot do what would actually win them the game. And I think that was an excellent example of that.
The problem is, it's kind of, 2 in one hand, 2 in the other. You just you leave it up so that they can't Kumon, but then that also leaves you boardless for them to just slam a Kikaitis, right? So it's like, oh no. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place there. Now Rag not only has access to the Apocalypse deck that the Kikaitis grants you, but he also has a 10 play point dimension climb that he can just slam right away after whatever he top decks here. Or he can just slam it right away and hope to get into a Silent Rider or an Astaroth or something like that, right? So it's looking a little dangerous.
Yep. Ooh, okay. Putting down the Anangrea here, I mean, we're cashing out that Super Evolve. Doesn't feel the best when it's your last one. That's your only way to push damage / have that, lethal threat. But when that's all you've got as a chance to answer this board, you're gonna just sort of have to go for it. Still cashing out the call here, trying to get this climb down as much as possible. But
that's Silento right there.
Yep, Stormy Blast, and then Ryder basically just takes the game here, managing to find the clear. This game, I think the chip damage early, definitely showing to be very important for Rag. Kind of always keeping them in that lethal range, and Stormy Rider was literally the pickup for that turn. I mean, I think one of the few ways that you could have instantly won that turn, and they managed to see it. So, feels a bit bad that we couldn't show the very beginning of that game, so apologies. We had a little bit of technical troubles in the back here. But the first game does go to Rag in that Spell Boost mirror, and now we get to see whether we're going to be seeing the Crest mirror, or if it's going to be Spell Boost versus Crest, as that is the final deck left for Rag in this next matchup.
You do have to win with both anyway, but I think after a game like that, Sai might be looking for a confidence boost. In that case, you would go with the boost again to go against the Crest, because I think boost generally has good game against Crest, especially now that they've adapted to running. I think all the boosts now are running 2 Kakaidas just to make sure you have that end game before the Crest can blow you up. So with that adaptation, I believe boost does have a pretty okay matchup. So I mean, let's take a look. Or maybe Sai's thinking, I just got to get the hard one out of the way anyway, so just go for the mirror. It's about the player's mentality too, which is what makes it interesting, right? The human element. But I guess we'll take a look soon. The players are getting ready in their lobby right now.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think I totally agree with you on that last game. The chip damage just forced Sai to make uncomfortable decisions and commit resources he didn't have just to stay alive, right? And that's what decided it in the end.
Exactly, and that it did indeed decide it. But let's take a look and see if Sai can make that comeback. Okay, locking back in with the rune. And now we're going to see Rag's Haven here. So in terms of differences between the two of them, I think Rag is the one playing with the Himeka in the list. So it's an interesting one of. Ooh, but this opening hand, no draw power, no Serene Sanctuary to help try to push. We're going to have to sort of just potentially go into the Congregant on turn 5 to try to find the Marwyn, because that is the most important part of this deck. If you don't have it, not just your way to win the game, but your way to answer boards gets limited. And in the Spell Boost matchup, I mean, we were talking about this before the broadcast, and we talked about it in previous qualifiers too, but Spell Boost is a ticking time bomb, where it's like, well, Haven likes to play long-term, chip damage, slowly whittle down your opponent while having really good board clear. But, Spell Boost doesn't care. Play Ruler of Cocytus, Dimension Climb, and then try to find your OTK and you're done.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, if you don't get your Marwyn early, you're not dealing that chip early, and the more time you give Spell Boost, it just gives them free reign to draw into their OTK combo, right? So, yeah, not a super fortunate hand from Rag here. Thankfully, at least he does have the Congregant, so the Congregant can draw into it. That being said, it's not guaranteed, right? Because the Congregant draws Havencraft followers that have 4 defense, and that's a lot of followers in this list, especially because he's running the Himeka.
Yeah, true. That is an additional target in there too. I think right now Sai is just thinking what to use that extra play point on here. Anangrea or Burgent, and it's going to be the Burgent. You can technically can only answer one thing on this board with this Burgent, whereas Anangrea could have answered both. I think as long as you can take out one of the targets, it should help, because, of course, I do think in these early turns, this is where usually Haven is able to attack. But if you don't have the Marwyn, then you 100% are going to just press the end turn button without attacking, because finding that Marwyn is very, very important.
And he did indeed get it. And I think the Burgent was the right call from Sai as well, just because he already had the climb in hand, right? So you want to get the boost going as soon as possible. Speaking of getting the boost going, are we going to see an Anangrea slammed as well? But the thing is, Anangrea, not a clean answer. The Congregant, a 4/6, being able to tower over the 5 attack of the An summoning. What's the cleaner way to deal with this? You have the Looking Smart, which can deal 2. And then the Demonic Call is only 3. I think either way, you're kind of between a rock and a hard place here in terms of how to clear this 4/6. And you don't want to just leave it up, right? Or are you just going to sink and evolve?
I think you kind of have to deal with the fact that you are... Ooh, you're assuming that your opponent is happy to not attack and happy to keep pressing the end turn button to deal damage. But there are instances where you're actually quite okay, especially when you have an Anangrea to take out and your Banish spell is not a targeting spell. So I think here you might as well play the Devotee, set up the 5 damage. Oh, and then this way you get the board clear while also presenting a bit of a board.
And the Devotee hit the right target himself here, keeping that 4/1 protected, so the Onion doesn't have the easiest time to just take out that body.
That was very important, actually.
Mm-hmm. Are we just going to go Golem time? The thing is, Haven is one of the classes that has the best answers to the Golem, with cards like, Unholy Vessel, of course. But I think we are just going to see it done here.
I do think it's not... So because Grimnir is active, that gives you such a big boost in terms of answering boards. Obviously, there's going to be a board with boards in it. But if this many stats are going to stay on this board, I think obviously from side it's going to be the Norman likely swinging into the 0-4 here because you don't have any other ways to, attack this board due to the board. But then the Marwin's going to stay as a 6-6. And then I feel like from the Haven side, Blinding Faith can help to clear, especially now with just one barrier. That can definitely help clear out. And now you're forced to use that call in order to clear, but that still keeps the 4-1 on there.
Yeah, this 4-1 staying a little longer than I would have expected, honestly. Staying alive there. And with one Dose of Holiness and one Blinding Faith, that is an easy clear.
It's so good. And you still get, passing here does more damage than attacking. So you are going to just... Ooh, okay. We're actually going to just straight up pass without even using... trying to save that heal for later, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, it does make sense, I suppose, because next turn you can... you run out of the Supplicant crest, so you can just slap Wilbert, go for a super, use the 2 play point spell as well to take something out, and then you have the Dose of Holiness as well. So even if you're committing 6 play points to a Wilbert slam, you still have the ability to take out 3 targets, which is good against an opposing Kuon that might come out here.
Yeah, I think keeping the amulet for the Kuon turn is 100% the correct play in that instance. So this does get easily cleared out. Ooh, are we holding this Kuon for an extra turn here? It does play 2 Kokaitis, actually. You don't see that very often.
Oh no, I was mentioning this earlier. I think all spell boosts have adjusted to running 2 Kokaitis because of crest.
Seeing it actually happen in action is kind of like makes you realize how rarely you see that in practice, right?
You're right, yeah. It's for consistency's sake, right? It's so that you draw when you need it, not so that you have 2 in hand.
Yep. The important part of it. Like I said, Wilbur coming down though. Wilbert. Big Wilbert indeed. Ooh, committing into the draw power here, kind of also understanding that you do need the gas. The important thing is that you don't have your Unholy Vessel yet. And so if you're unable to draw into that, this is gonna start to become pretty tough. The only thing is that I feel like the overall damage output has been relatively steady from Rag, but not necessarily too fast. And because of that, you technically only really have 2 more turns before a potential Kokaitis Dimension Climb happens. And when it does happen, it's not going to be pretty.
Kuon is out now, and like you said, no vessel.
It's like, as long as they don't set your defense to 1, you are going to potentially be able to heal out. I do think Rag does not... Oh, Rag does play the Temple of Repose. Plays that as a 1-of. So that does give you a bit of an edge in some cases. But even then...
Yes, just to clarify to the viewers at home, that's the amulet that gives your leader barrier. So is a potential way to escape an Astaroth's OTK. How many copies did you run? Let me take a look.
Just the one. Just the one.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh, Rag. Looking at that reaction, did not seem too pleased.
Indeed.
Kokaitis coming down. So the question is, has the Dimension Climb? But I think he's actually thinking over, because the problem is that even if you play point boosted into it, if you Dimension Climb here, it's only going to set you to 9. So the Astaroth will not be playable. You will just be given whatever else. However, these Dimension Climbs have been boosted quite a lot. So there is a world where, yeah, I think passing here, knowing that your opponent cannot do enough damage with the way that the board is set up, I think is quite correct. Because that means that next turn you essentially can just maximize your value of your hand without having to play the 10 play points of the Kokaitis. And then that way, the cards you put back into the Kokaitis deck will be of very high quality.
And like you said, maximize the potential really just means slam 3 climbs back to back while playing the Apocalypse deck out. But let's see if it works out.
Oh
Astaroth's
my
right
God,
away!
Just draws it off the top. But that's actually, it's It's not enough.
That's amazing.
You do have
no,
to
you
use
just
the
astros and then you climb.
You have to climb and see that the climb draws you into something that can do enough damage.
There it is.
And it does indeed.
Demon of Purgatory is going to do the job. What is this? What is this? Hold up. Oh,
Servant Super Evolve. I mean, as long as it gets over the ward, it's enough to do it. And just like that,
I was just worried we're going to get into another snafu, man. I don't want to see any more Reddit threads, okay? That's all I was just saying.
Yep.
But yes, Sai is able to take the win.
Say that again,
as predicted, yeah, Spell Boost is really good against Crest, especially like we're seeing that adaptation really come into play. 2 Kakaitas, make sure you draw it on time every time for this matchup, and even slamming it on turn 9. Just I got to end this as fast as possible before he draws his disenchantments and just blows me up. So there you go. Very, very well played there by Sai. Sai is still in this. The set is now 1-1, and it's down to a Crest Haven mirror match. Ooh.
Yeah. This will be... Crest Haven mirrors are tough, man. It's like I feel like I've been almost exclusively playing Crest for these last couple of weeks for like the weekend lobby tournaments, for the GP now as well, because I mean this deck is just into every other matchup except for maybe mode. I feel like it's overall feels and also of course Spell Boost feels very favored, and even against Spell Boost sometimes it's like if you just pray for them to not see their Kokaitis, it can sometimes work out, but it just feels like it has such good match coverage. But ooh, we see the Pact here, something we didn't see earlier. A very interesting inclusion here.
Yeah, not a universally run card in Crest. What do you think about this inclusion of this amulet?
I think it's gonna push the aggressive potential. This makes going first a lot better, which is very interesting because going first for this deck is always a little bit like, well, I have nothing to do on turn 4. If my opponent, like if you're playing in Sword or Abyss, it's like, well, I guess Blinding Faith will take care of the board and I'll be able to survive until I need to do my Marwyn turn. But this way you actually get to like put down some threats. That being said, we're still in the situation here where the 4 play points are going first is like, I don't really have anything of value to do here.
Well, I mean, just in general, we're seeing a lot of doing nothing at the moment because Rag had a pretty tough early game hand as well. No Sanctuary, no Grimnir, just a pass on the first 3 turns because he drew 2 Benisons.
Yep. No Grimnir is pretty huge for this mirror, by the way, because it will alter how the damage is dealt, even if you draw it late, because the Marwyn damage will always proc first. So there was a world where you actually don't play it yet. And you're going to try to see what you get. So with Congregant here, you're going to have to attack with this Congregant, because otherwise you will search. Well, one thing you're not going to clear. 2, you're going to add a card to hand, which will then lead to you overdrawing. So in case you're trying to find something that isn't, 4 in stats, then that's going to be a bit of a problem. And Grimnir, of course, is not. You see a Congregant response from Sai as well. To, of course, when your hand is pretty low, you definitely want to try to find as many resources as possible and find more Crest Makers to up the damage as much as you can too. But it's going to be a very easy, just Marwyn, evolve, trade. You don't have enough Crest yet that you're doing, significant damage. So at this point, it's pretty much A-okay. And then this will probably just be a Marwyn response from Sai as well.
I would say so, yeah. And I also wanted to touch on something that you lampshaded a little earlier about the Grimnir really affecting the damage calcs in this mirror, because you mentioned this in a previous qualifier, and it's really important to reiterate. It's worth reiterating. The crests activate in order you gained them. So if you Marwyn before Grimnir, you're kind of wasting damage. But if you Grimnir before Marwyn, on turns you super evolve, you're able to clear the board with the Grimnir effect, and then the Marwyn effect can go face. So that's going to be a huge deal, I feel like, going into the later turns.
Yeah, 100%. And so right now, in terms of just game setup and how the crests are set up, Sai has a natural advantage the longer this game goes.
Are you just going to slam the torrent? Is it worth it to deal 3 to the dome? Or do you just pass and save the torrent for... I think it's worth keeping the torrent in case they play the Wilbert next turn, right?
Yes, exactly. Here you pass, you let the damage just get dealt. You assume they're going to Wilbert here, and then you get to banish that without it setting up the additional followers. And then if they don't, you're still going to have some pretty big targets to take care of throughout the game, right? You know your opponent's deck list. You know that they're playing the 2 Jeans. You know that there's Himeka in this list potentially. She's not as much of a threat, but she can be very annoying if she sticks on this board. So especially if they don't go wide, it can definitely be quite rewarding to hold on to that for
Overdrawing?
the long term.
It was a supplicant, nothing too big of a deal.
Might not appear as such, but honestly, in the mirror, the more crests you can set up, I think is very, very important. So actually missing out on that 4th crest here is going to be a bit of a pain.
It's also
Especially,
a lack of chip healing as well, I suppose.
Yeah. So because it's burnt, the chance of drawing into another one is a little bit up in the air. It's a 1 in 13 chance that you're going to find it. Unless you find it off your search effect, which of course is targeted search, but it has to be for 4 defense follower. And so far we've been picking up everything but that.
That's right. Got the devotee, got the congregants. Taking it nice and slow here. Seeing a repose slam it immediately. I guess you could kind of activate it any time within the next few turns. Alright, setting up a vessel. Either way, I think right now Sai is in the better position for sure. And a Grimnir and a Wilbert burn! Oh no!
Yeah, that's just the risk you take, right? I feel like when your hand isn't that empty and you're still missing key pieces, I always feel a little shaky putting down the Serene Sanctuary because I feel like it's just, you risk getting rid of something so important. You wanted to see that Grimnir because it's a permanent crest. You wanted to see the Wilbert because it's a permanent crest. Permanent crests in the mirror are so important because you don't have to worry about setting them back up. You don't have to worry about delaying them. And for Rag, that's a pretty tough situation, seeing those 2 burn specifically.
I mean, to add insult to injury, he couldn't play the Benisons just to get him out of the hand too, because of the negative backlash of the crests. So yeah, that burn was so painful, and just have to sit there and watch it happen is really tough.
100%. But you have to sort of try to make your way out of it though, one way or another. And right now, I think this is the turn where you don't have a lot of crests, so your damage is quite limited. This could be the turn where you Gilnelese and try to get some defense back, but instead using the amulet here to try to keep the defense totals as equal as you can. That being said, so the one important thing is that Sai does not have a way to set up 5 different crests so that the Maddening Bedizen starts to heal 10 without any disadvantage being brought to you. And burning that Supplicant is one of the reasons why they can't do that. Otherwise, I would have been able to set it up this turn. So I'm curious how Sai is going to do this, because setting up another instance of Congregant is very attractive. But the problem is that then you're down to 1 last Super Evolve, and since you're the player with Grimnir active, that Super Evolve can have a lot of use. The only thing is Grimnir, I feel like in the mirror, doesn't do as much outside of turns where you couldn't banish the Wilbert.
Oh, meanwhile, Rag does have the Congregant and Supplicant both, setting up 2 crests here. But I think the loss of that Wilbert is keenly felt either way. I think might pop the Disenchantment here just to put Sai down to 8 and put himself up to a more comfortable 14.
One thing I am kind of questioning is whether the Gilnelese that Rag played earlier is worth it, because there is if you think about it, if you use the Disenchantment this turn, then you would be in total pushing for 7 damage. This would have pushed him down to 5, or even later, it can still push down to 5 if there's no healing that happens this turn. And then that would have put them into 5 defense, which means that then the Gilnelese being able to generate you the Sweetness of Veracity is threatening lethal. So that would have, in that situation, kind of forced them to really make sure to be aware of that. Whereas here, it's you see on the board right now there's 7 damage, and you can expect there to, it can, still obviously go up depending if they have more of the shiny enchantments. Whoa, that's a really, really important 50-50 there. But I'm just thinking if that Gilnelese from Rag should have been kept for a bit longer, because especially you've seen that you've already lost some important pieces to the overdraw.
Yeah, the sweetness of veracity, I think, especially if it's going to get into the grindy end game where both players can benison, like that additional amount of damage is important. So yeah, I do agree with you there. But we're going to see a Gilnally spent on this side though. Ah, I see. You're not going to deal damage to the barrier anyway, so you might as well take this turn to heal while popping the barrier, and then you'll go back to doing your crest burns next turn. I think this was a pretty good opportunity to do so.
Yeah. I think you're seeing how Rag is struggling with the crests right now. You're not seeing two of the permanent crests that you usually would have in a game, and therefore, in a typical game, Rag would have 5 different crests right now, and would be, throwing Benizons left and right, healing 10. Can't do that right now, because you are going to get punished with the deal 10 later. So, kind of comes down to how you're going to choose to sequence it. In this hand, you technically have a way to set up the 5 different crests, but it's going to be a Himeka plus the Devotee, and I mean that's not exactly the biggest power play you could be doing this turn either.
It's a little heavy, right? Like he could have done it to get the Benison off, but I think the Himeka is probably going to be saved to clear more problematic boards. And
yeah, 100%.
Like you said, that would have been a heavy investment just to get healing.
This is not quite interesting because Gilnally's 14. This is what 13 damage right now. So the heal last turn was very important. 13 damage is already present, specifically in this board state. So it kind of comes down to how you want to set it up. I think putting down the Gilnally is really not too bad here. And then it comes down to how you want to approach your crest counts.
Interesting. Thing is, whatever damage that Sai does right now, unless it's a OTK, kind of doesn't matter, because at any point Rag could pull the trigger to Himeka and Benison, right?
Yep. That is also true. That being said, we're the ones that know that that combination of cards is in hand, but when you see that your opponent's got 16 cards left in deck, you can kind of assume that they've got at least one Benison in hand by this point, if not multiple. So you start to also expect that, you look at the defense totals and you have to sort of understand that this is not necessarily representative of what is actually available in their arsenal of healing. And while you calculate the lethals, you have to also think, okay, what if they heal 10 here? What will I do next turn to connect into, still do enough chip damage that puts them into threatening lethal range? Ooh, looks like we are going to be going for that Himeka here. There we go. Benison, well, it's also without punishment.
It's interesting, right? Because it's a bit of a game of chicken in a way, where you're like, do I push the damage here, or when do I Benison to make them waste the most damage? So it's an interesting dynamic in that way. And hey, we finally got the Supplicant over on Sai's side, meaning that, as you said earlier, the Benison now can be played for Sai without the negative backlash crest, and we are gonna be in for a grinder here, folks.
Yep,
back to almost full health totals on both sides.
Yeah, deck counts are going to be very important here. Neither player is playing Cocytus. We have seen that included in some of the Haven lists recently. I mean, we just had Rage last weekend as well, and there was a lot of players that made the playoffs from that too. And of course, a lot of the lists that they used have been quite popular on ladder as well. So they don't have the extra, sometimes you can really just think about winning through deck out in this matchup, but then they pull out the surprise Cocytus, and it's like, well, there goes that game plan.
Yeah, I wonder why not run the Cocytus, right? What's the rationale behind the exclusion? Just because it can brick you?
Seeing it early is pretty diabolical, I suppose. So you try to really just focus on a cohesive engine for this deck. Because unlike, Spell Boost, where it's part of the win con, it's part of the engine, it has such good synergy with Dimension Climb. If you Cocytus in this deck, your only other source of damage that turn is however many crests you've set up so far, and whatever it lands on depends on what your opponent plays, right? So in those starved situations where both players are out of resources, it's very strong. But if it's your only card to play for the turn on a board like this, for example, here Cocytus would be terrible, right? So, I mean, you get to board clear first and then play the Kokaitis, which of course, you know, you still get some chip damage after that. But if we didn't have, for example, the Unholy Vessel, then that's like, oh, I don't really see myself playing Kokaitis here. And I think we're about to see a 50-50 Torrent try to hit this Jean potentially.
Would it be better to hit the Jean? Yeah, probably. I'll just pose
it's tough. You're not unhappy regardless of which one you hit.
See, now it feels a bit of a waste to sink the vessel after doing that.
Yeah, definitely you're not going to do that. I think here, yep, just patiently play that down. The burn damage is going to do the work.
I think in that sense, then, it was actually good that it hit the Golden Lease, because that's more damage face, in a way. Ooh.
Yeah.
Last super. All evolves out. And a supplicant out as well. And here comes Benison. Back to 17, back to 18.
And guess what?
But
Sai is going to do the exact same thing.
That's right.
I also like this because now both players can keep track of each other's Benizons, so they know that they're, I think now, that's Sai's third. And so there's still a little more left for Rag. And so we're soon approaching the real 50 life total of this matchup is soon to be exhausted.
That's right. All the previous damage that was done this game was fake. Now it begins.
Yeah. It's like pro wrestling, you know. It's just there for show.
Don't break the kayfabe, man. I mean, Rag also has the opportunity to set up 5 Crescent and Venison here with the Devotee in hand. I think he is going to do so. Oh, interesting. Ah, okay. I see. But the problem is, oh, I see. Because Rag has Grimnir in hand, he's not worried about the Himika Crush running out. Next turn, he can always pull the trigger for Grimnir plus Benison anyway. So just getting the smaller healing from the Blinding Faith is totally fine, and saving the bigger burst healing for after Sai maybe has already wasted the disenchantments, right?
The only thing is that digging that deep into the deck in this mirror is pretty risky when the deck total is 7 cards difference. Like, if I was in Sai's perspective, I'd be pretty happy seeing Rag go that deep. Regardless of what they have in hand, as long as I can keep healing up enough to survive, then it should be fine. And as long as, like, you know, you've got the disenchantment, you are out of Benizons, but there's still Supplicants that can also be reset in 2 turns potentially. And the Wilbur is also, even if you can't get the crest up, just Wilbur's existence is, you know, a bit of a tough thing to get rid of, because even if you get rid of it once, if it's not a banish, it is going to be, of course, spawning more targets on the board too.
That being said, we do see the Wilbur in... the Marwyn in the opposing hand, though. I wonder, does Sai have any Blinding Face of his own still in the deck for a potential heal as well?
Ooh,
as long as he stays ahead of
the big one.
That was big. Yeah. Oh, no.
Rag, after burning 3 very important cards in this matchup, and the fact that there's still a very good chance for Rag to take this set is very impressive to watch.
I mean, he kind of climbed out of a deep pit from the early game, right? Like, just because of all the missed first 3 turns, like having a way worse early game, burning all the important cards, and now being way ahead on the deck. I mean, sorry, it depends. Way behind? Way. He's further into the deck than Sai is, which is dangerous. So, I don't know. But the fact that, like you said, still could be his game is kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is the time bomb is definitely on Rag's side here in terms of the 5 cards left in deck. But the thing is that you can actually set up pretty well here. I think I definitely agree with the Shiny Disenchantment, and you do proc it here, push it to 17, and the good thing is that you set them back down to 8 because you know that their Benison is gone. Oh, that Blinding Faith is really big, because even if they commit into it here, they get the clear, and the draw still doesn't put them deep enough to the point that... Oh, sorry, we saw one more Benison. My apologies. For some reason, I thought you played one earlier, but I guess...
We do still have
Where
one
there
more,
was
but
one more earlier, but my bad, my bad. You know, when both
We don't
players
have
are sort of competing between who has more of them, it can be hard to keep track.
that's Rags right there, spent back to 20. And that blinding faith is going to be, you can't play that. You're going to go too deep.
Can only be played for 4. You cannot cash it in for the full effect.
We just slam it down Vessel
Now
here,
comes-
probably.
So the one thing is that do we still have temporary crest makers left in Sai's list, or is this Benison gonna be one that is actually gonna come with the bite back
Negative backlash
of the 10 damage later down the line?
I mean, unfortunately, no evolves left for this Willie B, so can't get the crest off of him.
Willie B, let's go.
I like to give my cards cute little nicknames, makes them less intimidating when I lose to the Monolander. I mean, this Wilbert's also just like a big hassle for Sai in a way. Like, you don't want to spend both a Jean and a Vessel just on this one guy and then not heal. And with no Marwyn into the repose spell, it's kind of a hassle.
Yeah,
we're gonna see
optimally you want
Wilbert.
Marwyn here. I don't mind this. The only thing is that 12 is pretty risky category here. The Blinding Faith is gonna do the
Very
damage,
nice.
and also this burn is very huge. We are now finally getting very close to the lethal range. You can, but yeah, next turn you can reset the Supplicant, and Sweetness is gonna be 9 damage. So in that sense, Sai has to play Supplicant here to heal 1 in order to survive. Maybe even, I mean, I don't think you need to gamble on the Benison in this instance, but at the very least, Supplicant has to come down.
You also,
Yeah, I think, is there any other way?
Pop the Vessel?
So, I haven't been keeping track if... Oh no, but Devotee Crest is active. Yeah, okay, so I think 9 damage should be the maximum here, because Supplicant for 3, Sweetness for 5, you have 2 play points left, so your only source of 2 cost crest is Benison, which we know Rag is out of, and the other... Ooh, wow! Cashing in both.
yeah.
Yeah. There was
No
no way to
so
do
sorry.
10. There's no way to do 10 damage left in the deck, because
Definitely
we
not.
know the Devotee Crest is active. Yep,
But
that's
will
one
this be
off.
enough?
All that's
One
left is a
off,
prayer.
What size counterplay? I mean, I kind of has to Benison here, but that negative backlash is going to come back and bite him eventually. Or is he going to outlast Rag? Only 2 cards left in deck after all.
Yeah, you want to see a Marwyn here somewhere. I don't know if there's actually a Marwyn left, but I have to actually like rewatch this entire game to check. But yeah, you have to. You have no choice.
You don't have a
Not
choice. You
going
have to.
in for the draw power, knowing that that would also spell doom. But now you are on a timer. This is
Vessel's gonna deal 3.
this is the
I don't think it's
the
enough.
part of the Haven Mirror that really just makes you go like every card you play throughout the game from the very beginning is so important. All right, if
That's
there's
because
no
you see
way
every
to-
card in the deck.
Oh my god, there's no way to. No, you can. You have to cash in the play point and draw 2. Draw 2 if you see if there is a Marwyn left. There's no other
enchantment?
heal. Enchantment.
This enchantment's
to
huge.
13 is not enough. Wow, enchantment is not. The disenchantment's not enough. It's
No,
only
but
to
Rag's only got 1 card
13.
left in deck.
But that doesn't.
Surely you just.
That doesn't matter because. So you will deal this damage. They will draw the card.
Oh,
then they
right, the
will
Benison!
pass, use
Oh.
the 3 damage at the end of turn. Will come back to you. You'll take the 10.
Okay,
but
you're
no,
at
the crit!
14.
The 14. The 14 is
That's
everything.
enough.
If they don't have a way to,
That's just
they're
enough.
one damage off.
The tribulations continue.
They are.
That's
one
just
damage
enough.
off. Oh my goodness!
Can you believe it?
Mirror, this mirror was so insane. Being able to take it literally to the last card in the deck for Rag was absolutely ridiculous. With one defense left, Sai barely, and I mean barely, takes that first top 8 game. That was insanely well played.
I gotta say, huge props to Rag. He started off with a huge deficit and still made it all the way to the very end. Incredible play from both players there. And you know, when I said early on in that game, the supplicant chip healing might be important, I did not realize how important it would end up being in the end. Being the only thing with the thin line between life and death there. It's kind of incredible.
That was like the one thing that I was like, oh, he's got it. But that one single heal literally allowed Sai to survive. That is actually incredible to think that, you know, it really is the smallest things, especially in the mirror. I mean, you go through so many turns, you go through so many different cards played and like crest generated that it really comes down to those small little decisions in both the early and the mid and the late game that contribute to that dub. And that was well played. Sai, so got top 8 last time around, has already upgraded the best finish and is now in the top 4, the first person to make it. That was only our first top 8 match. Up next, we just had the veterans showdown between 2 players of, you know, that have already been around Shadowverse for quite a long time. Up next is 2 new faces, Otax-chan and Zaneki. So Otax, this is their first ever time topping in SVO, and of course, you know, brand new face of the competitive scene. Zaneki, when I asked them, you know, just to tell me a little bit more about themselves, they said, I'm just participating in these to get the emblem. And it's like, I didn't think I'd get to top 8. It's like, it's pretty good. You just come in here to like pick up your participation prize and you end up, you know, in top 8 on stream, cash prize secured. And now, I mean, let's see if, you know, you can go not just collect the emblem, you can collect the flare as well. That champion flare, I think, would look really good with that emblem, right? So I think for Zaneki, there's definitely some motivation to chase for that dub. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. There's going to be a bit of a different matchup. Otax is bringing loot and mode. We can take a look at the deck list, which I think will be also very cool to watch. So we see here Loot Sword, of course, was fairly popular last time around, but I think the deck that really got everyone's attention in the last SVO, as it of course did take the dub ultimately, was the Mode Abyss.
I mean, just throughout the lifespan of the game, Abyss has impressed competitively. There's actually straight up like 2 to 3 playable Abyss decks right now, with both Mode being the shining star at the moment, but also mid-range not far behind it. So if you guys aren't aware, let's just do a quick rundown here of what these decks do. Loot Sword is able to string together a lot of different sources of burn damage. Of course, you have the Odin and the Albert for Storm, but you also have the Sincero, who's new to the Heirs of the Omen set, being able to fuse loot cards into himself and then dealing 8 damage with the Super Evolve. And then Mode Abyss is just one of the most just enduring decks. It's very mid-range adjacent, but it has this new thing. Oh, I think this is actually mid-range. There is no Shamnacha in this list. Yeah, this is mid-range Abyss.
You're so right.
Yeah.
You are so right.
So yeah, I was just mentioning it. Like mid-range is a huge contender now as well. Being able to just land massive boards that stick, and what's nice is because there are so many tools to answer opposing boards without spending an evolve, like the Congregant, like Medusa, like Ruinai Valneric, you can use the evolves aggressively in order to push damage, which is massive in its favor in matchups where some decks are a little slow to get off the ground, right? Like Spell Boost Rune, Cresthaven in some cases as well. If you're just able to push the damage early and fast, while also dealing with their entire board every single turn, it's hard for them to recover. So I'm actually a huge fan of mid-range. I piloted it to many, many wins these past few days since it's sort of rise through the ladder. So I'm excited to see it in the competitive environment, and also love to see Olivia from set 1, Legendary, still being played as well. Just warms my heart.
Yeah, 100%. Really good catch. Of course, a lot of the cards that you'd see in Mode Abyss we are present in this list, but of course, as you said, has been picking up quite a bit lately. Also for production, I guess that's something we'll need to reflect on the slide later. But gonna be cool to see how Otax-chan, of course, pilots these lists. But let's take a look at Zaneki, who's also bringing loot. So there's a chance we'll see a loot mirror in this next top 8 match. And also, of course, the spell booster rune that we just saw with the one ruler of Cocytus, as you mentioned earlier. But the one William is in here that we've seen has been on a downtrend as of late. So going to be cool to see if, especially in, matchups like mid-range, I feel like that could actually be somewhat important. And of course, both of the loot lists are running the tablet, with, of course, the Kagemitsu here also being included as a good pair with those gilded boots.
Yeah, Kagemitsu is great with boots, just being a guy who comes back every single time, and also technically an additional source of storm damage in a pinch, right? So not a bad option at all. Nice to see him kind of resurrect in terms of his lifespan because of the addition of the loot cards. Very cool to see. All right, guys, the players are currently in the lobby facing each other down. What do you think about these lineups? Like, Spell Boost, I feel like, is sort of the favorite deck to bring at the moment, but like in SVO particularly, Abyss has just been picking up dub after dub, so I wonder if Otax-chan might have the protagonist halo a little bit here. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
The tried and true protagonist halo of the SVO. As we all know, it seems to work wonders, blessing players left and right to go all the way to finals for some very mysterious reasons, but it's gonna be cool to see. I think also, for those of you curious what the total deck counts are for today's top 8, we have a total of 5 Spell Boost runes, 5 Crest Havens, 3 Loot Swords in total. There will be 1 more outside of this showdown, 1 Mode Abyss, 1 Mid-Range Abyss, and 1 Roach Forest. That, no Temple Forest this time. That list was definitely very cool to watch last time around, but this time around, and no Azudias either. It's going to be just the usual Roach, Mr. Rhinos Roach himself.
It's a pretty good pick, I think, against Spell Boost, right? But I am surprised at who is bringing it and who is not bringing Forest here, given some of the competitive histories of some of these players. I know one of them is a huge Forest guy, but he's not the one bringing Roach this time, which was a bit of a surprise. All right, guys, just bear with us. The players are currently getting ready into the match here. I'm a really big fan of Mid-Range Abyss in general, and it's been on a huge uptick on both ladder and in competitive. So if it puts up results here, that'll be like the 4th qualifier in a row with a different Abyss deck taking it, which would be kind of crazy to watch. I think Abyss might be one of the all-timers at this point.
One thing I also have to keep in mind is that, these qualifiers are open to everyone in the SVO region, and therefore there's players from all kinds of different time zones playing in it. But the thing is that because of that, there are some decks like Roach, I think, that if it's not your, like, a time zone that's friendly to your sleep schedule, then perhaps the decks that are a bit more tough to play don't get picked up as much. I think that definitely does come down to like the lineup that you choose. For those of you curious, today we actually have a very diverse lineup of players. We've got 2 players from the US, Sai, together with one of our next top 8s, Yian, and then Rag is from Finland, and then Otax is from Indonesia, and then Zaneki is from Canada, and of course Essia representing New Caledonia. And then Aritakun is going to be seen in the last top 8 match today from Singapore. And then finally, we're going to see Keato from Switzerland. So literally every time zone is represented in this top 8, which is very exciting to see. Just people from all over the world coming together to compete in Shadowverse, in Worlds Beyond. This meta is now also like a month old. So of course, there's definitely been lots more time dedicated to polishing these lists and polishing the plays with these lists as well. So the surprise factor maybe is not as effective as it was in some of the earlier qualifiers in the first 2 weeks. And so that's why I think we also see an uptrend of, more spell boosts and also more crests compared to some of the previous qualifiers.
I will say, though, I am pleasantly surprised we are like a whole month in, but we're still seeing newcomers like Mid-Range Abyss make waves. like late into the meta state, which is pretty cool. And of course, guys, after this qualifier is the next balance patch as well, which might bring a breath of fresh air too. So I'm super excited for that. Let's get into the first game here, though. Zaneki is going to be playing that loot sword versus the mid-range Abyss. I usually have a very good time in this matchup, so I'm curious to see how Otax-chan is able to navigate it.
Yeah, I mean, how would you normally, like, what is the optimal play-by-play that you would be seeing in this? I mean, especially with this very aggressive
you go
start
second,
from
you extra play point the Mino immediately, and then you turn to Soiree, and go from there. And you see the Aragavi here, which means you have a Zirconia answer, which is fantastic. Yeah, extra play point to Mino. Oh, extra play point to Soiree here is interesting. I guess because it's going to trade into the Quick Blader anyway, but what I was thinking was extra play point the Mino. If the Quick Blader doesn't trade and goes face, you can Mino trade into the Supplicant, and if it does, then the turn after you spam down 2 skeletons. So I wonder if that would have been a better line. Yeah, because now you play the Mino here, and now this might get taken out by a blade. So I think extra play pointing the Mino is what I would have done, but let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, looks like we're mousing over that flash right here to get that arsenal up. Odin picked up. Shout outs to Odin, by the way. This appearance of Odin might start seeing a lot less starting from next month if you've seen the new collab that just got announced with Uma Musume.
That's right.
Where there's going to be a Odin Altart coming your way very soon for just logging in, apparently.
Yeah, and it's an Odin Altart of a very beloved character, Oguri Cup, so it's very exciting to see. I was wondering when they were going to capitalize on the hype of Uma, and I'm glad they are in the end. Ooh, kind of an awkward turn 4 here for Zaneki. Are you just going to play the Vault and the Blade? That feels kind of like a waste. See, this is why I really like the matchup here as Abyss into Sword. They don't really have a great way to deal with when you just like spam a board of guys that come back, like they already have a lack of AoE in general, except for the Congregant that just can clear boards by himself. But other than that, like if a zombie can stick and just deal additional damage, it's really good for you.
Give it here.
Yeah, it's like, especially the zombie, I think, is just so annoying in this matchup because you have no clean way to take out the 2 instances of it, and so you're kind of like left to dig into, just kind of take out the first one and then hope that whatever remains doesn't do too much damage with their first evolve point being active. How aggressive do you usually play in this instance? Like, especially here, looking at this turn, I mean, you don't have much to do on 4 play points because you use your extra play point early. So do you just evil face here, or how would you approach this?
This is kind of unfortunately a dead turn for Otax, but yeah, the problem is that I feel like this might have been an entirely different game if he extra play pointed the Mino on turn 1, right? Because whether the Quick Blader or the Supplicant trades, he would have been able to establish 2 skeletons on turn 2 anyway. But here, yeah, I think you just ghost and to take out the Vulse. And I would evolve the zombie and go face because, like I said, because your deck is so full of cards that can handle boards without the evolve point, you can feel free to use the evolve to go aggressive. Especially if they Zirconia trade here, you're left with 2, 4, 6, 8 stat on board. So just 1 Argavi will take out most of it. Then you can just evolve him to deal an additional 3 while dealing the rest. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, I mean, they are going to be forced to clear here. Aragavi, especially having 2, that gives you a very good way to control and make sure like both these Zirconias get answered throughout their due time. The only thing is that there is a bit of like decent chip damage happening here at the same time, and the pair of Odins into an Albert like might make it pretty risky if you don't, like, if you choose to prioritize the damage from the Cerberus instead of the healing. I think that's the one point in this game where I can see a bit of a risk factor where things might go in Zaneki's favor.
For sure, yeah, and I think it was kind of an unfortunate turn 4 from Otax-chan as well. Like, you would have loved to see the Supplicant on that turn 4, for example, right? Like, that would have been incredible. But just having a ghost and having no presence on board into the Zirconia turn meant that you're now more at risk to the burn that Sword can present. So honestly, I think this meta in general, there aren't really any huge blowout matchups. I think a lot of decks are relatively even, other than Roach versus Boost. But yeah, it does in the end in this meta game more than any I feel like that we've had so far. It mostly just comes down to hand quality, despite matchups. But and yeah, we're kind of seeing that here. I feel like usually mid range is a pretty good game, but if you just don't have the presence to make Sword uncomfortable, they can just end up running away with damage to your face, right? Which is also just bad for you.
Dude, I don't know if it picked up on the mic, but I just like the moment we committed the Congregant there, I just like exhaled no, because I was like, this was such a nice turn to put Albert down and just Evo go 5 face, because you know that they don't have access to healing until the Cerberus here, most likely, right? So that would have been actually a really good setup into lethal potentially. But now it's like you can extra play point Cerberus and heal back up a fair bit here.
I think he has to. He doesn't really have a choice in this regard.
Either Cerberus or Gilnelly's, right, are like your main healing options in this deck. I guess also Supplicant too, huh?
Yeah, Supplicant really is helpful, but yeah, it's mostly the Cerberus. Olivia can do a little bit of chip healing, but it's not super relevant. Okay. Healing to... Yeah, heal all the way to 10, I feel like. Yeah, I do not take the risk here for just 1 chip damage. Sincero a little late, though. But no, he has Lair on board.
So thing is, this is actually... the problem is that the pair in hand is like from the 2 different pairs, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So
I understand.
Goblet comes with boots, and Blade comes with necklace, and you have one of the 2 pairs in hand. So the max you can get, I guess you can do 7 damage here technically. And then if you don't fuse the Blade, then in that case you would have 8 damage this turn. Still not quite enough. So looks like gonna just go for the Odin instead, knowing that Albert can just win the game next turn, of course.
Yeah, Odin regular evolve. I think the lack of presence on the board in the mid game, like missing Supplicant, missing Vuela, is kind of what decided this matchup. Ooh, no, it's over either
timing,
way. That is not enough.
Yeah, I was like, is that enough? Even if you heal 5 here, it's not going above 12, I'm afraid.
That is not enough, sir.
Yeah, this looks like the kind of game that Mr. Albert can just settle. Even with the Gilnelly's heal, you're praying they don't have any other storm damage. You're praying that, you know, whatever addition of tokens in hand does not equal to 9 damage if you do heal 5 from this Gilnelly's, but I'm afraid that Albert is the one thing you cannot evade. And Albert is exactly what Zaneki is waiting for. Alright, we're nodding. See the little nod, it's like, alright, that's what I want to see. Even with a 5, it's not enough. And so the problem
of course,
you had the... Sorry, even if you had the... what's it called again? The Supplicant, that would only heal you 2, so that's 11. And that would also not be enough either, so... Albert just...
No, I was just gonna say, like to your point, right? Of course, in SVO, don't scoop, but when you see Sword saving an evolve point going into turn 9, you kind of know what's coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. I do appreciate the sportsmanship from both players, letting it play out. You know, there's always that satisfaction for being able to land that lethal, and Albert, just like in set 1 and set 2, is gonna go for 12 damage lethal on the turn 9.
I think it's really unfortunate not to see Vuela in the early game. That really does change how the matchup plays out. I feel like, especially against Sword, because like they play a weenie like Supplicant, you end up with a 2-3 on board still after the trade. So yeah, not seeing the good enough early and mid, I think, is what ended up deciding that match. And now this is the uphill battle of having to face down Spell Boost Rune that can heal against 2 decks that can't OTK. So that's going to be tough for Otax, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough one, I think. Again, the pretty good start, honestly. Like, I think, as you said, maybe like the choice of the turn 1 extra play point play was probably one of like the big factors of where that game forked off into. And so I want to see a good adjustment here from Otax. I mean, both players, you know, while they are new to the scene, they definitely are very active in the game itself. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this next matchup is going to play out, as of course Zaneki is locked into the rune, but we're going to see Otax here. Also see Zaneki, of course, has the SVO icon as well. So you can see that actively participating, collecting those emblems, as he should.
Oh, nice keep from Otax here. Going first, the Congregant is so good. If they're, you know, proactive, you can just play it for rushes while evolving what's on your board to deal aggressive damage. If they're not proactive, you just play it for wards, protecting what you have, evolving it and dealing damage. Congregant, one of the best cards in the entire mid-range deck, for sure. Oh, and kind of an interesting hand from Zaneki here. 2 climbs, but no way to boost them until turn 5. Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, you gotta just pray that Otax doesn't have too much to do in the early game, but
unfortunately, that is not the case.
Here. Oh my god, 3 turns of nothing.
Pass. That is tough. And now we just see the Rage of Serpent's Face play another Mino 100%. And if they don't have an answer to this, then you just play the Congregant after. I mean, Burgent does answer this quite cleanly, at least.
Yes, he definitely does get the job done.
But that's already a lot of damage to be taking very early on, I will say.
Yeah.
Especially into an Aragavi that can deal another 3 straight to the dome.
Yeah, the thing is, like, this aggression doesn't stop, right? And, like, you know, the more it continues, the more it also, you know, gets close to that Odin lethal. That is, of course, slowly approaching here.
Rulin Valneric, too, of course, is 8 damage with a super.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you don't see the Norm and you don't see the Sage Lights, things are going to get a little dicey.
Oof, server.
This is an Aragavi 100%. 100%.
The whole squad is just coming together.
I would even just play the Skeletons here. Make it awkward. Let's go.
Right.
There it is.
It gives them trade targets for the onion patches, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's more than 1, and therefore you're kind of asking them to, again, have a way to clear 2 targets at the same time. And Grey will get that done, but it will require a evolve point. And it's also not exactly the cleanest of trades, as you're going to be forced to give up the summoning here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's real Sophie's choice either way, right? Like, if Rune is forced to clear, that means they're not healing most of the time. Sage Light has those 2 modes separated for a reason, eh? So, like, if you're presenting these hard questions and preventing them from healing from your aggression, that's a win for you anyway.
Yeah, right. Alright, which one is it going to be? The summoning or the Anangrea?
There's actually a case to be made that you just leave the summoning up.
Yeah. The ward does stop the storm damage, but next turn is also typically not the turn where you do your storm damage anyway, right?
No, that's true. That's true, but you have to be careful because there's always the opportunity for Mummy Serpent's Rage.
True. I mean, Mummy only needs 4 shadows, so actually was in that range technically.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out, but it is a bit of a risk. Regardless, having to evolve to clear this is actually a pretty good outcome for Zaneki. And I believe we just slam a Kuon. Kind of have to.
It's a little tough not seeing the Norman here. Or, I mean, not just the Norman, but just Earth Sigils in general. I mean, there's quite a lot of the Earthright cards in this list, but not seeing any of that, not seeing the heals, not seeing the Sage Lights. One of the big strengths of Rune, not showing up right now, but instead going to get to do some good damage. And of course, these 2-dimension climbs going to get a pretty good boost here. Both go down to 6 once everything is cleared here.
I mean, the good news is that, you know, Odin isn't lethal here. It's one-off. The bad news is that Ruthenai Valneric answers this pretty cleanly, but with the Scream Diffusion, of course. But it's actually still a little dicey. You're down to 10 defense here, and another Kuon might bring you down further than that if you're not full clearing, and you're not full clearing here. That paper is going to stay up.
Yeah, the one good thing is that by super evolving here to clear out the Kuon, you do bring them down to 7, so they don't have a heal. They do actually lose Odin.
That's true. That's true. And I don't think Zaneki has enough damage either way to actually kill this turn.
Oh, but the
like
Gilneys...
Yeah, the Gilneys will heal him out of range. Maximum damage output here is 7, right? So I think you have to Gilneys, right?
Yeah, and you also do have the Stormy Blast to take out the 8/8. So then you actually have a pretty safe clear here.
Ooh!
Oh, that's so big. A little late, but definitely better late than never.
That is
actually
massive.
Oh man. Just don't forget that if you the problem is that
if you do this, you
super evolve. Sorry, were you gonna say the same thing?
Yeah, you can't clear this 8/8 now.
Ooh. Oh no.
I think that might have been a mistake.
Oh,
Zaneki's got his head in his hands.
Give me a gentle bite.
That is not enough damage to clear the 8/8.
The facial expression a little bit. Oh,
I think he miscounted how many play points he had.
That is quite unfortunate.
He miscounted how many play points he had. That 8/8 is sticking, which means
you can just go for. I mean, you have quite a few different angles. Odin.
I think Kerberos is the angle.
Yes, Kerberos gives you the buff from herself just coming into play. So of course, the effect is gonna give +2 attack, making this a 10. And then essentially, but the problem is that your Mimi, is actually not going to be able to, it's going to have to be taken out by your opponent. So it depends on if you do cash in the super evolve, you do summon enough to win the game from last word. But then it's not worth to commit it, because if they heal out of that while still taking out the board, then you wasted your last very precious super evolve. So
100%.
Still a really
100%.
interesting checkmate situation.
And that Norman with no Earth sigils means he's just a feeble professor here. Can't do anything about it. No supers for this Kuon. Means that Odin's going to have this wrapped in the bag.
Oh,
unless...
Man, that was really unfortunate.
Unless... No heals. Wait.
I can draw, though.
No heal.
Still 2 more draws.
You got a new... I think you got a new... No, wait! Adam Gray would present 2 wards. What? But you would die to Cerberus.
It doesn't...
Regardless.
Yeah, it's not enough. Cerberus, all it needs is something to attack into in order to have the Mimis deal the 4 damage here. What you need to do is Witch's new Cauldron, and if you don't draw into the heal, I'm afraid it's pretty tough.
He didn't Witches, which means that Cerberus is the lethal here. Oh, even Aragavi is lethal too.
Oh, you're so right. You just get the evolve 3 damage and then just trade into anything, and you got it. That is going to be the way that Otax-chan chooses to even out this set 1-1. And we get to go into a game 3 here and see. It's going to be the Lewis Sword into the Spell Boost Rune for our 3rd game between these two.
I think huge mistake on that Gilneys turn, unfortunately. But, first-time tournament player, the nerves get to you. So I think very human, which is, part of the game. And that's what makes it interesting. I think one way you could have done it was to just Stormy Blast the 8/8, and then Giln take 1 out, Super Vault take the other, and then you set up for the next turn. You heal up you heal up while clearing full board, and then you still have the spell, the Sage Light in your hand, which would have actually mattered because I think the next draw was Norman, so you could have used it to go for the Earth either the Earth Sigil mode or the heal mode at that point, right? So yeah, unfortunate miscalculation there.
Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, when it's your first time in the top cut, of course, you're not just playing in your round where it's just you and your opponent. You've got a whole bunch of people watching you. People can see your expressions and everything, and it's a lot of pressure. So especially, for those of you that have been on stream, been on these, the top 8 features, I'm sure especially like remembering your first time on stream is definitely something that is a bit of a, a bit more of a stressful experience compared to your usual ladder games. But it's also something that, of course, molds you into a better player down the line because it gives you an avenue to look back on your games, look back on the plays you made, and then use that to improve throughout the time.
100%, 100%. I just want to remind everybody to have a little bit of grace here. It's human, and that's actually, I think, what makes it more interesting rather than less interesting anyway. So there you go.
Right.
All right,
Before
really
the
good
AI
start from
overlords
Otax,
start playing Shadowverse instead of us, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Otax had a really great aggressive start here, though. Turn 2 into the Ultras on 3 is exactly what you want to be seeing. And you got 2 Zirconias in hand, which is going to be quite difficult for Zaneki to answer without board clear. Thankfully, he does draw 2 Sage Lights here in case a big board is presented next turn.
Ooh, going for the Tempo Zirconia. I mean, definitely if they don't have the answer, that pays off in spades. Although I do think it's a bit projected from them setting up the Earth Sigils rather than using that for any of its other effects.
True, but I think also it's fine to force it out, right? Because next turn you can build another board of Zirconia anyway, after both Sage Lights are out, in a way.
Yeah. I think it's also not using the Enangrea here and keeping the extra play points for the Norman is also quite nice because this means that you could Sage Lights and then still use a play point to gain an Earth Sigil to feed into the Norman next turn.
It's going to be tough to Norman next turn into a second Zirconia. I think...
Oh, yeah.
It's yeah. If you do the Anangrea here, then you save the Sage Light for another potential Zirconia on the Evolve. Because I don't know about you, but when I see a Zirconia tempoed out, I usually think they have a second one in the back.
Yeah, you
so maybe
the second one's on the play, right?
Yeah, so maybe that's Zaneki's thought process here. Like, okay, there's going to be a second Zirconia. I better save the Sage Light for the next turn.
Or I'm finished.
Or I'm finished, exactly. Referencing a lot of manga panels today. Zaneki saying that he wants the emblem. You can't beat a man you can never beat a person who enjoys themselves.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Dude is just blessed. He's the anime pro tag of the tournament. But we're gonna see Otax really good hand so far. This Zirconia though, as much as we were talking about how good the card is, it's not really suited for the situation that it was presented in. So instead, ooh, this is a big one.
Oh,
the Sincero
50-50
gets diffused. Then evolve, you get a play point back. Oh, you don't even need to evolve.
That's big! Saving the evolve is crazy here, because it means you can potentially use your evolve on an ambushed vault and set up a bigger damage next turn. Or, of course, you still have it in the back for your Zirconia. Nice hits, honestly, from the Congregant bros. Been going to sniper school.
Trained and practiced hits. There was no such thing as a 50-50 there. Sage Lights here. I mean, this can be used for the healing now,
call
right?
for sure.
The other mode.
Call is clean, I think. And then next turn you can Norman.
Yeah, you definitely want to go for the call here, especially with the climb in hand. Since you're running out of ways to spell boost in this current hand, I think it's fine to cash that in case you need to use the climb early.
This is looking a little tough, though. That's a big board.
Yeah,
and this is why I think Loot has a slight advantage, right? Yeah, I think Loot has a slight advantage in this matchup just because of the thing they can do where, you only have so many clears. And, Zaneki is also one of the rare few who are still running William, and it's still causing trouble to clear every board every single time. Like, every turn is a question posed by the sword saying, do you have it? And Zaneki right now is trying to find it. He does get the Anangrea, though. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that one is huge, especially with the Stormy Blast being at 6 here. That takes out the Zirconia, and then everything else kind of just comes down to how you're going to maneuver. I think if you cash in the extra play point for this Anangrea, though, that takes off some of the pressure you would have otherwise had with extra play points, Kuons and whatnot that could be played on turn 9.
Hmm.
Killing these
True.
does get you pretty far in this turn too, but looks like the Anagram is indeed going to be the answer because it is, you know, much cleaner, and especially taking out the 2/3 is very important here because you don't want to let the Luminous Lance Trooper stick around for too long. Giving rush that can then answer Yanagrea is definitely not something you want to see.
For sure. And also, you know, you just want to be clearing their board as much as possible in case they have another third Zirconia. Is always a fear you have in the back of your mind, right? So.
Good little dove should be in bed by now.
Ooh.
Oh. I went into the summoning. Interesting.
Are we gonna super the Quick Blader? Oh, regular Quick Blader. Double trade? Are we leaving the 6/4 up? That's bold. But I understand it.
Not sure what the fuse is currently on Sincero, but if Sincero's at full, putting down to 12 does mean that because the token is going to be generated next turn, that can actually be 12 damage at the ready. So they're forced to heal up here. And if they... Because if they go for the Norman, that means that then the Vals gets to stay up. So that way that gives you the 4 damage coverage. And then the barrier doesn't do anything because Sincero will pop it.
It's kind of a
just heal and pray.
Yeah, it's kind of a checkmate situation, right? Where you put him into the scenario, you clear the vaults, you don't heal, you die. You heal, you don't clear the vaults, you kind of die as well. I think Sincero is currently at 2 fuse, so next turn is possible to layer, pop layer, fuse Sincero, and also get full Sincero plus the Octress spell.
Touch me.
Ooh, I do like this.
Healing
This
5
is
is huge though.
and doing this 8 is also going to help to equalize things a little bit as well.
That's right. Is it going to be the layer Sincero play? I think it is.
I think it's good. You're doing so much damage this turn. With everything involved here, it's basically 16 damage. If that Sincero is going to be at 4 fuses. And so
I believe it is.
Then when you're holding onto tentacles in hand, that basically means that unless they heal beyond the 5, you are going to have lethal in hand here. And there we go. 4. Another 4 from the Super Vault. Deals 1 damage for each different loot card fused to it. 4 and another 4 from the Remnant of Hollowness. And now you're basically forced to do double Norman and hope that that's enough. And the thing is that if you do double Norman, that doesn't actually clear the board. That's the bad part.
Yeah, and like with the climb not boosted enough, you can't make any fancy escape maneuvers here. Homework time has to be at no solution, but you can Witch's New Brew and then climb.
Yeah. We gotta climb and see what that gives us. It's gotta be good. This is do or die for Zaneki here.
Norman came back.
Finds the Kuon.
Wait, that's great!
This looks a lot
Edelweiss Norman!
Ooh.
Edelweiss Norman can both be played this turn. That's a full clear plus 2 heals.
Oh my god, it's literally, quite literally the only form of cards that could have been found to answer this.
That's amazing. That was such a good climb. But unfortunately, it does mean you're out of supers, so you don't have damage either, but you are surviving.
You are surviving. You are delaying things.
You're going to need to make the play fast here, Zaneki. The timer's running out. Make the trades. Make the trades. You're making me nervous. All right, you got it.
Also, remind everyone watching, we did take a look at the deck list earlier, but Edelweiss is a one-of in this list. That one-of just paved the tournament run for Zaneki.
Absolutely. That was a clutch draw, if I've ever seen one. And now, I think Otax might be a little out of gas.
Tentacles in a prayer. This is this Valve needs to stick on this board. Then he can actually heal up again next turn because they're basically just having to build time here. So Foresight probably going to be used first just to try to... Oh, it doesn't actually matter because you're not actually... Even if you draw into something that can be spell boosted, you're not spell boosting this turn.
Is it just Norman for ward into Melvi here?
The one good thing is that because
No.
Norman heals 4, that actually does evade a top deck Albert lethal as well.
Not if you don't clear the Vals, though.
That is true. That is true. The barrier is also good for countering Albert lethal too.
But if the Vals can trade into the barrier, and then the Albert fanfare takes out the rest.
True.
If Otak's top decks Albert, basically it's over, is what I'm trying to say. Let's see if he has it.
You're very much right in that assumption. Let's see here. This is going to be an important draw for Otax. It is not. Zero, though. It's only gonna be
Zero's maximum 7 here. No, maximum 8 damage. Just not enough. Wait. No, it's enough, right? Since Zero... No, you can't. Yeah, you can't. No,
it's
no,
only
no,
one
no.
fuse, so it's only like 1 damage, 1 damage. So it doesn't even like
damage,
clear
1 damage.
everything
Yeah.
either.
It's not enough.
So it's only 7, I think, right? Because you get the 1 from the trading in, and then you get 1/1 from his effect, and then you get the 4 on the board right now. Puts you close, but the problem is that somehow Zaneki's managed to connect this game to the point that if this game lasts 1 more turn, this Kuon wins the game. The tentacles kind of has to be used here potentially, I think, just to heal.
Yeah, that's a really awkward situation to be in. No, but he doesn't have any supers, so Kuon can't connect. But
Oh, you're
But
sorry.
yeah.
You're sorry.
but they don't have the they don't run ignominious samurai anymore, so the 10/10 is gonna be hard to clear regardless.
Ooh,
I think you just play the goblet.
okay.
Yep.
Like, all right, I know you don't have any more storm damage in this list, so we're gonna just sort of let you have this 5, but then let's see what else you can do here. Otax
I think
might have just set up a checkmate.
This might be checkmate. That's second Sincero off the top. Like it's only 2 burn, but that's an 8/9 guy, you know, and that's hard to
That's a big
to
dude.
deal with on the best of days.
You essentially are just sort of praying that you could put down your Kuon and, I mean, pray for the best. But we know that Ravening Tentacles is in that hand. He's just the 2 of in the list. But it's times like this
Is there any out?
where it really feels like it's putting checkmate on the game state.
Is there any out that you could draw into with Nubru? I don't think so. Wait, yeah? No. Sage Light can clear, but it won't heal you. It is Sage Light. Oh man.
The regular one is it gives you the ability to clear out the Sincero.
It's close, but it's no cigar. That Ravening Tentacles is going to go straight to the dome.
Oh, and the Albert picked up on
Albert
top
just,
of everything else. Yeah, I mean,
Great
either
performance
way,
there.
whatever you choose, it's gonna be enough. We're gonna see Otax Chan here take it with the Sword Abyss lineup here. Of course, again, the only player bringing the mid-range Abyss and taking it into the top 4.
Pretty amazing there. I think that game, Zaneki was kind of hanging on by a thread. That climb into Edelweiss Norman saved him for that turn, but Otax kind of kept up the pressure and never stopped there. And when you're not drawing Albert in the mid game when you want to be, eventually you're gonna get him once you've drawn out the game long enough and it worked out in his favor. Very cool play from both new players there. Really cool to see. And now Otax has the unenviable position of having to go up against EMT Sai in the semifinals. But first, we have 2 more quarters here, Chris. Yian versus Essia, and then Keato versus Aritakun. That being said, those will be happening right after a very short break. Just 5 minutes. Stay right here. You want to stay tuned because this is the last qualifier. It's really high stakes. So make sure you're seated, and we'll be back just a bit.
Here, trying to get this climb down as much as possible, but
That's
And this
Silento
is
right
basically-
there.
Yep, Stormy Blast, and then Ryder basically just takes the game here, managing to find the clear. This game, I think the chip damage early, definitely showing to be very important for Rag, kind of always keeping them in the Kokaidas, and then that way the cards you put back into the Kokaidas deck will be of very high quality.
And like you said, maximize the potential really just means slam 3 climbs back to back while playing the Apocalypse deck out.
Well, that's actually it's not enough.
That's amazing.
You do have
no,
to
you
use
just
the
Astros and then you
first.
climb.
You have to climb and see that the climb draws you into something that can do enough damage.
There it is.
And it does indeed.
Demon of Purgatory is going to do the job. What is this? What is this? Hold up. Oh,
Servant Super Evolve. I mean, as long as it gets over the ward, it's enough to do it. And just like that,
I was just worried we're going to get into another snafu, man. I don't want to see any more Reddit threads, okay? That's all. All right, setting up a vessel. Either way, I think right now Sai is in the better position for sure. And a Grimnir and a Wilbert burn! Oh, no!
But yeah, you have to. You have no choice.
You don't have a choice. You have
Not going
to.
in for the draw power, knowing that would also... Oh my goodness.
Can you believe it?
This mirror was so insane.
Can you believe it?
This mirror was so insane. Being able to take it literally to the last card in the deck for Rag was absolute. And then Albert can just win the game next turn, of course.
Yeah, Odin regular evolve. I think the lack of presence on the board in the mid game, like missing Supplicant, missing Vuela, is kind of what decided this match. And you kind of know what's coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. I do appreciate the sportsmanship from both players, letting it play out. You know, there's always that satisfaction for being able to land that lethal. And Albert, just like in set 1 and set 2, is going to go for 12 damage lethal on the turn 9. Oof, server.
This is an Aragavi, 100%, 100%.
The whole squad is just coming together.
I would even just play the Daltons here. Make it awkward. Let's go.
Right.
There it is. But it's actually still a little dicey. You're down to 10 defense here, and another Kuon might bring you down further than that if you're not full clearing, and you're not full clearing here. That paper's gonna stay up.
Yeah, the one good thing is that by super evolving here to clear out the Kuon, you do bring them down to 7, so they don't have a heal. They do actually lose Odin.
That's true. That's true.
And then essentially, but the problem is that your Mimi, is actually not going to be able to, it's going to have to be taken out by your opponent. So it depends on if you do cash in the super. Oh, you're so right. You just get the evolve 3 damage and then just trade into anything and you've got it. That is going to be the way that Otax-chan chooses to even out this set 1-1. And we get to go into a game 3 here and see. It's going
Wrapped in the bag.
Unless. Man, that was really unfortunate.
Unless. No heals. Wait.
I can draw though.
No heal.
Go 2 more draws.
You got a new. I think you got a new. No, wait. Adam Gray would present 2 wards. What? But die as well. I think Sincero is currently at 2 fuse. So next turn is possible to layer, pop layer, fuse Sincero, and also get full Sincero plus the Octress spell.
Touch me.
Ooh, I do like this.
Healing 5 is huge though.
And doing this 8 is also going to help to equalize things a little bit as well. If that Sincero is going to be at 4 fuses. And so
I believe it is.
Then when you're holding onto tentacles in hand, that basically means that unless they heal beyond the 5, you are going to have lethal in hand here. And there we go. 4. Another 4 from the Super Evolve. Deals 1 damage for each different loot card fused to it. 4 and then another 4 from the Remnant of Hollowness. And now you're basically forced to do double. Oh, and the Albert picked up on top of everything else. Yeah, I mean,
great
either
performance
way,
there.
whatever you choose, it's gonna be enough. We're gonna see Otax-chan here take it with the Sword Abyss lineup here. Welcome back, folks, to Qualifier 4 of Shadowverse Open for the Shadowverse World Beyond competitive circuit. Here we have the second half of the top 8 bracket. If you've missed the games, make sure you check out the archive afterwards. But these players are playing for the last 2 slots for the grand finals happening at the end of October in Singapore, which will determine who gets to represent the SVO region in the World Grand Prix. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who is going to be playing in our next top 8 showdown, as we have now locked in our first 2 semifinalists, and now we get to see who of these remaining 4 players will join them. Will it be Yian, who is brand new to Shadowverse, or will it be Team Disastrous Essia, a very well-decorated player across the history of Shadowverse, and also was in top 8 of the first qualifier of the Worlds Beyond SVO?
Yeah, and similar story on the other matchup here. Aritakun from Team Revelation has been playing the game for a very long time. Meanwhile, Keato, also a new face. So, yeah, we're seeing 2 similar stories play out here in the last 2 quarterfinals. Let's dive into it. Gonna be Yian versus Essia first, and they're already in the lobby. Let's just go ahead and take a look at their deck list right away. So first up, Yian is playing Crest Haven, but a very different build. The one of Kakaitis that you sort of lampshaded earlier, one of Salefa as well, and then also playing the Rodeo, which we did see a little bit in the previous qualifier, where you can pull out the Temple of Repose, the Dose of Holiness, and the Tablet to help you not only survive, but also get a little more draw power. Meanwhile, that Spell Boost rune is looking very similar to most lists here, but rather than the Edelweiss running the Flames of Chaos to help clear the board, only 1 Gilnelise and 1 Apprentice Astrologer to help toss away any bricks.
Yeah, the 1 Gilnelise is pretty interesting. I mean, she does help to extend the damage, as we've mentioned time and time again. Gonna be cool to see this crest list. We did see this in a previous SVO qualifier as well, so cool to see that this trend is still keeping up as well. But let's take a look, of course, at Essia's lineup as well. A little bit different from what Yian is bringing here, with the same Crest Haven, but of course the more conventional build, I guess, that we've been seeing throughout the tournament and throughout the previous qualifiers too. And then the Loot Sword list here as well, with the inclusion of Amelia, who's also running the Tablet, that we've seen has been very common in these lists too. And of course, Amelia giving a bit of that extra gas to find pieces, you know, as we saw, was pretty close to happening last game, where the gas was starting to run a little bit low on Otex's side. But we're going to see these 2 players show down in this next top 8 and see who gets to meet Sai and Otex in the semifinals, or potentially in the finals.
That's right. I mean, players are already in the lobby. What do you expect them to queue up with? Maybe just a Spell Boost to Scout? It's got pretty even matchups across the board.
Yep. I mean, knowing the fact that, you know, for Yian, it depends on how confident he is into the Loot matchup, but into Crest, you should be quite favored. And then on Essia's side, could even be the Crest starts, but Loot I wouldn't necessarily discount either. And, you know, knowing Essia, the caliber of the Loot Sword play should also be quite high. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, you know, just how these players are going to play things out in this matchup.
I think Loot's pretty even against both of Yian's decks, right? Meanwhile, the Crest, it can get a little dicey against Spell Boost, as we've seen earlier today.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the end of the day, you got to win with both. So just depends on, as the player, do you want to win the harder uphill battle first or not? And I guess if you queue the Crest first, you have more of a chance to queue the Mirror instead of queuing the unfavorable matchup, right? So I think that might be a factor as well.
Yeah, 100%. So looking forward to seeing the players should be ready. It's time to get into the third
of
our quarterfinals matches, and we're going to be seeing the Crest Haven Mirror.
Now, we saw this a little earlier today as well. Right before the break, we had the Benison, face-off here. Yian looking pretty nice with these permanent crests already kind of secured in hand, but Essia getting the Sanctuary is going to help him get the gas he needs. I don't know. It's anybody's game. Do you think the vastly different builds is going to impact this mirror? I mean, Yian is running the repos, the Rodeo and all of that fancy stuff, and Essia is more straight down the line. What do you think is gonna be the outcome of that difference?
The Ruby is also a very interesting addition in this list, I think, as well, just because it gives you a bit more things to do early game and try to dig. Both, I mean, especially Yian had a pretty conservative mulligan, choosing to hold on to the Grimnir and the Ruby, if I'm not mistaken. So the Grimnir obviously is really nice, like we talked about in the earlier match, where, you know, playing it on 3 is very good, because even if you're going second, it gets to be set up before your Marwyn. But when you don't see Marwyn, that's where I feel like heavier mulligan is not necessarily the worst idea either.
No Marwyn and no Congregant, which are, you know, the other ways to get him. So
yeah,
I kind of agree. I think maybe a more aggressive mulligan would have favored him, especially now he doesn't have the connective tissue. You got the Wilbert, you got the Grimnir, but no Marwyn in hand means you're not going to be dealing that chip.
Let's go connective tissue. If you're an SVO OG, this is like the first time Igni said it on cast. I was like, well, I'm taking that.
Is that something I say often? Maybe I just don't
something that
realize
I've only heard you say, and I was like, that is a good phrase. I'm using that.
I'm flattered. All right, going into turn 4 for Essia here. Yeah, just land the Supplicant, I suppose. Try to stem the bleeding here from the early game Ruby. And then I think it's an obvious Congregant the turn after that. I think the course is written here. Oh, but Yian top decking! The Congregant is massive!
Big. That is
We were
huge.
just talking about it.
Not having the Congregant here, especially going first, like, emphasis on going first. It's like, sometimes it's not even incorrect to play the Congregant first, because it gives you the search, and, you know, even the early damage you're doing is like 1 or 2, so you're not necessarily like missing out on that big of a damage differential here. But having the search engine be online here is very important, especially now that you see Essia also doesn't have the Marwyn. Well, until now.
Yeah, I mean, Yian, the Congregant pulled a Devotee, unfortunately. So instead of playing a Marwyn out here, the Wilbert seems likely. But if Wilbert comes down, Essia has a 50-50 of being able to banish it with the spell coming out of the Marwyn body. This might be an important 50-50, but do you want to stake your tournament run on that?
Yeah,
You have a choice.
It's risky business, but I do think you get a big reward out of it.
If it lands,
Like in the
it's
worst-
the...
I think even if it hits the Ruby, you do have 4 crests, so at the very least you don't have to trade with the Marwyn to take out the Wilbert, and then you do, you know, create 2/4. Like, you make 2/4s, but the problem is because they don't have the Marwyn, there is a world where they might still want to keep passing. Ooh, and it hits the Ruby Chan.
I mean, like you said, I think it's still fine, but definitely not ideal.
What I'm trying to say is they might not want to attack with the 2/4s, basically, because they want to keep searching. Unless they choose to pivot into a more aggressive game plan here.
There's Tablet. That's interesting. But
Ooh.
do you, like, run the Cavalier in to make board space for Rodeo? And then that thins your
This
deck?
Rodeo. This Rodeo just got a little weaker, though. So it's like there's a world where you might even Ruby to put back the tablet or something, so...
Well, he earns 2 tablets now, I think. Let me just double check.
Yeah, I'm also checking as we speak.
Yeah, he does run 2 tablets, so it would be fine.
Okay, then we're good,
He runs 2 of each one. For the situation, I suppose. Because he did draw the 1 dose and 1 tablet, so there you go. Yeah, you can Rodeo and discard the tablet in hand. Get the tablet in the deck. But like you said, if you slam with the Cavalier, you're not searching.
Yeah, you're gonna kind of pivot into this more aggressive game plan. The thing is that because of the fact that you didn't go for the evolve, like you really have to be careful with the evolve points here, because you can't be, you know, losing out on like a potential Marwyn that you could play down the line.
Yeah. Big true. And also, like, you know, if you don't have a super evolve for your Kakaido's turn, that's also making you a little bit of a sitting duck, right? So that does make sense.
This is pretty awkward, by the way.
Yeah, you just kill the Cavalier, but Rodeo stays alive. Oh, wait.
Judgment
Let's do it.
delivered.
This is the Grimnir.
Thank you, Mr. Grimnir, putting in the work. Oh my god. Even after everything, Yian, you can see he's not happy with it, not seeing the Marwyn. It's the namesake of the deck at this point.
Yeah, Marwyn would have been beautiful here, but there's technically still a chance. If that Ruby does the miracle pull.
And it has to be on the Ruby because that's the only way you have enough play points in order to actually like play the banish spell.
Are we gonna see the Ruby half-court shot?
You gotta do it. Shoot your shot, Ruby.
No!
Oh, and they shoots, she scores in the wrong aisle, dude. This is unfortunate.
Own goal.
Own
Yeah.
goal, dude. That's not where we wanted. It's not where we're aiming.
That is tough. Now this 7-9 is just gonna kind of sit uncontested. I mean, you could slam the vessel, but I think you kind of just have to sit. There's the Marwyn. See, yeah, I think you had to sit so that the congregant crest would pop, but that's tough. That is tough.
It's pretty late too. That's the other issue is that luckily Essia has not been doing as much poke damage, but this is also where the Tiger is going to come in a little bit handy in helping, you know, on these turns where you do want to start attacking. That little bit of extra chip is going to be quite useful. Not extra chip, but just ways to control the board here, because Congregant can take out the 2/6, Ruby gets traded by the Tiger, and then essentially you can just send 7 damage to face.
100%. And you can also establish the temple here if you need to.
Yeah.
Is he considering
Guild
Gilnelise to clear the Ruby instead? And then the Tiger can be saved for next turn in response to a board state that they present.
No, I think if you're going to use Gilnelise that turn, you could have thought about maybe buffing your... Because you have the Grimnir, so you would have used it
Yeah,
for...
true. You could have just buffed the Wilbert.
Wilbert. It's okay. The whole
This is
point of the
guaranteed because
Grimnir
of
crest
this
is that
witness?
everyone forgets about it. That's just how it is.
100%. The Dose of Holiness ended up being really useful there. Now you can get rid of the Wilbert. And Devotee is up. That's 5 to face. And 2 Disenchantings drawn as well. It's pretty big for Yian.
Oh, but this gives you an outlet to set up your 5 crests for the Benizen to give the heal 10.
True,
Only
but how are
issue
we
is-
taking care of the 7/7?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you can just Congregant, right? You can just Congregant, Devotee, Benison. That's the
Yeah.
whole turn.
That is your whole turn. You don't get to... I mean, you don't attack because you still get the 1 burn damage in while still clearing out the 0/4. So this comes down to if you're okay with the Devotee, you know, debuffing something that might not be the Devotee here.
I think if you don't Benison here, it's pretty risky. Ooh. Oh wait, maybe you just
the
pop
barrier
the...
gonna be no?
Not even popping the barrier.
I mean, this is it's risky in a sense where you basically don't, because the vessel was on the board to begin with, putting on the vessel and then the shining is only going to equal to 9 damage this turn. So
True.
they are safe from that. So I guess technically the Benizen was actually not necessary in that instance. But if you... Ooh! Draw first gamers. That basically confirmed that the vessel is safe to put down. Otherwise it would be a little bit risky, but... Curious to see now. The Essia side does get the Gilnelise to generate the Sweetness of Veracity.
I think that's really good restraint from Yian, saving the disenchantment until after the Benison's out. You know, yeah, new player, but he's playing very, very well.
Oh, 100%.
Especially against somebody of the caliber of Essia. It's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, now for Essia, it's coming down to, you know, this Benison feels very much necessary, but looks like Supplicant. And then you get the Devotee
Benison.
And Benison just right on the play points to get the heal and still get 5 burn damage on top of that.
Yeah, really great stuff. Do we see a Kikaitis slam? Is it necessary?
Possible.
It's the only awkward thing about Kikaitis slam is that you can't, like, the Astaroths is gonna be a little, like, it's nice to prevent Benison wars, but if you spend your whole turn Astarothsing, you're also at risk of just dying, so.
Yeah, it's like, if you don't have the board already cleared, it's like if the board's already cleared in your Astaroth, then the end of turn ping is gonna just win you the game, but
true, yeah.
when you've got this much stats on board, that's not really going to be the case.
Yeah, and we see another Wilbert in Essia's hand as well for even more stat.
Yep.
I mean, Wilbert has such good synergy with the deck in general.
Oh yeah. I mean, it just, specifically for the mirror, it's like so many stats are constantly on the board that, you know, that's why when you use the Unholy Vessel is so important, because you do have other methods of clearing. That being said, though, time is running low.
This is quite nice. We're going to see the Divine Thunder effect come into play, clearing the Gil Nalise. And then that's 4 to the face.
Also, the last Super Evolve cashed in here, so Essia is the one that gets to use that Grimnir effect one last time this game.
This is really going down to the wire. And 2 very different crest lists, too, which makes it all the more interesting to watch.
Battle of concept.
What would you do if you're Essia here? Do you just, like, clear with the Vessel? No. You could Torrent?
Depends on if you are happy to use that Super Evolve this turn. I think Torrent, if you're happy to use it here, then you probably want a 50-50 to see if it impacts the rest of your plays. But if you're going to still Super Evolve here, then you're kind of forced to attack.
Yeah.
Then that pops the barrier, so
guarantee
you're
it.
actually quite happy with that.
Yeah, I find it very optimal to just land the Super Evolve turn when the barrier's up, because you're going to have to pop it anyway. And you know, now Yian has no supers, so when Essia's amulet pops, it's going to be harder for Yian to deal with. And also, with no supers on Yian's side, Kikaitis looking kind of like a brick right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, we were talking about this earlier in the top 8, where we were talking about the merits and the not so
demerits,
nice sides of Kikaitis, and you know, it's really instances like this where, yeah, it helps, and the most important thing is that it eliminates the risk of losing to deck out. But I think in this game, in this situation, we're not going to see it until we are actually close to deck out.
Could be Congregant plus Sweetness. That way you're saving the Vessel, which is pretty important.
Yeah, then you don't have a
think it
choice
might be
here.
it. Also, spending the sweetness before the barrier becomes a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't give you the full clear, but it also decreases the amount of stats on board enough that, I mean, this barrier is going to be quite annoying. Again, both it's kind of odd to see an instance where both players are barriered up.
I will say, I think it's really interesting that we have a card that grants a keyword to the leader already, very early into the game's lifespan. Wonder if we'll see any more of that. Like getting Ord off for a turn, for example, could also be pretty cool as a concept.
Yeah, and things like that. Free Super Evolve also in, Infinity Evolve was a big surprise as well. So they're definitely, some of the design is definitely things that Shadowverse players from the past would be happy to see them do. And, for people getting into the game for the first time, well, it's like, well, it's the first time you experience it anyway, right? So it's always going to have that exciting factor to it. But I'm excited to see is Essia. I mean, again, keep in mind this is the first game of their top 8, right? But especially when it's a Haven Mirror, I feel like whoever's going to take this first one is definitely going to be in the driver's seat.
Oh, for sure. And especially if Yian wins, that means his spell boost is going to be up against Essia's crest, which is a pretty good place to be. But yeah, Kakaida slammed. Interesting. Silent Rider!
I'm
Do you
wondering
pop the
when.
disenchantment now.
Yeah, when are you going to actually
It's
cash this in? Because I feel like this is the time to do it, because that burn damage puts you into the lethal range.
And it's exactly 1 damage to pop the barrier and no more than that, which is exactly what you want.
Yep. Looks pretty good.
With Tablet established and Silent Rider, you get 2 draws into the Apocalypse deck every turn as well.
Absolutely. Silent Rider here can get shut down by Wilbert. But then
That's true.
I'm wondering how much Essia is willing to play with that chance. The problem is that in order to actually, I mean, technically, Veracity end of turn pass does handle the Kokaitis himself. He's gonna go for the more explosive option here, but that does whittle down how much you can answer later.
Servant is fascinating. Only 2 cards in Essia's hand, and Servant's a lot of stat to soak up that crest damage.
Oh yeah, we cannot forget that. The crest damage is, of course, what really does swing this mirror match.
Demon. Cleanest way to clear the Wilbert. I think the Servant goes down this turn 100%. Especially after seeing Vessel popped last turn, right?
Oh yeah.
But then what do you do with the rest? Demon's going to put Wilbert down to 2.
You have crest to handle the rest, but then you do get more things popping out in exchange.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. You only have 3 crests too, so you wouldn't be able to kill one of the Cavaliers.
Yeah, that plus the fact that Disenchantment doesn't proc either this thing.
Ah, I see. Supplicant. Just to put a ward up that doesn't get taken down easily. But now, that 13/13 is going to be soaking up crest damage like nobody's business, with no Vessel in the way, and no Congregant in the way either. The Kakaitis might be the difference maker.
Because Gilnley's... It's like it can go into the 9/6 here to allow the crest to actually do enough damage to take it out, but... Ooh, you would have liked that ward to hit the Gilnley's there. Triple ward would have at least have given you prayer, but I'm afraid even that's not enough. We do have a way here to...
I believe that's curtains,
you can play
right?
Silent Rider and then
It's
use
just enchantment.
your Blinding Faith to just clear.
Well, Blinding Faith would only do 3, right? Oh no, but you just
But
trade.
that's fine, because you just trade over it.
Yeah, that's right.
You trade over
And the
it.
Silent Rider takes it. Great position for Yian to be in. Spell boost against both Crest and Loot coming in the next match of this set. And in the end, the Kakaitis ended up being a huge difference maker. That Rodeo list is incredibly interesting. Who would have thunk that the set 1 legendary that everybody thought was kind of a flunk ended up being so impactful in one of the most prevalent mirrors in the set?
Yeah, that was... Really goes to show, like, it almost feels like it's built for the mirror in a sense, and it really came to shine specifically in that last game. So curious to see now both players. I mean, right now it's going to be Yian's spell boost going to be going into either the Haven or the Sword here. Yian is just one win away from the semifinal spot for Essia. Got top 8 already in one of the first ever qualifier of Worlds Beyond. Now, trying to improve that record. At the very least, make it to top 4. But Yian is standing in his way with only one win remaining of actually getting the top 4 slot himself.
It has to be the Sword, right? The Crest is sort of disadvantaged, and you want to be putting Yian through his paces, get that decision fatigue built up so that you can potentially take an unfavorable matchup. So yeah, I totally understand the loot being played here. Not a super aggressive hand, I suppose. Would like to see Quick Blader in this matchup for sure. I didn't get it.
Yeah, definitely have to be on the one pushing the aggression. No Zirconia either going second. Something you do want to pick up as fast as possible, but the tablet opening is going to be quite interesting to see.
Freaking slow blader, man. Where he's not showing up to work. We do get the Zirconia at least.
That part's very important. And this also means that now you can turn 2 Luminous, turn 3 Octress, and then depending on what sticks and what doesn't, Zirconia can actually have a very big showing here.
Is it fine to just extra play point Octress now, right? Because you have the Vaults for the turn after anyway, and then you have the Zirconia for the turn after that.
Yeah, I think that is valid. That maximizes your damage potential too if they don't have a pinpoint removal in this hand, which we do know the Stormy Blast technically is actually not enough. So would have to homework time, and then Octress gets to live, and only then the Stormy Blast take it out.
Of course, we as casters have perfect information, so still a very understandable line of play here. But this wide board is actually still annoying for Yian to take out. Flames of Chaos not boosted at all. That's going to be an important tool later, but not right now.
Yep. It's pretty good positioning here for Essia for the time being.
I kind of think you have to homework time,
might
right?
Just be best bet, honestly. Try to draw into something that can help you answer next turn.
I'm sounding a lot like Subway takes recently, saying 100% agree whenever something happens. Okay, the Gilnelise is an interesting one. I wonder if the rationale here is to Gilnelise now, scare the Sword into like spending some resources to remove it, and then next turn you can homework time plus Stormy Blast in one turn. To take out an Octress, for example. Yeah.
I shall return what's yours.
Looks like it's gonna pay off.
I think that does make sense. It's a nice bit of foresight there from Yian, predicting a turn 3 Octress, meaning that the homework time plus Stormy is going to be a nice clear against it.
Yeah, leaves the Knight up, but at the very least, that's only 2 damage you're getting from the Zirconia instead of 6.
You gotta hit the 0 face, man. That's rite of passage.
She's gonna stay at full stats too, which is a little bit annoying, given that you're either going, for one of your big 5 play point plays here, and the Enegrea is gonna have to the real deal is gonna have to trade here if you want to get over the 6/6 with the 6/6. That means one of the Knights is gonna stay on board. This would be a very good turn for another Zirconia on Essia's side.
Oh, wouldn't it be though? Oh, no such luck. But, extra play point Valse is really strong as well. That being said, Yian does have the counter unless Essia evolves the Knight here. Let's see if he makes that decision. Essia, of course, guys, this is open deck list, so they do know what each other is playing. Chooses to evolve the Valse, making it even harder for a Flames of Chaos to take it out.
Ooh, Sage Light is also not going to be enough because you don't have enough play points to use both that and also get the extra Earth Sigil.
But you can clear, right? If you use the Demonic Call at 2 play points to take out the Knight, the Flames of Chaos will be able to take out the Valse in the ambush.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Oh, it's not even. Yeah. It's not even necessary to trade the call because of the foresight.
Not all is lost.
Yep. The foresight is a big pickup there.
Wait, I don't
Guess
think
the
he
full
needed to
clear?
trade the demon there because it was 7 damage. It was a 7 boosted chaos, right? So I don't think the demon trade.
Ah,
needed to happen.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
Little dove should be in
you have to keep in mind again that Yian is not just new to, competitive Shadowverse, but is new to Shadowverse in general. I do ask folks watching to also, not forget that there's a lot of new blood in the game. Everyone is, getting their first showings, and sometimes it's like that. You see the timer ticking down, you start to get nervous. I mean, everyone's experienced it, right? Where it's like that you spend a bunch of the turn's time trying to make a decision, and suddenly it starts ticking down, and you attack with something that maybe you didn't necessarily need to, but it's still,
Maybe, yeah.
it's part of the humanity
But I mean,
of the
this
tournament.
I think Essia went just full send last turn, not even hesitating to just super another ambush Vals. I mean, there's only 1 Flames of Chaos in the entire list, no? Let me just take a look here.
Yes, I'm
And
pretty
if that's
sure
the
that
case-
is indeed the case.
Yeah, if that's
Yep,
the
it's
case,
just the
seeing
one.
it used there means that this ambush is pretty safe.
This barrier should be quite annoying without a Sincere, which we know there isn't.
Unless, no. No such luck. We do get a second Tentacles. That's not what you want to be seeing at this stage in the game. Very awkward
there's
turn here for
no-
Essia.
Ooh, there's no clean way to handle this.
What would even be the best draw to deal with this? Like, do you have to tablet to find something?
Even if you do tablet, I think Congregant is what you really want, because that would give you the pop on the barriers. That would also give you the loots to cycle through. Only issue is that you're 1 evolve point remaining, so you can't really catch that in as easily. Yeah, but that's looking at the list. It feels like that's probably your best bet, no?
I think that's your only option. Because if you don't answer this Norman board, you're chopped, as the kids say. So you kind of have to, no?
Time's running low. Devotee, I mean.
Okay, this can take out at least one of the
Devotee
guys.
with
And then you keep the ambush up. You're taking 10, but you do have double tentacles to stay alive, and the goblet now as well. But if Yian goes for Norman 2 more golems, that's devastating, honestly.
Yeah, that would actually just be a bit too much, because even though you still have the second Albert, you use the extra play point there, so now that's, 1 more turn you have to connect into the Albert that can actually pop the barriers or get rid of the 3 defense golems. And it's looking a little tough for Essia here.
And even if Yian goes for 2 more golems off of a second Norman, even if the Congregant is drawn, that's not enough loots to get rid of all the guys. Okay. Interesting. Looks like it's not going to be Norman double golem.
There's a world where it's golem heal.
Yeah, I can see that. Ooh.
It's Sage Light. This looks like a Sage Light turn.
It's looking like it, yeah. Pretty safe, I would say. And this golem is still very annoying for Essia to clear.
Yeah, just the 1 barrier is enough. Not having the dagger to chuck that in for the barrier pop is very, very strong here. For
Okay,
inside.
interesting. Just dealing damage straight to the dome, but we know that Runecraft has healing, so I wonder if this is going to pay off.
Yeah, and this could be the turn where you actually commit the extra heals. That does mean that, this Vals has been on this board for like 3 turns. It's kind of crazy to think about, especially with the Super Evolve.
You can clear the Vals, though. You just increase your Earth Sigil, right, with the engage, and then use Sage Light. That would mean you don't have a way to do Norman this turn, though.
That also means that you're going to be shutting down your healing. And then, I mean, the barrier is keeping you safe from the Albert, which is very important.
Alternatively, you could Norman for heal and Golem, and then Sage Light for the additional heal. That would put you to 18, 2 barriers on board, and you're pushing 12. That might be the best state. What do we think? I think that might be the way. We got time here. Double heal.
Just
saving the Sage Light. Interesting.
The spark of
Oh, straight to 20.
Ooh.
I see.
No risks taken here. I do like it.
I mean, this is definitely Yian's game to lose. Like, full board, 20 health. I don't think there's anything Essia can do from this position to bring this back.
Oh, this Albert only clearing one thing is also just brutal to see. You do get the full clear. You do get everything off the board. However,
Get
that's
everything
your
off
last
the board,
super
but that
vault.
Kuon.
Yep.
That Kuon's lethal.
One doesn't even need the enhance at this point. It is enough to take it, and Yian is gonna be able to finish with a 2-0 over Team Disastrous Essia, one of the most well-decorated players in the competition here, and take himself to the semi-finals to join Sai and Otax.
I'm really, really impressed by Yian's level of play. Like, both the Crest and the Rune games are really, really good. I think that Crest game impressed me very, very much as well. Just like when he used the resources, when he pivoted to Kikaitis, feels like he has a great understanding of exactly what his decks do. So big congrats to Yian for making it to the semifinals. Hold up, we're still on the screen here. Let me see Chris's beautiful face.
Just a reminder, you can see 48 minutes left to do your Heirs of the Omen Cup final stage. If you haven't done it yet, you can play an aggro deck, I guess, and try to finish it in 50 minutes. Otherwise, it might be tough to get those that 5-win streak.
All right. One moment here. We're working out some kinks.
Yep. And of course, don't forget, for those of you just tuning in, this was the third of the top 8 matches. We still have one more top 8 match between Team Revelations, Aritakun versus Keato. There's going to be another very similar. So we just had Yian versus Essia, someone that's new to the scene versus someone that's been very much around for a very long time. Next match is the exact same story, but will it have the same conclusion? Is what I'm really wondering, right? We're going to see Keato here. You know, I messaged Keato right before, you know, asking him about himself before the tournament started, and he sent me a whole bunch of things, but he said that at the end of the day, you know, he's in this for the fun of it, and just enjoying the game. But like there was one line that really stuck with me. He wrote, "Winning or losing doesn't bother me as long as the game is beautiful," and that's beautiful is definitely the word I like to see. This is
what's
like
the gif
a
of like
spectator's dream. He's here to entertain.
What's the gif of like the guy writing and there's fire coming out of the pen?
Yeah. It's fire, dude. We're about to see some fire gameplay. Let's take a look at the bracket first, though, to see, of course, who we have remaining in this bracket and who is now lined up into the semifinals. So we're going to get that up for you guys just now. So you can see here, Sai, Otax-chan, and Yian already locked into the semis. And the final one, will it be Team Revelations, Aritakun, or will it be Keato? Going to take a look at that right in a moment.
Yeah, once the deck lists are ready, we'll just take a look at the last 2 decks that we have been missing in this tournament. And it's really interesting because one of them is the only forest in this top 8. So really excited to see how that plays out. Oh, we have the deck list right away. Let's take a look. It is indeed Aritakun playing the Roach Forest Craft. No more Tempo, no more Izuria. Okay, stop messing around. All right, we're here with true blue Roach. 3 Bales, as usual. The 1 Gilnelise gives you a little bit of healing option, as well as potentially a little bit more damage. And also 1 Olivia is interesting as well, just to keep the resources topped up. If you guys are unaware of how this deck works, Rhinoceros gains power based on how much combo you have. And if you bounce it back and play it again, suddenly that's an OTK. And it has really good matchups against Spell Boost Rune. So maybe that's why it's doing so well here for Aritakun. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the other deck here, we have once again a Crest Haven. And on Keato, he's playing... Oh, hold up. Switching back and forth. Yes, Crest Haven that we've seen multiple times here. Very, very strong deck that most players are bringing. I think Spell Boost and Crest definitely the competitive favorites, and you've seen it in action. We're not going to go over it again, but yeah, really cool to see the Roach Forest being played in top 8. Excited to watch it. Let's take a look at Keato's deck list now, though. Chris, tell me about it.
All right, so again, another list you're very much used to seeing here in the Spell Boost Rune. Again, very similar concepts here throughout this entire bracket. I guess the second copy of the Edelweiss is a bit of, I wouldn't even say irregularity, but more of, a preference, I suppose, for specific matchups. But this time, it's not mid-range. Actual mode Abyss with the Shamnaha here in the list as well. We saw mode Abyss take it all in the 3rd qualifier. Let's find out if Keato can actually repeat that and take mode Abyss to the finals of this 4th qualifier as well. It's going to be cool to see. Quite a bit of deck variety in this matchup. We have pretty good representation in terms of Forests, as well as Haven, Rune, and Abyss in this top 8 match. So let us know in chat which player you want to see make it to the semifinals. And of course, if any of the players you're rooting for, whether they're your playtesting partners, maybe you've run into them in the lobby tournament, and perhaps you want to see them take it all and face off against each other in the grand finals in October. And again, a reminder that we already have 6 players qualified for the grand finals. But, there's only 8 spots. And so far, we've got Tempest and Cloudy that locked it up in the 1st qualifier. And then, of course, we had Barrick and Flying Goatee in the 2nd qualifier. And then Alejandro and Artify, of course, in the 3rd qualifier. And now it's going to come down to, well, we have 5 names left that will go down to 2. Sai, Otax, Yian, and then either Aritakun or Keato will be the ones fighting for those last 2 spots remaining.
Yeah, I mean, to remind all the players or the people watching at home, the stakes are high. Not only is it a money match, but, the top 2 go to the grand finals. So securing that spot, really, really important here. Give us one moment. The players are just about getting into the lobby. But, I mean, Chris, from these 4 decks, I mean, what are you hoping to see here? Roach Forest, you want to see that make it a deep run? Or is the mode Abyss going to be the one? I feel like Abyss sort of has a protagonist buff on SVO so far, so we'll see if that persists.
Yeah, right. Especially Modibus, I mean, had such a good showing last time around. I'm quite impressed with it. And quite a few of my friends that have been, playing in the Grand Prix and lobby tournaments and stuff have been finding a pretty good time with Modibus into Crest Haven. So we might actually see that matchup come through and then see which way it goes. I personally, from my experience, I do think it's a pretty tough matchup for Crest, but it's definitely not unwinnable. So curious to see how that would play out if it does come to be. But of course, it's going to be cool to see. What would you lead in this case if you're Aritakun between the Roach and the Crest, seeing that you're playing into spell boosted mode?
Yeah, that is tough. I feel like Crest is pretty good against both. So you could lead with that. It's probably your easier one. Well, because Roach is like super favored against spell boost, but against mode, it's a little strange. I think it's very even. It depends on if they can just get like a spam of congregants and Yuzukis up, right? So I think Crest is probably the one that's going to have an easier time against both the decks on balance. But Roach is going to have a super easy time against boost and then even against mode. So I don't know. It's kind of up in the air. All right. Oh, we're back. Hello,
Yeah.
back on camera. Hi.
It's us. Hello again. Players just getting
I'm
ready.
super excited.
So, of course, it's we got to give the players time. We're giving you the show, but they are the stars, right? They are the cast of the show, I guess.
I just
they're
wanted
the
to
ones
say
giving
as
you the
well,
games and entertainment.
100%. And I want to say as well, Aritakun, I know he's a very strong player because one time my local game store had a Worlds Beyond Locals and he was there and I fought him. So it's pretty cool to see him do well in a top 8 as well. Very, very cool. All right. I think both players are now in the lobby. Exciting.
Ooh.
Okay.
You guys don't see it on the actual stream, but we get to see their room client. Aritakun's flare. It's fancy. I'm telling you, man. It's
The flex.
Sometimes the flare gives you the bit of that aura boost, especially if you're playing into like a new player. It's like, all right, just so you know, I've been around the scene for a bit. Here's my cool flare. Champion, right? Aritakun, of course, was first place in the 2022 SVO, and he's also actually one of the leaders of Team Revelation as well. So definitely not someone that's just, an unknown face of old Shadowverse. There's someone that's very much active in the community, leading one of the big teams of the community as well, and also has a big dub to their name, right? So, of course, we have quite a few very well decorated players throughout. As we said, basically like half of this bracket was players that were very active in tournaments in Shadowverse 1, I guess we like to call it. And then the other half has been mostly new players. And of course, the new players have been doing pretty good, I would say, right? I mean, our top of the bracket was like 2 older players versus 2 new players. And then we just saw the new player beat one of our OGs of original Shadowverse. And now we're going to see if that's going to be a repeat or if it's going to be a bit different. And I think, I personally speaking so if you had to choose someone that, just based on deck lineup alone, who do you think would have a better chance into Yian's Crest spell boost in the top 4?
Against Ian's Crest boost?
I think it might be Keato.
I think it might because of the mode. But I think Roach. I think it's the Roach, but I think it's actually quite heads up for Aritakun to bring Roach, just because it tends to do pretty well against boost and Crest. But we'll see if that actually ends up paying off. Finally got into the game here. Apologies for that, guys. Just a little bit of technical difficulties earlier, but now we're finally getting into the match proper. Super excited to see how this turns out. So the boost is going first against the Roach's second. Now, it's actually, I feel like Roach actually prefers going second, right? Because that extra play point often represents an additional 1 or 2 damage on a Roach. So that's something you have to keep in mind about.
100%. As you mentioned multiple times so far, I mean, it's like we've seen so many interesting Force decks in these top 8s in the last couple qualifiers. It's almost wild to see just Roach after all this time.
What's the only new card in there? I mean, he runs Eradicating Arrow, right? But he's also running the Gilnelise, and that's it for new cards.
Yep.
So, other than that, it's True Blue Roach, baby.
It's always funny how it's like Roach is the most easy to build deck, so it's very easy to tell new players like, hey, I mean, doesn't need that many vials, we can just quickly build it. Problem is, for new players, this deck is very complex and very, very
one of the hardest
to play, especially the World Beyond edition of it.
All right, very nice start from Aritakun, though, getting a Godwood Staff on play with no opposition on the opposing board yet, which, if you're not aware, that just gives him persistent draw power throughout the rest of the game, as well as a free bounce once it comes to the Rojo TK turn. So fighting that Godwood Staff early is often the make or break, and I think Aritakun's very happy to have it already on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. For Aritakun here, the combo 3, it's going to require a bit of resources here in this turn. The Lily would also be pretty good for removal, but I'm not really sure if you necessarily need it. The Eradicating Arrow could technically also get...
Well,
I feel like I'm going to keep Eradicating Arrow for something else.
No, you can just fairy... Yeah, you fairy, fencer, fairy, and then Eradicating Arrow, and that would be a clear without spending an evolve. which I think is okay, because then you have Convocation and additional fairies for a Lily to take out Anne and Greya behind the summoning next turn. Eradicating Arrow is worse next turn because Anne and Greya's summoning might just end up tanking the shots, right? So I think Eradicating Arrow is okay here. Being able to take out the Edelweiss plus the fairy trade, and you're at combo 3, so you draw, and then you have Convocation, double fairy, Lily to take out Anne and Greya behind the ward next turn. So I really like this line.
Yep, that's the line they ended up going for. Now we basically just have the Anne and Greya here in order to set up. You can also, again, both players are preserving their evolve points quite conservatively here, as we don't need one for Keato's turn here either. I'm going to be able to really just save that for later. And also, we're talking about saving evolve points for fours, but the Glade there is really one of the most important reasons to save one and end up working out, managing to find it right there off the top.
Yeah, it could have been either the Glade or the Lily this turn, but I think going wide is pretty all right. And then, you might as well just spend the play point for the fairy here, because if you don't use it, you lose it into the next turn. And then now, like you said, you get the draw from Lily and the draw from Godwood, and then next turn you have the Glade to take out any other threat, including a second Anne and Greya or a Norman or what have you. Yeah, it's looking really good for Aritakun here. That being said, Keato does have a boost and a call in hand with an Anne and Greya to be able to... Oh, this is very nice, actually. The Looking Smart and the Demonic Call will be able to clear very nicely. Yep. Or even save the Demonic Call for a coup on turn as well.
Yeah, the fairy is definitely ignorable, especially now that you got 3 damage. You don't need to ignore it, just take out everything, and then the call gets saved. And as you said, I mean, you can save it for the coup on turn. You can, of course, your Dimension Shift has already been, Dimension Climb. I feel like we do this at least once. A cast
flashback
gets, it's already down to 10, so you get to cash it in pretty smoothly on turn 10, given that you get the spell boost 5 next turn if you put down the coup on. And then the Dimension Call would put it down to 3. And then Homework draws into something, gets it down to 0.
Yeah, I mean, now at that point, you just have to find your other coup on or your Kaitis, right? And here's what I mentioned earlier. The Glade pickup is nice because you can take out the second Anne and Greya, and then found the Roach as well. Fantastic. Little worried about lack of Lambent Cairn, though, don't you think?
True, yeah. 0 costs are the bread and butter for this deck, and not seeing it so far is a little bit concerning, but, we've already drawn through almost half the deck here on Aritakun's side. Surely we'll hit it soon, right?
Knock on wood. Don't say that, man.
Surely.
You're raising up a flag that, we can't put back down. Is it just a slam coup on here? I mean, it's not bad. It does get you the boost, but without a secondary win con in hand, like no second coup on, no Kakaitis, I guess I'd be a little hesitant. Of course, you just get it off the top, so ended up not working out. Could have slammed the coup on here without punishment, but you don't know until you know, right?
Yeah, especially because you don't have the extra play point here. I think it's kind of okay to delay it for the next turn, because you do have ways to answer this Glade without necessarily having the coup on. So that way you can save it for a bigger turn next turn here if necessary. Stormy Blast gonna come on.
That's not
down.
enough to kill it. Oh no, I guess you evolved Loop. Gilnelise? That's interesting.
Let's you heal back up to 20 as well, just in case. It's like, thinking as Roach, you can never be too safe with your defense totals.
True.
Still missing the 0 cost though. Where's Lambent?
Yeah, no Lambent's a little tough, and this turn is a little awkward, right? Bale is super expensive. You don't have, with the carbuncles are clogging up your hand because you can't play it without bouncing back the Godwood. So that's not something you want to be doing. Maybe you play the Gilnelise carbuncle just to bounce the Gilnelise.
Yeah, I don't think you need the 3 carbuncles in this hand. 2 is more than enough, and the problem is there's nothing cheap to play. There's the only one cost is the Eradicating Arrow, or your bounce spell, which you definitely don't want to be committing either. If you even had any way to generate, if you had the Fairy Convocation, that could have been a way to maybe make some early chip damage here with the Roach using one of these 3 baby carbuncles, but that wasn't an option either.
And now it's a little awkward. I think unless you spend either the Lily or the Eradicating, you will overdraw. End up spending the Lily, but this is sort of easy pickings for a cool and slam.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty straightforward Kuon too, because I mean, it kind of just comes down to the fact that next turn you get 5 spell boosts here, and then the turn 10, if you just play the Kuon there, that gets your Dimension Climb down to 0, and then it essentially just comes down to what you draw into. Is there a world where maybe Keato was thinking, hey, I keep this Kuon, try to send it back, and then draw into it again to make, you know, one of those unstoppable Kuons of that you play twice in one turn? But that is a very high roll play that I think getting the chip damage in and then using the summoning in order to build into a big Kuon, I think is... Oh, sorry, Demonic Call, not the summoning. To build into a big Kuon is more worth it there. Or not even more worth it, but just more safe.
Yeah, and also with the homework time, like this Kuon is going to help boost that as well into a looking smart for your next turn. 2 roaches in hand.
Lambent Burn, though.
Lambent Burn is tough, but got a pretty nice Olivia plus Gilnally's turn to help take out 3 threats here.
This starving world begs for me. The world is full of splendor.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, just 2. Just 2 threats. But still pretty nice.
Yeah, because you
Go
don't get
back
the
to
buff
full
from evolving in that sense. From Gilnally's usual evolve effect. Eradicating Arrow here.
Ooh.
Very, very key. And picks up a second
Spending
one,
the
too.
arrow, it does clear the board, but spending the extra play point does mean that your damage potential for your roach is more capped now, which might be a problem, depending on how this matchup turns out.
In this matchup, I'm
Edelweiss
curious how much
versus-
because of the addition of the arrow, the barriers from the Norman have actually become a little bit
A
less
lot worse,
effective
yeah.
in this match.
100%, because it's just able to take down the Normans, to cut him down to size, just by reducing defense. That gets through the barrier effect.
Yep.
The tribulation.
Nice hit.
Ooh, good hit.
But if you Norman Super, you're not gonna have it for the Kuo, and I don't think
No,
you
you don't.
can afford
This
to
is
do
gonna be
that.
just a call. I think you can.
Whoa!
It's not actually going in.
Oh, I understand. It's just because the 2 barriers. This is at least some insurance against Roach, and you already saw an Eradicating Arrow played. But we do see another Eradicating Arrow in hand. Unfortunately, that Eradicating Arrow, it's not guaranteed to take out the 2 golems. And this is where I wonder, Aritakun spent a Lily on a previous turn just not to overdraw, but that would have been really key here in order to take out that 8/8, right? So I wonder if that was a point of, to look back on this game. This Garden's Allure is going to have to draw something to deal with that 8/8 now.
What do we see?
That's not Lily.
Third Roach. We appreciate your sentiment, but that's not quite it. This is not going to be answering the board. That's actually a really heads-up play from Keato. I mean, again, you wouldn't, like, when you think about them just getting into the game and the competition, the level of heads-up play is definitely something you wouldn't be expecting. But again, just coming in here and surprising everyone watching. Time is ticking, though, for Aritakun. I don't know.
Does he have time to pull off what he wants to do? Oh, he
No.
couldn't. That
So
is
this is-
tough.
This is 1 damage off, right?
Yeah. That's 18 on board.
So that basically means that Aritakun is confident in...
Yeah, that he can win next turn.
Yes. There's a 0-cost bail. That's the only 0-cost in this hand, too. The May pickup might have been helpful, but even then, It's gonna be tough. I mean, the barrier sticking around is gonna be quite annoying. The only thing is that if you want to take out this board, you're essentially gonna have to. I mean, I don't think this is where the dimension climb is gonna come in, but there is a world where Keato does consider it because that could give specifically pinpoint target spells to take something out here. But no, I'm gonna just go for the safe trade and essentially just pass. And now we
I think that was an incredibly heads. No, I think that was an incredibly heads-up play from Aritakun there, landing two attacks that Keato can't clear. Now, all Aritakun has to do is take out 2 wards that are already weakened, and the Roach is going to be able to lethal. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Carbuncle,
it wouldn't have
super.
mattered if the trade had happened there or not, because the Maid does take it out regardless. Now it's going to be where combo 3, this will go to combo 4.
And then, guys, remember, when you super evolve the Carbuncle, you get 3 play points back, all the way back up to 9. Triple Roach.
Oh, no. Roach coming in for 5. And then we can have essentially a 6 and a 7. And that is going to be exactly 13 on the dot. Aritakun knew exactly that Keato does not have the 1 damage in the arsenal and managed to board lock, specifically surviving on 1, even if everything went to face. And that was just, I mean, masterclass in Roach. I feel like most players that make it this far with Roach usually are some of the best Roach players you can possibly have in the entire region. And Aritakun is showing exactly that.
Insanely heads-up play, right? Like, using Keato's like counterplay against him. Like, you want to make a bunch of wards and try to stall me out, but in the end, you're board locked. You're out of supers. You don't have out of hand damage. Now all I have to do is deal with 2 3/3s, and the Roach has free reign to go to the dome. Really, really cool line of lethal there. All right, now we're gonna see the Crest versus Boost.
Looking back on that game, was that Mei in the hand, or was that drawn off the end of turn combo? I think it was drawn off the end of turn combo, and I think that Mei was really important in that execution, right?
Would it have mattered? One was already
I guess
barrier
technically
down.
the Carbuncle would have cleared it anyway, but
The Carbuncle would be
yeah,
able
I guess
to
it
clear
wouldn't
it.
have mattered.
All right.
Anyway, that was game 1, and Aritakun took it masterfully. Now it's time to see how the Crest Haven is going to work out. So far, this hand looks pretty good. We did have, of course, the Grimnir come down, but the star of the show is still missing.
Yeah, no Mar win. And, you know, overall, this should be a favorable matchup for the Boost because of the inevitability of Kuo and Kakaitis coming down before the amount of burn that Cresthaven can do, especially if you don't get the Marwin early. I think you have to Congregate Evolve here just to try and find him.
Aritakun might also just be happy to potentially tank this matchup, but the problem is that, you know, the mode isn't exactly the easiest matchup either, so it's really important that Aritakun got that first win with the Roach, because, believe it or not, this might be the real test.
Mm-hmm. Are we just going to see a Burgeant here? Burgeant with no boost targets except for Call and Blast is pretty sad. Climb nowhere to be seen at the Mo.
Annengrad does save you the evolve point, I suppose, for this turn, but I do think that in this... there is a world where you do start getting board locked, though. I mean, you do have the Crest, of course, coming from the Devotee that can set things to 0 attack, and then that prevents the Onion Patches from getting taken out. So that's something to think about.
Going into turn 5? Yeah, very slow play. We
Oh,
did get
finally.
the Marwin, though, on Aritakun's side.
Very important timing there. This barrier is going to be annoying.
Yeah, I think it is going to be Norman double Golem, right?
I think it's the most optimal play in this specific matchup, just because of the fact that, I mean, we talked about plenty of times, right? The Vessel is the best form of removal, but you only have 3 copies, and you got to use them carefully. And this turn, you're not wanting to use it. This turn is where you want to set up the Marwyn. That's the whole point of the deck, and that's what you really want to be playing down. Optimally in turn 4, where you don't have to worry about these 7/7s going face. Because now, you're only... The thing is, even if you don't Marwyn here, it's like Wilbert and hope for the best isn't exactly the best alternative, right?
Yeah, it's awkward all the way around for Aritakun right now. I don't think there's anything that answers this cleanly except for Vessel, and we didn't see it off the top there. And you can't even draw into a Sanctuary because you're off of 2 countdown. Yeah, I think Evolve Wilbert Sit is the only line that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about Marwyn missing in action, but all 3 of them decided to show up all at once here.
Yeah, well. If it isn't the triplets.
I wonder how much the Stormy Blast is at in terms of the spell boost count.
It's at least at 4 because of the 2 onions from Burgent. Yeah, it's at 4. So trade onion, it'll be at 5 damage. Wilbert goes down to 2 defense.
I guess Call is technically an option, but it's like you would have liked to have a bit more Earth Sigils here as well, so the Sage Light would be able to.
No, I think you,
clear
yeah,
here.
You have to trade one of the golems, and then now you AoE clear with the yep.
Yeah,
100%.
lose out on some of the healing, but at the same time, in this matchup, you're not as concerned with the healing because the point of the matchup is you just need to last, right?
That is an insane amount of damage.
It's exactly what you want to be doing in this matchup, though.
I mean, this matchup's pretty tough for Crest at the best of times anyway. And then now suddenly this is happening. Now you're like, oh, okay. I see how it is. That Normando, he's got powers, man.
Jean, the fact that she deals damage, she doesn't do, minus defense and stats the way that we see in Forest, does mean that while you do get to clear, it is going to eat the Super Evolve here because you do need Grimnir's effect here to make sure that you finish off every single follower on this board.
That is so funny that another Norman came out right as this is happening. And honestly, it might be the way. You do this, you do Demonic Call. Yeah, or, okay. That makes sense too.
You can technically...
Are we going to see another Norman?
And then Greya can also clear with either Call or Stormy Blast, so you could technically save the Norman. Thing is, you are so close to lethal that... And because they haven't put down the Marwyn yet, they have to spend a turn doing that, which means they cannot generate enough crests in order to make the Benizon not have its drawback.
Oh, I do understand this though, because we've seen multiple times throughout the course of the tournament that you just don't have the out of hand damage. You use all your supers, and you kind of want a Kuon to be able to end the game once it's off the top.
Yeah. So I think preserving is correct.
And you still present the 5/5 here. This is stats to get into the way of any crest damage. Vessel!
Oh,
milled!
that was a big burn.
I don't think it matters at this stage in the game, but yeah, that's insult to injury, man.
It doesn't matter here, but it might matter later. Jean takes care of this board, but the problem is that you still lose to a Kuon off the top.
Of course, Keato doesn't have it, but more turns you let him have, more likely he's going to draw into it, right? That's the problem. Exactly. And if you're too passive, Keato gets the opportunity to Norman for draw as well.
For Aritakun, couldn't hear him thinking, it's like you have no actual way to make enough crests that the healing doesn't have the drawback. Is there a world where you go for it and delay it, because this way you would technically be able to
Get to 5.
I mean, you get to 5, but it's also like you get to clear here with that
Regardless.
combined. Okay. You were at the mercy of a top deck Kuon there, but luckily it didn't happen.
Yeah, that was very close. I think. Do you think Norman for draw? No, because then you have to spend the super anyway to clear the Marwin. Edelweiss?
0-4 is so huge because it denies the Edelweiss to an extent. But the thing is, Edelweiss plus Anangrea does present a lot of stats as well. So even if... Yeah, Edelweiss Anangrea does actually give you the clear here, no?
Yeah, it would. And you can also engage the amulet first so that you have it in the bag for a Norman afterwards. But he's just going to go for it.
Oh, then you wouldn't be able to Anangrea because that would eat up your play point, right? Oh, no, sorry. I guess
No, but
never mind.
Edelweiss recovers too. So, yeah.
I realized
I would
the
have.
moment those words would come up.
I think I would have engaged there, honestly.
Never smart to play when the game's over.
Leaving it up for a next turn Norman.
Tribulations shall continue.
This gets cleared by a Jean. This could be the turning point.
This does get cleared by
Gilneys is
Jean
not
plus
active
Tiger.
next turn either.
Yeah, Jean plus Tiger does take this down. Get you Tiger
Jean
first.
plus Crest takes this down. You can do face damage.
That's true, yeah. So true.
Not the gods have
And now you're no longer at the mercy of a Kuon. That's the most important point. You no longer have to worry about that risk at all. I think you still cash out the Tiger because you present stats and a potential second war. The war doesn't matter as much. I think it's the stats that you wanted more than anything.
Yeah, I think it's curtains here. There's no... Unless he
Aritakun
just-
got this, I think, at this point. And again, as you said, cash, like, the engage there would have been so big because this, you could have gone to 2
Yeah, you could have gone to 2.
Earth Sigils this turn.
Yeah,
Here now you see this huge comeback potential.
Was that really
I
so
think that end game was a little... Oh, he's emoting. Oh, no.
Wait,
Oh, but Gil
wait.
is active, so yeah, that's just it. Wasn't able to heal out of range. Why didn't Aritakun Benison there? Did he not
That's
have the
what I'm
opportunity to?
literally trying to... I feel like there was so many actions in that last turn that I almost want to get like an instant replay of that, like right.
I gotta take a look back. Like, was there a reason why he couldn't play Benison there? I was a little confused. All right, either way, we're going into the final match.
No, I was like, all right, Arita couldn't just Benison's here and we're good. And that's...
It's a game.
Were they not expecting the Gilneys because they thought... Did they think, oh, there's no more super evolve, therefore I'm safe from damage? And didn't Benison there? But
I'm gonna need to look at the
I need
instant
to.
replay, man. I'm not gonna lie.
for those of you watching, I'm sure anyone that's been watching long enough on the SBO knows, but we do stream these at a slight delay, so that, of course, for sportsmanship's sake, to ensure fair play. And so therefore, we're gonna have to wait for the delay to catch up for even us to rewatch that moment. But man, that was a lot to unpack right there.
Yeah, what? Huh? Is basically how.
Yeah,
I'm
dude, I'm
reacting.
literally like Aritakun had that, so I'm just confused. But I mean, hey, Keato, winning or losing doesn't bother him as long as the game is beautiful. And right now, we have a third chance of a beautiful game right here, as Keato has a chance to make it into the semifinals right now.
Double buff Bellringer is wild, especially when you don't have that much other forms of draw. I guess you have the second bell, so it's alright. And then here it's a pretty clean way to clear. If you I was gonna say you could supplicant for the deal 3. I think you still do that, but yeah, the Chaos Cyclone does give you another chance. Now what's really nice, Chris, I almost called you Keith for some reason. I think it's because I was reading Keato on the screen. That is not your name. What I was going to say is it's really heads up for Mode to start including Leia now, because Chaos Cyclone resummoning the Leia or pulling a 2-drop from the deck, either way is a draw engine. So I really like that the
Yes.
inclusion that people have been doing.
Yeah. As long as that hits.
Keith,
I mean,
what do you think?
your 2-drops are mostly pretty good to bring back, right? Because
Mhm.
you're essentially, it's like if you get back your ward, you're pretty happy about that. Shamnaha in certain matchups, especially Haven, can be pretty big because you can steal the Wilbert. So overall, a pretty good resource card.
Tribulations shall continue.
Pretty clean turn there. Advancing mode count to 5 on your Faith, and able to push 6 to the Dome. Kind of an awkward next turn. I guess you could lay a Devious Evolve, but that's really, really aggressive, and I don't know if you want to be spending your Evolves that flagrantly. This is why I was a little worried about spending the Castle for buff instead of draw, because it leads to a few more awkward mid-games, right? But depending on what this Leia pulls, I guess, before I say anything else. Because if this Leia just gets a nice connective piece, then all is well.
There's no salvation for me or anyone.
Ooh, this is an interesting choice, of course. The fact that you don't actually have, clear, and you're just doing damage here while sort of debuffing yourself a little bit. That being said, you do get to play that out pretty risk-free. There is no Odin in this list. This is not getting banished. And that being said,
That's
the
why, man.
Medusa is also being avoided here, too.
This is why mid-range Abyss does run the Odin, but mode doesn't have the space because you need all the modes you can get to get your Faith up, right? That's the entire point.
Yeah. This turn's a little awkward, not gonna lie. You really would have liked to have the Medusa here, but you gotta wait an extra turn for that. And then Achilles does get you the clear, but the 2/4s are gonna come out.
Yeah, that is a little awkward, no? You could evolve the Gilm to just trade.
Trade and heal. Get back up to 20.
Huh. Why? Why not trade the 4-2 there?
This can be punished pretty hard especially because of the fact that the Blinding Faith can full clear here. And then you theoretically could just use this turn to push minimum 6 damage.
For me or anyone.
That's a little curious. I wonder what was the rationale behind that. Either way, though, another Wilbert's coming out, an even bigger threat. But this time, it is able to get taken out by a Medusa. But yeah, that's just even more guys.
Yep. Medusa here, though, is not as strong as it was last turn because it's going to be a total of 5 targets this turn that you would want to attack into.
Would have only been 4
you're gonna
targets
have
if
to
the
go down the priority
Gillies
list.
traded, right? Into the 4-2 the other
Yep.
turn. I don't know about that, man.
Yeah. Devotee is being moused over, but it's only going to take out 2 of the relatively manageable targets. I think Medusa here is definitely the best because it's the only answer into Wilbert just straight up deleted.
Okay, cleared the board pretty nicely, and a Cerberus is in the future.
Congregant here is very nice. I think you get your 4th crest. You're still missing the 5th, though, and that's how Congregant is going to help you. It's going to find the connective tissue.
Oh, he's doing it.
Into that.
He said it.
He's doing it.
He said the words. He said apparently my catchphrase I didn't know I've been saying.
It's the maybe not as much of a trademark as the Igni difference, but pretty good, man. I'm a fan of the connective tissue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh,
I
Burns
didn't
on
realize
super
how
on that,
often I've
though.
been saying it. Yeah, that's the last super, but it does get the Devotee. That is the 5th crest, as you said, meaning that Benison is now active without drawback, but I think this is a pretty easy Serb for Keato here. It's a full clear. You deal 7 damage. What's not to like?
The fact that the modes have been pretty slow is what's not to like.
That is true. You're only at 5 modes here, meaning your Gin Yuzu is not going to be full power.
That being said, you're not expecting Aritakun to put down too big of a board next turn either, so I think it is fine to try to make a difference here with this Cerberus.
Interesting.
Lust is beneath me.
Yeah, Cerberus would have been full clear and it would have been a lot of damage as well, but gonna go for a double Devotee into... Ooh, I guess Lesser Mummy for the trade, and this will also get buffed, and I guess... Alright, we're trying to choose... Actually, just basically going, okay, I've been way too far behind on my mode count. We need to get this thing to 10 somehow.
I mean, you can get it to 10 next turn with the Supplicant, but you have to spend your last super, and that's pretty tough.
We're not doing that. Let's be real.
I wonder if you do, though, because the Gin Yuzu does present a lot of board, no? That's only really cleared... Oh, no, it would be cleared by Blinding Faith, though.
No. In this matchup, I think it becomes... The problem is that Haven doesn't care about Gin Yuzu as much as other matchups, because...
For sure.
You have the option of Blinding Faith, and with Blinding Faith together with any other form of, like, targeted removal, you're usually fine. So I'm just looking at this specific list. It's like, you can do Congregant, get rid of Gin Yuzu, Blinding Faith, all the foxes.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't like it as much. I think it's fine to not necessarily aggress into the 10 count as much, and I think Cerberus would have actually made a bigger impact potentially, but that's just from my experience of playing this matchup.
Oh, and it gets the Mummy, unfortunately. Would have liked to see Leia there, I think.
Penance will save you.
Blinding Faith. Yep. Go for the Torrent. That's a lot of damage. That's 9 to the dome.
Yep, gonna cash it in, heal back up.
You've got to get Yuzu, but I don't think it's going to do anything.
Yeah, you essentially can use you heal back up a little bit, which does help to sustain to a certain extent, but it is only a heal of 4 with a deck that's been bursting down as much as you see here. So...
Oh, and the Blinding Faith off the top, too.
These Blinding Faiths are huge. I think this turn is pretty safe to commit the Vessel. Vessel Gilneles will set them down to 6, and then you basically force them, even if they go down to 6, I guess you don't have a second... No, you actually have the other... You have the form of removal I literally just mentioned with Congregants and Blinding Faith here as well. So you can do that first this turn, and then just chip this turn. Then if they go for another Gin Yuzu, then you can go for the Vessel, chip some more, and then that way they go down to 5, and then now your Gilneles plus chip has even more pressure. You can just play the long game here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty chopped for the mode.
I do think it's kind of almost poetic how there was that turn where you choose whether you're gonna go for advancing your modes or you're gonna go for the Cerberus. And I feel like choosing the Cerberus mode might have been more advantageous in the long run in that instance, but
might have just been.
See Scream Diffusion coming in.
We know that a Vessel takes care of this.
Most importantly, but this is essentially trying to bait out the Unholy Vessel, but the Jean answers it.
The Jean off the top is kind of crazy. And you could sink your Benison now, because you're going to lose the Congregant crest. So yeah, good to sink the Benison now, and then just Jean. And just sit. It's Keato. It's on Keato to find a way out of this position. It's not on Aritakun to, panic or do anything, really. So it's tough.
No,
yeah, and the Vessel is just going to handle this entire game now.
This only heals 4. This only heals 4, and all you have to do, Aritakun, is play the Gilneles, and that's going to be yet another game where Gilneles...
Yeah, Gilneles is lethal here, right?
Yes.
Why is he hovering over Vessel? Oh, no.
Uh-oh, well, I've seen this before.
Oh, wait, no, it's lethal anyway. He's got Supplicant. He's got Supplicant. I didn't see that. I was
the crest.
looking through the PNGs. He's got the supplicants, all good. All
Let go of
right,
the
that
print screen
wraps the
button.
last quarters.
Let go of the screenshot button.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the last quarters, everybody, and that means we have all of the semifinalists. Let's take a look at the bracket. Up next, it's going to be EMT Sai versus Otax Chan. Once again, a new player versus a veteran. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, Yian versus Aritakun from Team Revelation. A new person versus a veteran. Very interesting. That's going to be super hype. And remember, this next set of semifinals is probably the most important round of the tournament, because if you make it to top 2, you qualify for the grand finals. So this is the one that I think matters the most out of any of the sets in this tournament. So you definitely want to still be here. We'll be taking a short break, but in just 5 minutes, we're back with more Shadowverse action. Don't go anywhere. Incredibly impressive.
Yeah, now for Essia, it's coming down to, you know, this Benison feels very much necessary, but looks like Supplicant, and then you get the Devotee
Benison.
and Benison just right on the play points to get the heal and still get...
You only have 3 crests too, so you wouldn't be able to kill one of the Cavaliers.
Yeah, that plus the fact that Disenchantment doesn't proc either this time.
Ah, I see. Supplicant. Just to put a ward up that doesn't
That's not enough. We do have a way here to...
I believe that's
You
curtains,
can play
right?
Silent Rider and then
It's
use
just enchantment.
your Blinding Faith to just clear.
Well, Blinding Faith would only do 3, right? Oh no, but you just
But
trade.
that's fine, because you just trade over it.
Yeah, that's right.
You trade over
And the
it.
Silent Rider takes it. Great position for Yian.
was- There's a world where it's Golem heal.
Yeah, I can see that. Ooh.
This Sage Light, this looks like a Sage Light turn.
It's looking like it, yeah.
Yep.
That Kuon's lethal.
One doesn't even need the enhance at this point. It is enough to take it, and Yian is gonna be able to finish with a 2-0 over Team Disaster's Essia, one of the most well-decorated players in the competition here, and take himself to the semi-finals to join Sai and Otax.
Does he have time to pull off what he wants to do? Oh, he couldn't. That
So
is
this is
tough.
This is 1 damage. Yep. that 3
Carbuncle,
damage. It wouldn't have
super.
mattered if the trade had happened there or not, because the maid does take it out regardless. Now it's going to be where combo 3, this will go to combo 4.
And then, guys, remember, when you super evolve the Carbuncle, you get 3 play points back, all the way back up to 9. Triple Roach.
The
Oh, no.
first Roach coming in for 5, and then we can have essentially a 6 and a 7, and that is going to be exactly 13 on the dot. Aritakun knew exactly that Keato does not have the 1 damage in the arm. I guess Call is technically an option, but it's like you would have liked to have a bit more Earth Sigils here as well, so the Sage Light would be able to...
No, I think you,
clear
yeah,
here.
you have to trade one of the golems, and then now you AoE clear with the, yep,
Yeah.
100%.
Lose out on some of the healing, but at the same time, in this matchup, you're not as concerned with the healing, because the point of the matchup is you just need to last, right?
That is an insane.
Faith can full clear here, and then
Yeah.
you theoretically could just use this turn to push minimum 6 damage.
For me or anyone.
That's a little curious. I wonder what was the rationale behind that.
Hmm.
Either way, though, another Wilbert's coming out, an even bigger threat. But this time, it is able to get taken out by a Medusa.
Go for advancing your modes, or you're going to go for the Cerberus. And I feel like choosing the Cerberus mode might have been more advantageous in the long run in that instance. But
Might have just
we
been.
see Scream Diffusion coming in.
We
Try to
know
push
that
the
a
damage
vessel
and
takes
present
care of
stats
this.
most importantly, but
The Jean off the top is kind of crazy. And you could sync your Benison now, because you're going to lose the Congregant crest. So yeah, good to sync the Benison now, and then just Jean. And just sit. It's
Yep.
Keato. It's on Keato to find a way.
Literally,
Why is he hovering
the
over
spell-
Vessel? Oh no.
Uh-oh, well, I've seen this before.
Oh wait, no, it's
Seen
funny,
this
man. He's got
before.
supplicant. He's got
But
supplicant.
it's
He's got
enough
supplicant. I
because,
didn't
of
see that. I
course,
didn't see
the
that.
fire damage
I
from
was
the crest.
looking through the PNGs.
Yuji presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yuji, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Qualifier 4. To remind everybody of the stakes that are happening today, this is the final qualifier that leads you to the SVO Grand Finals in October in Singapore, and the matches we're about to watch are the most important rounds of the day because this is the semifinals match that decides who gets into the top two, and conversely, who gets to go to the SVO Grand Finals that I just talked about. So, yeah, really excited to see how these ones play out. Chris, how you feeling going into this?
Looking good. I was just checking. Mark the dates, everyone. Your end of October. We have already, as I said before, 6 players that are locked in. And between these 4, we're going to lock in 2 last ones. It's going to be between Sai and Otax, as well as Yian and Aritakun. Let's get the bracket up right now so you guys can see who's going to be showing their full power in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond and who gets to actually take it to the next level, because unfortunately between these 4 semifinalists, 2 of them will unfortunately have to wait until the LCQ for their chance to make it into the World Grand Prix, and 2 of them will actually be facing off in Singapore in just a month's time. I was just checking, I think most likely we should be looking at October. This should be the weekend of the 25th, course, where the players are going to be playing. So mark the calendars, whether you're going to be, of course, playing if you're one of the lucky 8 players here, or the 6 so far, or if you're planning to watch, because it's going to be an exciting weekend of action. But let's see who from these 4 players is going to step up into those grand finals. Sai and Otax both had really good looking games in the top side of the bracket, both very close sets in those 2-1s. Yian had a really impressive showing against Essia. I think we're still quite surprised that ended in a 2-0. And then Aritakun versus Keato, lots of up and downs, a whole roller coaster of a set. Now we're going to see if Aritakun has what it takes. Again, as you said, new player versus experienced player that's been around for a bit. But Yian has been already able to defeat one of the kings of Shadowverse and might be able to make it a repeat in that top 4 against Aritakun. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that's going to go down.
100%, yeah, and we're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby now. We're not going to show the full deck list because we already did that during the quarterfinals. If you want to check that out, you can always rewind back on the VOD. But just as a quick overview, or quick recap, I should say, Sai is playing Spell Boost, Rune, and Cresthaven, and Otax is playing Loot Sword and Mid-Range Abyss. So 4 different classes here into this matchup. I'm super fan of Mid-Range Abyss. I think it's a great deck, and I'm glad to see it get some representation here in this top 8. That being said, Sai piloting Rune and Crest, Not going to be an easy wall to overcome. So let's take a look and see who's going to come out on top here. Not only is it a grand finals qualifying spot, but it's also a bunch of money on the line. So obviously both players want to be doing their best here. What do you think they're going to lead into here? So besides Rune or Crest or Otax's Loot and Abyss?
Yeah, this is going to be... I think it's, like you said, the mid-range Abyss has been doing quite well and overall performing pretty well into the format as well. They kind of brought it up in the last matchup where, you know, this list runs Odin, which mode doesn't, and it does give you a pretty big advantage into specifically Haven, being able to get rid of the Wilbert in those tricky timings and give you a bit of that aggressive game plan against Rune where you really need to go fast sometimes. So I wonder, you know, if Otax's lineup here might actually prove to be advantageous.
Give us one moment, guys. The classes on the side are a little skew-whiff, but we'll get that sorted in just a moment. But the first game is going to be Havencraft versus Abysscraft. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. Otax's hand is interesting. Not the most aggressive. You just land the mummy because, you know, it can't get taken out by anything that Haven does early. But the only issue is that if, you know, you just land a Grimnir on 3, you... Actually, if you land Grimnir now, it's also kind of inconvenient for Otax, to be honest. Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of wards in Haven, obviously, which does make it a little awkward to actually get all the clears you want to get. But what's good here is that you do have the Supplicant in hand, right? So next turn, you can just trade the Mino, and then the Supplicant can take out the Grimnir, and then you can at least connect to the Dome, which is really important. Like, the amount of aggression that this deck has is one of its, like, best strengths. Because, and I mentioned this earlier, a bunch of cards are able to clear board without spending Evolve. You can use those Evolves and your bodies in general to be more aggressive, which ends up being really useful. What about Sai's side, though? What do you think?
I think the problem is that here you're basically forced to use the Marwyn, but you're only answering one thing, and you're still going to be eating minimum 4 damage here. I mean, you answer 2 things, but the fact that you're eating 4 damage doesn't change since they have the clear here, right? So yeah, this Mino's really doing a lot of work thanks to that Bane especially.
Yeah, there was some debate early on whether it's better to Mino or Orthrus, but I think Mino is just by far better. You can slam it on 2. It's annoying because it just gives you another skeleton for the next turn. And because of the 4 play point enhance mode, you are able to make plays like this, where you just, once again, clear the board without using an Evolve, and then using your Evolve to go face instead. That's the through line I've been saying this entire time.
Yep. You really get to see the example right then and there. And it's happening again. You know,
see it again.
Ooh, is this a mummy evolve? Yes, it is.
100%. 100%.
Non-stop. Love to see it. I mean, really just shows how powerful this list is in terms of the output. And then you are lining up a Rule 9 Valneric Super Evolve 8 damage Storm next turn, potentially, if there's no wards or heals. I mean, wards are pretty common in this deck, so I'm not counting on it.
Yeah, the Giln is the only play to stop yourself from Oblivion, but the Odin is going to be able to do a huge play here. And, you know, you can't Benison safely. Ooh, interesting. Grimnir plus Gilnelis does put a little bit of a spanner in the works. I think the only play is Scream Diffusion.
Just go wide.
Go wide. Yeah, I mean, you can't. You have to kill the Gilnelis. You can't let him heal again off of that. So
that undoes everything you've done this entire game if you don't. So
exactly right.
Does unfortunately get answered by the Jean next turn with the extra play point though, because like it's Jean plus also 3 damage face.
Bite the tongue.
Kill the heart.
Words are futile. Wail.
Abhor.
Yeah, but this has to be done.
The tribulations continue.
There's no choice. If the Jean does come out here, you'd at least have the Cerberus to counter the Jean. which is totally fine, I think.
Doesn't necessarily have to be played here either. It's like you can do Congregant plus the Banish, and then that still gives you extra play point to set up the Serene Sanctuary that can connect you into more parts down the line.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that might just be the case here.
Continue.
Or
Yeah,
you
this
just
is
let the
just-
damage rock.
Yeah, sorry. You even need the Banish, yeah.
Cerberus is not looking super hot here, honestly.
Thing is, though, you could technically set up the Cerberus, just get her Super Evolve trade in, and then but then the problem is you don't get your, because the damage from the Coco, it has to go in first, of course. Sorry, not the Coco, the Mimi, because it becomes
Right.
4. That it's traded off, and then the Cerberus is actually quite lame. Yeah, so I guess you Odin without evolving here.
That's sort of what I'm going for, in my mind. I think the Olivia is too risky. It's Odin or Cerberus for sure.
You'd want to save Olivia for a wider board here. I feel like it might just be the
Do you
Odin.
Do you have to super Cerb? Just play Cerb and trade the
Just
Mimi.
yeah, just play Serb without supering, right?
Yeah. I think that's the line.
It leaves enough
Oh!
stuff on the board where it does have a threat, but going for the super, essentially, setting up another 4 damage here, setting them down to 7, which, if they go down to 7 without healing, is Odin range.
That is true. That is true. And the Benison is still not risk-free here. And it probably won't be for a little bit.
The answer to this situation is... there's multiple, but one of them is Vessel Extra Play Point Supplicant. Puts you to 12. And then even with the 4, you go down to 8. So that's safe from Odin, technically.
Yeah. That might be the run. But then, what's stopping Otax from doing another Cerberus the turn after?
Exactly, right?
Then that'll deal 7 to you. You're down to 1.
Still your heart.
Whoa, interesting.
Oh, you proc
This
and
does full clear.
Yep.
While healing to that is the most amount of heal while clearing, so heads up play from Sai there.
Yeah. That actually does maximize on the survivability here. I think it doesn't change that this is going to be an Odin turn, but it did delay things for Sai for at least another turn here. That being said, I think the defense differential is still quite wide, and you just need... Oh, the Wilbert there is huge, but without the evolve, you don't get the crest. You just need a 5th crest for the heal here.
Yeah, that's the issue.
We're not seeing
No
it.
evolve for Willy means that the Benison is still going to have the negative downside.
Just forget the Benison. I think disenchantment twice is likely.
Yeah, that
gonna
might be the run.
play here.
Soldier. Not quite right. It's looking a little awkward for Otax here.
The 9 defense
Starting
is
to run out of gas.
starting to get into danger territory, I think, and you don't want to be there.
That being said, the zombies are kind of annoying to take out. You'd have to commit both the Vessel and the Blinding Faith, I think, to full clear.
Yeah. Ooh, allows the
Does heal.
zombies to stay up. This does give
Yeah,
you...
not
Oh,
bad,
no, but the
actually.
4th... Yep. Perfect. But that was
Yeah.
the only thing you could draw into. That was quite risky, because I would have left one
That
of the
was
zombies
risky.
up and it could have been buffed by the Cerberus.
If it wasn't Devotee, that was actually pretty risky. Ooh, the
Yeah.
Congregant is a huge pickup here, though. That's like
especially
a
with the
bajillion
Super Bowl
stats.
Would you like to be a Spider-Man?
We will be
be bound.
And go to entwine.
My final rest.
Like if Sai doesn't clear all congregants here, the second congregant's gonna come down and make a massive board. Obviously, I think you have to clear all anyway, at risk of serve. But yeah, Vessel is just fine, or just like Jean is also fine here.
I think Jean. Vessel would allow you to play down the Gilnelis for the turn.
Yeah,
But I think
that's the sort of the consideration I was thinking.
Otax
It's starting to
still
look
has to go
dicey for
very
Otax.
wide. They still have to go very wide. The problem is that you are currently, like, if you don't go wide enough, Gilnelis plus Crest just wins the game here.
This is honestly looking kind of dicey for Otax here. Sai was able to get back up to 20 without using the Benison.
That's
All that
crazy.
early game aggression completely negated.
Yeah, this is... It really feels like a lot of decks going into Haven, they have a window by when they can win, but once you pass that window, it's pretty tough.
100% agree, yeah. That is a great way to put it. The window.
This is a big source of heal we're cashing into, but it's also the last Super Evolve
Give me a gentle
to heal 7. That'll
And you can
definitely
supplicant
help
to heal another
delay
2, right?
Yeah,
The fruits of our labors.
the 16 does help to delay things, but the board clear, there's still plenty of.
2 vessels in hand. And a Blinding Faith.
Congregant Blinding
Whatever
Faith
Otax
will
Chen.
take care of this too.
Mm-hmm.
Or the lion, the tiger plus Blinding Faith is also fine.
That wouldn't deal the burn, though. I think you want to get that damage in, right? So yeah, I think it
Yeah,
is
it also
Congregant
would-
Fit, yeah.
Either that, or you can actually, what you could do is you put down the vessel. Oh no, you're 1 play point short. Never mind.
Yeah.
Unless you don't mind. I mean, you would only lose 1 burn damage, and I still get 3 to face. And then putting down the vessel does put pressure on whatever Otax could put down next turn.
Yeah, if you just put Vessel plus Blinding Face, you still deal 3 to the dome, right?
And I think that's fine.
Interesting.
Never mind, we're going to the Gimlis.
Olivia into Congregant seems like the play. It's the widest board you can make.
Would you like to be a
And wide it has to be.
We will be bound.
The tribulations continue.
Well, you forced out a Vessel at least, so that's kind of a weight off your shoulders a little bit. And you know that
We're starting
Faith
to
can't
lose.
clear this.
We're also starting to lose out on the crest here, just because of the fact that, you know, most of not getting the Wilbert means that one of your permanent crests is out the entire time, and then Congregant requires the evolve as well. So you're basically left between cycling Devotee and Supplicant essentially for the rest of the game. Or
Yeah, and with
with
I was just gonna say, with only Devotee and Supplicant, that means Benison is never Riskrina, right?
Yep. It's always going to come with the attached risk. And that, I mean, it all comes down to how much more of the survivability Otax can show us. And so far, it's been doing really good because the moment you don't answer one of these boards, Cerberus's potential just goes crazy.
The entwining
Mhm.
must be.
This is a clear, and it's also 3 damage.
burn.
But oh no, we don't get the burn because you attacked. Yeah.
That's right.
And from next turn on, it's only 2 crests remain for Sai. This is still very much anyone's game.
Soiree is interesting. The zombie does make it hard for any crest damage to go to the dome, so I do understand the rationale here. Maybe it's zombie plus sweetness.
think 9 is relatively safe here when they only have 2 crests, and their way of making crests is not exactly the safest right now either.
Yep. Oh, it's not the draws you want to be seeing either, honestly. A little late for Sank. A little late for Pact.
The Gilnelese is appreciated. That's going to give you
True.
the closing power, but you're not going face here.
Yeah, it's only going to clear the Zombo.
That's all you get.
Gravy is also not a great pull, to be honest.
I mean, you've got the Cerberus, but I feel like you really want to keep the Cerberus either for this Ghost or for like a board that sticks. And looks like the Ghost is where we're going to cash it in. Get some damage in here. And see if these stats get to stick around or not.
Well, regardless, even if everything gets cleared, at least he's healing and burning too, right? So it's not the worst. Staying out of range by going back up to 11 here.
Yeah, going back up to 11, still having the Supplicant for a bit more healing. That being said, the resources are far more finite for Otax. It's a bit of a deck size issue here going on, but I do think that the game will come to a conclusion before the deck out becomes an issue for Sai.
It's awkward, right? If you sink the vessel, you have nothing to do and they make another board next turn. But there's no real clean way to clear this without using the vessel right now. With only 2 crests. This is tough.
Yeah, essentially just forced to commit it, but it also means that that level of clearing is starting to run out.
That's pretty massive. That's Aragavi plus Congregant. That's 11 stat on board. While clearing the board. Go for Ward. And then Gravy. Yep. That was a fantastic top deck for Otax. Saw 2 vessels come out.
The Veracity is always a ticking time bomb in this hand as well. And with the Rage of Serpents, that pushes that potential face damage to 8. So as long as 5 damage can stick around on the board, you are very close to lethal here.
And his top decks are pretty good too. Only 1 Grulanai Valneric spent, right? Still got Odin in the deck as well.
Well, you're so right. We've seen so little of Odin in this game that he's easy to forget about, but there's still more potential of pushing damage here. And the wait times, because you burned the vessel last turn, Sai answering this board is starting to get pretty tough. It's like, obviously the Tiger can trade in something. You do have 1 banish in this hand too, but it's that 3rd card that really poses the issue here. Torrent, see what that hits.
Giln. And then it has
2
to be
damage will
Sweetness.
take care of it, yeah.
Wrong hit.
Trying to make this a checkmate situation, but it's not quite
That's
there
another
yet.
Gilnelese. It's another Gilnelese for Otax.
The fruits of our labors.
What's next? Sweetness. Down to 8.
Okay,
This is
got the
lethal.
Supplicant, but
There's no salvation for me.
this is lethal with Gilnelese plus Rage. But the
But the
Supplicant
one
puts him out
heal-
of lethal range by 1!
It's 1 off. Rule 9 Valneric is not enough. This is that 1 heal. Once again, the Supplicant actually life-saving.
Bite the tongue.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about, right? But Scream Diffusion's gonna do some work here, honestly.
Birds die.
You can Gilnelese here to buff it to take out the Wilbert.
Or you trade the 5/5 into the Wilbert first, and then Gilnelese the Wilbert, and you leave a 5/1 on board, right?
That also works. That actually is better because you present more stats on board for them to worry about or to tank the damage from the crests.
100%.
begs for me.
You just need one more turn.
You just take out.
Yeah,
Oh, the
the crest
Wilbert crest
is
isn't even up, so these Cavaliers are little tiny babies.
They might be little tiny babies, but you're also in 6 defense. 1 damage looks like a lot more than it normally would.
That's true. But did we already see all Guild Unleashes from Sai?
Ooh,
If Sai had a Guild Unleash there, it would have been lethal, right?
Yep.
Did we already see all 3? This game's been going on so long, I don't even remember. I've been stuck here for years.
I want to say yes. Man, for Sai, this is so tough. You can take out the 5-1, but you've only got 3 crests. It's times like this where like Blinding Faith would be really nice right now, but that's also not in the arsenal.
I think you just have to
nice to use, but didn't put it down the previous turn.
Is the Wilbert necessary here? Just like put a body up and hope they don't have Odin?
He might just be. I think Wilbert.
The trials.
I'm starting to think about like Benison here is not
could
gonna
double
be able
Benison.
to come unpunished, so you might as well just cash it in, right?
Yeah. It's like never ever going to be to be available, so you might as well just play it. But leaving up this much board is very dicey. Let's see what the top deck is for Otax. Lesser Mummy, is that enough?
With the 1/2s. Wait. Sweetness Veracity. Mummy could trade in. And then you don't have enough for game here.
No, you don't.
Because you also can't afford just like you have to Vuela to trade away one of the 1/2s, and then the 5/4 can trade into the second 1/2, then you get 5 damage into the face, put them down to 9. You're threatening lethal here.
Here I go.
But it still takes 1 more turn.
My brain just automatically registers Cavaliers as 2/4s, so whenever they come out as 1/2s, I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
right. It's like so rare to see like 1/4s. Oh, sorry, 1/2s, but
Well, here's the
Those
good
are
news. Sai can
true.
play the second Benison without a negative effect because you can't have more than one of the same crest. So I think you just play the Benison now.
Blinding Faith.
That's really good, actually. You get to Benison and Blinding Faith, and then pop the Tiger. That's a full clear, and you'd go down back to 9, but you wouldn't die.
That is true, and that's enough to survive. And that would
I think he has to.
exhaust Otax's resources.
Steal your heart.
I think he has. Oh wait, you can delay the Benison. That's true, but then. Oh, I wonder if that was the right way to do that.
I think that. I think the Blinding Faith was safer.
It's driving me insane.
You do get to save yourself for the time being. 19 is very, very safe. You're basically banking on them running out of gas now. But it all comes down to the top. Aragami! He's so big!
That is huge!
Oh my god, this is... You just need them to take 10 damage. You just need to wait till they take 10 damage.
No, but the Wilbert Faith is huge here. No more gas! Gravy again!
But it's not enough!
But that's not enough! Right? If you
lose
gravy
the
here,
end
they're
of
left with
turn.
two 1/2s?
You lose to the end of turn ping here. The Jean, she seals the deal.
That's crazy! Oh my goodness!
2 cards left in deck. Every single one counted. Oh,
That is insane! I cannot believe that!
Mid-range Abyss can go for that long. It can dance together with Crest Haven for that long. I am not discounting Otax whatsoever. I think this is still anyone's game for the semifinals.
What a match! That was unreal. I think if it wasn't the Jean there, Otax still had a shot.
Medium
But-
rare. Or
Oh man, that was crazy. All right, we're gonna see the mid-range do a run back, but it's up against the spell boost this time. And we're seeing 2 climbs in hand, but no spells to boost with. The Witch's New Brew and the Melby is gonna have the connective tissue though.
Yo, connective tissue mention. That's crazy.
I think you extra play point the. Oh, actually, with no soiree, it's a little riskier, but I think you still extra play point the 2-drop for sure. Because you want to be aggressive in this matchup, 100%.
Not having the blast is pretty big here. This means all these early followers are just basically going unpunished. Still no blast.
It's off the top. No blast.
It's all soup.
It's all. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? All right, trade the Melby, but the Mino's still on board. Just slam the Vuela here for stat, I think. Oh, interesting. Gonna save it as a reactive play.
Is it because Otax is going second? So you want to like Supplicant next turn instead?
I think playing the Vuela there was kind of okay because, you know, they didn't play the Blast last turn, so it's unlikely they have it. But in this way, even if they do clear the Mino, you have 2 Skeletons coming out the next turn anyway, so you present an even bigger board. So either way is fine. Yeah, Supplicant, Evolve Mino face, 100%.
Down to 10 here. Otax putting on the pressure, but we saw something similar last game, although that was Haven. No other class can heal and last longer.
That being said, if Sai finds that Normando, we might be seeing a similar story, but let's see how things play out.
Haven in disguise.
Chris, I think this is leading to the world's fastest Gravy Slam next turn. Let's time it. It's going to be in the milliseconds.
You gotta start counting from the moment that the turn timer turns.
Aragavi? Oh, that makes your choice even easier. Yeah.
Alright, I think that was world's fastest. I think I can do a little faster.
Yeah, you think you could beat him?
I think I can beat him. Maybe not in Shadowverse, but just to play the Aragavi.
All right, Skeleman coming out as well. Ooh, the Burgeon's actually a pretty good response here, but it leaves you with no board, which is a little bit of an issue.
Odin off the top wins this set and takes Otax to a game 3 here.
True. Rule the 9 Valneric too. Well, I guess it wouldn't if they Anangria here, but...
Yeah, it has to be Odin in response to the Anangria.
Oh, the Norman and the Sage Light! The only thing is, does he live this turn?
Uh-oh.
If Sai lives this turn, he can heal a lot back.
The Earth Sigils are primed and ready.
If it's Odin...
What is it?
It's not, it's Dogged 1. Interesting.
Not the storm damage we're looking for right now. Aragavi. The damage here is...
Aragavi's super... No, that's not it.
It's crazy. It doesn't even give you a full clear because the summoning eats too much damage.
That's true. That's
the order in which everything was played out, obviously, huge impact here as well because of the fact that the call was played last, of course. That being said, with the costs, that wouldn't have changed particularly, but the Aragavi is now looking a lot more shaky. But there's nothing really better to do. Like, Olivia is not really it either.
Olivia's too risky. Like, what if you just don't draw something, right? And then now, because Sai lived that turn, didn't see the Odin out of Otax, he's able to heal back all the way to 15, baby.
It's really big. This also gets a full clear because of the looking smart.
Looking smart. While pushing 3 in the face. Pretty crazy.
Alright, can Sai literally show us the same thing again. It was crazy last time, right? It looked so much like it was in Otax's favor, but I managed to make the comeback. Oh my god, even more healing is being picked up with that Kuon. There's two
the cool
dimension climbs
crazy.
under 10 now, too.
Otax is looking in a rough shape. Went from the game in his grasp to suddenly grasping at straws. I mean, this Cerberus does present quite the board, but we know that there's Sage Lights, there's D-Shifts, there's Kuons. It's an embarrassment of riches here on Sai's side. Might have to spend the Celestial to trade. Like, obviously
That
the
does
Demon and the
get you-
Kuon go into the...
Trading Celestial gets you the dimension climb.
That's true, yeah. I think that's correct.
Time is running low, though, if you're going to go for it.
Make a move.
Going in.
Climberoni, let's go. Norman and Call picked up. That's huge.
heals
That's a
are-
full clear and heal 4.
Were we foregoing just for the Sage Light here instead?
Sage Light heal.
Choosing to keep the option maybe of, in case you need to actually evolve the Norman for even, like, more heal in this case, I suppose.
True, yeah. You could heal all the way back up to 20 with this Norman if there's no damage coming in now. And there's no way that Otax has 12 damage with only 8 play points. The maximum output is 8 with Rulinite and Val.
Yeah, this healing...
Dogged one is active.
That's true, but don't have exactly the play points for both.
No, but you could Olivia Dogged one here.
Olivia?
Olivia super. It's Super's Dogged one. 6 to face. Olivia trades the Kuon. That puts Sai down to 5.
5. That is a Rule 9 Valneric range.
And if he can force Sai to use the last super on Norman, that means he doesn't have the end game burst, right?
The only issue is you don't really have... I guess you can go for the other Rule 9 Valneric mode to answer the Norman. Looks like Olivia is going to come on down here. Second
one,
Rule I
yep.
picked up is huge.
That's massive. This Olivia Dogged 1 is massive damage push for Otax. 7 to the dome. And that's a board that has to be answered. 2 Kakitises, that's not what you want to see. He's going to have to Norman for draw in this dire situation. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is... I mean, this actually does give you... I mean, you're off from answering this board, though, as well. I think you can go for the heal to get out of Rule 9 Valneric range. And then... Sage Light... No, you're out of Earth Sigils, huh?
Yeah. It's not clean.
Stormy Blast, I guess, is your last-ditch effort here.
You could still Sage Light for clear, right? It's Earthright 3.
Yeah. Just doesn't feel as good of value.
Interesting. Okay, that does clear. And it saves Sage Light for heal potentially next turn, if necessary. Mummy plus Rule Val is 7, off by 2 here. You could just Congregant for Rush to deal with the Norman, right? And then you just Mummy face.
Rush does take it out. I feel like that has to be the case. Ooh, that's the Storm one. Oh, we are feeling confident here. I think we're pushing in the 7 damage and going, hey.
I actually kind of like this because
Oh
Gilnelise.
my god, this is too much. It's one spell boost off.
Well, no, he can. The problem is that Gilnelise is not like, I know why Otax did that. It's because Gilnelise for burn is not active next turn, right? So
Yeah.
and even if it was, it wouldn't have been lethal. So just push the damage now, even if he heals with Sage Light. It's only 4, putting him up to 6.
Touch me. The tribulations continue.
Are we just gonna see a Kuon for board, and then climb, or
I don't.
interesting?
In this sequencing, you are gonna climb. I thought Kuon would have been the first one to come down, but no, that's not gonna be the case.
The Norman's a
You can
pretty big
actually
pickup.
Yeah, you can actually go for another heal here. This is very, very big while pushing 8 damage. This is starting to line up into a checkmate situation.
Suddenly, it's a huge punish not to answer that 8/8 last turn. It was a risk that Otax took, but it's not paying off now.
That dimension climb was not accounted for, and it's being punished. And now at this point, you don't really have clean ways to take care of this. I mean, Rule and I to just make bodies isn't enough to clear everything. They don't have storm damage, so you can try to take the same gamble again, but you do have to clear something here, and it has to be
Definitely
the
got to
8/8.
clear the 8/8 for sure. But then, how are you following that up, right?
I guess a Congregant can also with the rush clear that out, and then you can Gilnelise to set up the spell. But the problem is that the spell is harder to use with Rule and Valneric
Kill the heart.
the turn after. So that, yeah, Rule and Valneric to try to leave some stats on board here. At this point, you're presenting stats, hoping something sticks.
Dice
and
to
if it can't
Gilnelise.
clear everything, you just win.
This is risky, though. If Sai got it to Gilnelise, right, would have just been lethal.
Yeah.
On that previous turn, I think it would have been safer to just Congregant, get rid of the 8/8, right? And then just, like, Mummy Face or something. Now, it's kind of up to the heart of the cards. Wait, did Sai already use the Gilnelise, perhaps? Might have
I
done.
mean, they played the one Gilnelise 2 turns ago, right?
Yeah. So I guess Otax knows that there's no burn.
Continue.
Does it have to be Kuo and just present the big ward?
Yeah, there's only one Gilnelise in the list. Yeah, so that means that Gilnelise is actually not a factor anymore.
Yeah, that's really a big change. Like, we're seeing people run 2 Kakaiduses, but cutting the second copy of Gilnelise means that you don't have the flexibility to, like, checkmate in situations like this.
Oh, this is still far from over, though. It's crazy
Yeah, this
to
is
see how
Serb.
far this deck can go.
Serb is a clear. Well, it doesn't clear the Kuo, but that's fine.
Yeah, we don't mind the
Just-
3/3 here as much. But for Sai, this is really cutting it close.
This is looking a little scary, yeah. Especially since Otax has a Gilnelise in hand, right?
But the Gilnelise on her own is not enough. So at 8, what can be paired with this to present lethal? I think has to be just
Rage of
taken bit by
Serpents.
bit. Ooh, Edelweiss is a pickup.
Even if Sai full clears, if Otax draws Rage of Serpents, it would be 8 damage, right? With the Gilnelise spell. But
True.
Dimension Climb might still draw into more healing.
Oh, this does give you
Right.
the 2 spell boosts.
The Truth Seeker dons her
Yeah, we just get rid of spells in the hand. Wait, not climbing.
This all comes down to the Rage of Serpents was not found. That might be what makes the difference. This Argavi.
Is it? Aragavi gets rid of the Kuon and the Burgent. And then you
And
can
then-
just run a Ghost into the 1/1.
I'll get you next time.
Or You can also set up Congregant here. One of them trades, the other one stays for stats.
Congregant's great here, yeah.
Is there still one more Cerberus left in that deck? I feel like there is.
Yeah, you run 3x every time.
So the Ghost can technically still get more value.
That's if you even need to worry about that. Oh, suddenly... Kuon Climb.
I think that's the... You lose your Kokaitis Climb, but your deck is only 8 cards anyway, so you're only putting back 2. You're basically drawing through half of what remains.
Oh! No. Yeah. So you do this, and then you set up for Kokaitis Climb next turn, and that's your lethal out.
Ooh, I like it.
Rager Serpents? No, it's not it!
Uh-oh. It's a 3 of in the deck. It's not here where it needs to be at this timing to take Otax to the grand finals. Sai is minutes away from locking in that spot potentially.
He doesn't even have the full clear with this hand. Like, once any of these Celestials... Like, once the Celestial goes down, Kokaitis Climb's an inevitability. And then it's curtains from there.
Yeah.
Rage of Serpents. Not showing up is
Sweetness.
crazy.
Oh, I was going to go for the Congregant here in order to actually get the full clear, but the thing with the full clear is that it gives the climb, and then you're at the mercy of what gets found off the top. With 7 defense, it can basically be just about anything. Here we go.
Yep, Silent Rider.
My Dimension Climb to grand finals here.
Just one rider is all you need.
The Silent Rider. And that is
an insane series. Both games where Otax presented massive threat, but Sai was able to survive just the window of opportunity in order to come back in both cases. An incredible showing.
Yep, like both of those games were so close, neck and neck. Absolutely insane. I want everyone in chat give a round of applause to Otax for absolutely playing out of their mind there. This is their first top 8, and they made it all the way to top 4, 1 game away from making the grand finals. Otax, I want to see them in the last chance qualifier, and I feel like they're going to have a deep run. This was very, very impressive, but Sai, Team EMT Sai, locks in the final spot, but also locks in the grand final slot for end of October right there. That was very impressive.
And what a relief for Sai too, right? Because in a previous qualifier, his max rank was top 8. And now, in the second time he's locked in, finally securing that spot must be breathing a huge sigh of relief, honestly. Like, he's locked in and ready to go to Singapore for the grand finals now, after 2 tries. What a story, honestly.
Yeah. Very, very impressive. Representing the US, of course. Bit of the time zone buff today as well, right? Because, you know, for the US players, it is at a more favorable time. But now we're going to see who gets to meet Sai in the finals between Yian, also from the States, or Aritakun from Singapore.
That's right. And we're going to be heading into that game very, very soon. If you want to see, once again, the deck list, go check out the quarterfinals for the detailed list on all the players. But just as a quick reminder, Yian is playing Crest and Spell Boost Rune, and Aritakun, the only Forest, Roach Forest in top 8, with Crest Haven as well. I think Aritakun's Roach pairs up actually quite well into Yian's lineup, but that being said, even though Yian is a new name, he's been playing out of his mind today, so really excited to see how this semifinals progresses. Whew.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be very, very exciting to see who gets to go to the finals together with Sai here. Of course, both players are still getting ready. It is going to be one of the most important matches of their careers, especially, you know, for Yian. He's new to Shadowverse, so this is definitely one of like the most important games that could determine a very bright future with that grand finals qualification. And then for Aritakun, this is, potential run back after 3 years. Got first place in 2022 in one of the SVOs, and this could be a potential second chance at a first place. And we're going to find out. Let the players get ready, and then we see who is going to take it, who is going to make it up to the finals here. Again, a reminder, Igni already mentioned it, but got very different lineups here. 4 different, is it 4 different decks? Crest, Spell Boost?
3 different decks. Yeah.
3 different decks, yeah. The Crest is overlapping here.
Mm-hmm.
But the Roach is going to be very interesting here because, the new tools that Roach has does give you a bit of an edge in certain matchups, but you would say that Wilbert does pose a threat. I mean, that was like the whole story of like one of our earlier SVOs was where Ward Haven managed to take it because it had a good edge into Roach specifically. So we'll see if that part of the deck actually does end up being relevant or not, or if Roach can find the craziest lethal through any amount of wards and all the burn damage that happens throughout the game.
I also want to mention, even though Crest Haven is overlapping, they're very different lists. So Yian is playing the Rodeo Kakaitis variant, whereas Aritakun is playing the more standard, just Jean as the top end. So we saw that playing out in quarters in Yian's favor. Let's see if he can make that magic happen a second time here. In, once again, one of the more important games of their entire careers, because even though this is only the semifinals, this locks in who is going to go to SVO Grand Finals in October. So the winner of this is guaranteed to go to Singapore next month, and the loser is not. So big stakes, big pressure. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Is it going to be the new blood or the old veteran? The players are in the lobby right now, locking in their list. What do you think they're leading with? I think Aritakun last set led with the Roach. I think he's quite confident with it, so I'm kind of expecting to see it again.
Yeah, I think I'd also see the Roach lead here as well. It's definitely just relieving to get it out the way. First things first as well. On the other side for Yian, I feel like it might be the Crest. I feel like that also has a pretty decent matchup spread, right? It's just a mirror that if you have to do the mirror first things first, that does use up a lot of energy.
Yeah, as predicted, it's Crest versus Roach. We were on the money here today, Chris. What are the Powerball numbers? All right, getting into it. Oh, and there's the Wilbert that might be the all-important card in this matchup. Already seen in the opener. Tossing it away.
Ooh. Rodeo is, interestingly enough, being considered as a keep.
Even though he's such an expensive card, but getting that additional draw value, getting the repos out could be worth. But I don't know. I'm a little shocked to see Wilbert tossed away so easily there.
It's like,
meanwhile,
it does start out your barrier for your leader, but the thing is the barrier can be procced by just, Super Evolve damage.
Super Evolve Carbuncle, right, usually.
Yeah.
A little surprised not to see Aritakun slam extra play point Godwood Staff there. But I guess without a convocation, he doesn't have a good follow-up.
It's like those first 2 turns would have been the ones where you would have liked to be generating fairies, But fortunately, just had to sort of spend a couple turns not doing too much. That being said, for Yian here, there is no Marwyn. Turn 5, Congregant is going to be pretty important, it looks like.
Yeah, crucial, basically. You got to use the Congregant to find the guy. And also, if you Marwyn before Grimnir, that's also potentially a damage on the table. Although I don't think it's super important in this matchup in particular. Aritakun does have the extra play point available for Glade turn 4, though, which is not bad. Puts you to 8 cards in hand, which leads you into, just comboing out the turn after for the Godwood Staff proc. Is that even necessary, though?
Yeah, it does feel like you can sort of just ignore the 1/4 for now until you, have set up a bit more,
Or just Arrow, right? And then this also procs the Godwood for combo 3. And there's a Roach. All right.
Vital pickup. Ooh, speaking of vital pickups, though.
Oh yeah, the Marwyn in hand already means that don't even gotta bother with the Congregant just yet. I wonder if you Congregant first anyway, though, right? Just to like have that crest already up, and then like draw 3 over the course of the next 3 turns. And then also if you Marwyn on turn 6, you get to play it alongside the spell. So
Yeah, do you think generally just setting it up is quite important, just because it keeps your resources flowing, so you don't have to worry about, you know, running out of gas at some point or running out of ways to generate crests, which when you don't have things like the Grimnir or the Wilbur, those are the permanent crests that you often rely on, so the temporary ones might be more important in this game than normal.
now we are going to see the Glade evolve.
Lady Himika.
But the overdraw is going to happen next turn. That being said, not much you could overdraw that would make you feel too bad, right? You already have the Roach in hand, you have a Cairn in hand, you have a Bale in hand. That's all the recipes for a good stew.
Despair will be your salvation. Still your
That was right. No stew in this matchup though, but the 3 damage, it's like,
Ooh, that actually does hurt. That was
Thing is,
the
you
one
are
thing
pretty
that would have
close
made me upset.
yeah, I guess you're getting pretty close to the turns where the Roach starts to become a threat. Problem is that, like, we don't see Carbuncle right now. That would have been a more painful overdraw, I think.
Yeah, true. I wonder if you bounce Cairn. If you bounce Cairn, you get another 0 cost generator, and then you can just arrow to kill the Marwyn and leave up 2 fairies to maybe soak any damage.
I do feel like the damage from the crest is not as relevant in this matchup, as long as, like, the Roach player does see their Roach on time.
True. But I think getting the additional 0 cost after burning a Bale is not the worst option, right? Like, just bug alerting the Cairn here. You already have the Godwood for the Roach itself. We are seeing the arrow. Yeah, okay. Just leaving the Cairn up. Oh, getting Garden's Lure is actually a pretty big deal. You can always manage your hand size now.
That's true. Yeah, now on the other hand for Yian. Again, Yian showed us some crazy plays in the top 8, so definitely high expectations here in this top 4 as well, where the stakes are even higher.
Is it
We've
the
reached
rodeo?
Romeo.
Do you just sack the other rodeo? Get the amulets out?
I think so. You don't have the leeway to be super evolving the rodeo that much. So I feel like getting rid of the second one is very valid.
Plus, you already drew one of your temples, right? Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Didn't sack the second
Go.
rodeo, which means that if he does choose to play the second rodeo, he would get another tablet and another dose of holiness, which is interesting.
Okay, so the barrier is going to proc next turn automatically. And if they don't have Carbuncle, that is actually going to be quite annoying, I think.
True, right? Because he won't have a good way to actually be able to take out the barrier without sinking like a roach damage into it. Did end up bouncing the Cairn in the end. Probably play Cairn here. Get another 0.
Yeah, these zeros are going to be very important. I mean, it adds so much to your combo count, together with the fact
And Carbuncle picked up!
this should be, with the extra play point still available, by the way.
With extra play point available and 0 cost bail next turn. But if Yian doesn't present a body, the super can't ping the barrier.
Are we willing to not put that up, though?
if you put up a body, don't you? I think it's actually riskier to put up a body than not to, just because of the super.
I agree. You can basically just put down Vessel, pass. Well, you can't just pass. You have to actually. If you want a full clear. Yeah, you have to use a dose.
All right, going for the bodies in the end. Although if this does make 2 wards, it would be a little bit of a pain for Aritakun.
50-50.
Let's find out. But honestly, Aritakun doesn't have to go for a kill this turn, right?
That's true.
He can just Olivia here. Heal back up to 50, and it's pretty safe. Full clear.
And you do assume that they're going to pop the barrier again next turn as well, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, this way next turn you have 10 play points to work with. So you have like 3 0 costs in this hand. Yeah, that basically will just confirm you the game, I think, even with a barrier.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and then you just fuse probably the expensive. Yeah, you're not gonna get that down in time, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the fairy still has her use as well.
Still overdrawing next turn though.
At least it's only just one, but now you're kind of forcing Yian to take out this board in the most efficient manner. And there are plenty of ways, so it's not necessarily an issue, but the problem is that even if you set up the barrier, you're in trouble this turn.
I want to mention it's cool to see a couple of cards make a big comeback because of the prevalence of Crest. Olivia making massive stats, coming back in both Roach and in mid-range Abyss. And then Garyu, oddly, coming back as a threatened dragon to make a big board of stats too. Just goes to show. Depending on what meta environment it is, some cards that were overlooked or underperformed previously can suddenly get a new life. So, love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the magic things of Shadowverse. We talked about it in the previous cast as well, where, you know, the meta just moves week after week. And especially this form, I think like this form, we would do have like our top 2, but the players keep innovating, finding new ways to enhance these lists. This barrier is very important. Good use there.
I think, yes, correct. Don't present a body that can be supered into. Fantastic play from Yian there.
It does make it kind of just a question of time, right? You set up the second ward, and I mean, you set up the second bounce here, even with a barrier. It's like you can just get the bounce in. You did a little bit of chip damage, and now we can just wait patiently, right?
Unless Yian can kill next turn. I don't think he can, though, right?
No, this is not having the disenchantment. Or no disenchantment, no Gilnellies. Basically have like board clear, but we're also gonna be only on 3 crests.
Gilnellies wouldn't even be active this turn anyway. Yeah, that's tough. That Grimnir burn does hurt.
And that now you're out of barriers. That's like your biggest tool in this matchup is the barriers. Now that popped, it's like, well,
yep.
There's that.
5,000%. That's right. I'm upgrading for 100.
Wilbert and Prey.
That might be the only way.
Pray they don't have bales. But you saw them fuse. Like, if you see someone fuse a bale off, likely they already have a 0 cost in hand.
That's sort of the implication, yeah. I think it has to be Wilbur.
Salvation for me or anyone.
I mean, the good news is the super, even with 2 bales, it wouldn't get through the Wilbert, really.
The 9 defense does actually give you just a bare edge there.
Now 2 wards in the way. Does Aritakun have a way to get through this, actually? I mean, he might not. Let's see. That Wilbert's going to make 2 more guys, remember?
Yeah. I think with just one Bale, it's just not going to be enough here, even with the Glade.
It's a tough board to answer because if you're not killing this turn, next turn Gilnali starts being active for Yian, right?
Exactly.
And that's a huge risk.
Lily appreciated, but also the timing.
Yeah, the timing's not great. Could still just Lily down the 0-6, and then Eradicator would do most of the other work.
Only combo 3 right now, though, so I mean, together with the trade, even with the trade, it'll still be like 6 stats on board. You don't want to be like, you have to kind of like May plus Eradicator does actually clear the board.
Running out of time here.
Gotta go into it here, and then don't forget. Ooh!
He didn't make the attack.
That's not good. That
is not good.
Thing is, we're still missing the big damage dealers.
Yeah.
This is where you really need to Gilnalies, and it's like now the only way to get the Gilnalies up would be you'd play your 2-cost Devotee here,
and then tablet,
and then draw off of the tablet, try to draw into Gilnalies, and then you have enough play points to do it. But the problem is that then the Gilnalies doesn't do enough.
It would if you just super the Cavalier after that and go face.
Yeah.
So
I think
that is
the play, but the problem is that it doesn't take out the board if that doesn't. I mean, but if you don't see it, then you just pivot into a different game plan. So I feel like it was still worth to go down that route.
Yeah, if you didn't see it, I think you still could have presented a pretty defensive board, but I mean, 4 wards here is pretty crazy.
Yeah, especially at these stats. This is where, where Roach starts to really struggle. The Lily. Oh wait, with the Lily, is that an? I don't think it is, but we set that to 1. Even with a Bale, before. Oh, the fairy makes a difference. Wait,
the fairy is huge, yeah. And then you bail down the 0-4.
I see.
Combo 5. The Bale makes us combo 6. Time's running out. We're halfway in. Combo 6 off the 0. Combo 7.
I don't think it's enough to take out everything still, no? The Allure would have to draw something off the top.
But then you don't have enough play points anymore.
You need to fuse the second Carbuncle into Allure.
For my people.
Ooh. Roach just to put it down, but it's not enough. That feels unfortunate, but an attempt was 100% made. The gas is out for Aritakun though. Yian can just take out this board and then whittle down. The only issue is that the amount of healing is basically tied now to the Benizen, and without any evolves, again, we're back in the same situation where Benizen is going to be punished no matter what. But knowing that there's no immediate damage in this hand... Ooh. Oh, that's actually not game yet.
Not yet. because
It's
you only
very
have 2
close to
crests.
I think you still Benison here.
Benison after seeing 2 roaches out though?
I mean, I guess it's you would assume that you are just safe at this point. Oh, Gilnally's picked up is so big.
Yep. Okay. With that Gilnally's peek up, I can totally see the Benison here. And I think Aritakun might be out of this one. Or at least this game.
Yian. Brand new player on the block, but just looking so good in this tournament so far. And I think after this, oh, the third one's picked up.
Yeah, but it's too late now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Can bounce the Cairn, I guess. That's pretty sad. Oh
I
man.
mean, right now, Gilnally just takes this. There's no healing in this hand that would actually get you out of the Gilnally's range. You can just heal 1 back. There's no more draw power left either.
Or
I guess
you
you can
Carbuncle
technically
Cairn
go to
again,
6.
go to 6, but then you still die to the crest.
Yeah.
Ah. Nice try, don't mind.
World begs for me.
That's tough.
Yeah, essentially admitting defeat here in this set. Just gotta switch up. I mean, Aritakun definitely was very close. I think it was just missed that timing, and Yian took full advantage of it and managed to win that first set, getting 1 step closer to qualifying for the grand finals.
That's right. Now Yian has 2 tries to win with Spell Boost Runecraft. Those are not odds you want to bet against. That being said, Aritakun's Roach should have a very favorable matchup against Boost. And then I think it might come down to Arita's Crest versus Yian's Boost. But, you know, let's see how this match goes first. See if Aritakun can take this to a 1-1.
Or well done.
Full maul on Arita's side. Not bad in terms of the hand, but a missing Godwood is a little concerning.
Yeah. These roaches are appreciated. I mean, those missing in action is always pretty brutal, but we need the combo pieces right now. Ooh, very good turn 1 pickup for Yian, though.
Yeah, getting that brew off the top, and we got the Godwood off the top for Aritakun. That's actually pretty big. Just slam Godwood here, I would imagine. And then next turn you can Fairy Lambent as well. That would activate your combo count and give you the 0 cost Deepwood Memory.
Yep. 2 damage going into the face here. Not acknowledging the 2-2.
I saw a post the other day that was like, card game cards that are actually powerful are always like some baby. And when I see that Carbuncle, I'm like, yeah, that's so true, actually. It's never like Gorlak the Destroyer. It's always baby Carbuncle. That's the one that's putting fear into the hearts of men. All right.
Like every card game is like this.
Out comes the Cairn. As we said, this also procs the Deepwood. What's off the top? If it's Glade, that'd be pretty big.
Yeah, that's true.
I was just thinking Glade because it would be the only clean answer to Anne Grey this turn, but since Yian is not playing yet, it's less relevant. Foresight into Foresight, very nice.
How are we feeling about this next turn? I mean, Norman does feel quite solid for the extra play point potentially.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's again, I think it depends on. Okay, well, the May was picked up, which is huge, to be versus BS and Norman, right? Because now you can just Fairy Lily the Norman, evolve Lily, kill Norman, trade Lily May, and then you've cleared most of the board. So suddenly Norman's not such a big deal. So yeah, great pickup off the top there from Aritakun. Oh yeah, you can even trade the fairies to go barriers, and you clear the whole board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
So yeah,
like
that'd be even better.
Barriers are a lot less threatening in this matchup because the fairies can just clear them.
Real and true. They're like the retro version of the Onion, dude.
Not the retro onion.
We are going to see the A and G here. And you know, you might as well extra play point out the looking smart at this point. Because you don't use it, you lose it. Oh, well, but you would overdraw, I suppose. Yeah, I guess just skip using it. That's fine.
Yeah, pretty rare in SVO to see extra play point not get used, but when you do play a lot of games, it does end up happening. Are we going to see it? There's a world where you just get an extra Earth Sigil too.
Yeah, you could have done the extra play point for extra Earth Sigil, right? And then not risk the overdraw. I suppose that was an option.
Yeah, let's just keep digging deeper. Try to find more ways to spell boost, and of course,
was that a bug alert? What just happened there?
Ooh,
that was a pretty lucky bug alert hit then. I think that was a bug alert. Yeah. Now you don't even have to spend your evolve or your lily. It's really great.
Yeah, conserving that here is really, really important, especially with this cooldown coming down now. And be able to not just take out the board, but also get 5 damage in here. And again, set up the ward. Very important to fend off any potential high-rolling roach turns. Yian again steps closer to going from first time topping an SVO into Grand Finals finish. Baby Carbuncle, number 2 has been picked up.
He's played. He says that he's new, but he's played masterfully. This is what we call in like the Chinese martial arts novels as like he's a hidden master, dude. He's suddenly coming out of nowhere.
The hidden master of SVO. Oh, you can see Artakun's doing the calcs already.
It's not enough.
I think this build is very, very important.
I don't think it's enough for this turn. You only have 7 play points.
Yeah, without the extra play point, it's definitely quite rough. Without
wait, it might be enough with Carbuncle. That's right. Does he have the time?
Yeah, I think he might have spent a bit too long thinking about it. Carbuncle does give you the pierce over this. We're combo 5, 6 play points. Bale gets you to combo 6, and then you have 7 and 8. Yes, 7 and 8.
Does he have time?
Oh my god, 7.
No!
Oh no!
Oh! Also, it was one off.
It was one off as well, which doesn't help. But it's this.
That is
it's
tough.
These tournament moments where really you have to be playing on top of your game, and with this kind of high execution deck in this kind of matchup, it is just so difficult. But now,
I want everybody to give Aritakun some grace here. It is 5:30 a.m. for him right now. But yeah, that is back-breaking.
In Singapore, 5:30 a.m. literally playing one of the most complicated decks you could possibly do overnight on a Sunday night going into a Monday too. Oh, but this is the reality of competition, and it is brutal.
I don't think there's any way to come back now.
Yeah, that is the do or die of this entire deck, and Yian is making sure there's no comeback potential, healing all the way back up to 20, and making sure that there is no future in sight for Aritakun.
I think he's gonna have to pass.
Yeah. For Aritakun, unfortunately, this might just be the final look at the board before getting ready to run it back in the last chance qualifier in November and try to book that ticket into the grand finals, as Yian is looking to seal the seat into the finals of the SVO.
Incredible performance from Yian today, I will say. And yeah, that means Yian is moving on to the finals of this tournament. The 2 players who qualified today are going to end up being Sai, and Yian. Kind of amazing.
There
We
you
got
have it.
one
Nice.
part of a competitive team and one new name as well, but both played incredibly well today.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see like Yian's been 2-0ing his. You know, you look at the bracket, you see 2-0, you're like, oh my god, you know, they're sweeping the bracket, but all these games have been so neck and neck. It's absolutely insane to see. And of course, even though we're celebrating, both players are in the SVO finals. They are qualified, but they still have a $1,500 first place prize, and of course, the in-game cosmetics that they can still play for. But both these players, I think, especially after that last game, Yian needs that breather to gather the energy for this final match. But we're gonna get to see who is gonna be the first place between Sai and Yian. But after this quick break, get your refreshments, and we'll see you right after this for the grand finals.
That's Aragavi plus Congregant. That's 11 stat on board. While clearing the board. Go for Ward. And then Gravy. Yep. That was a fantastic top deck for Otak.
Yes. Down to 8.
Okay,
This is
got the
lethal.
Supplicant, but
There's no salvation for me.
this is lethal with Gilnelis plus Rage. But the
But the
Supplicant
one
puts him out
heal.
of lethal range by 1.
It's one. Blinding Faith was safer.
It's driving me insane.
You do get to save yourself for the time being. 19 is very, very safe. You're basically banking on them running out of gas now. But it all comes down to the top. Aragavi! He's so big!
That is huge!
The Jean! She seals the deal!
That's crazy! Oh my goodness!
2 cards left in deck. Every single one counted. Here we go.
Yep, Silent Rider.
My Dimension climb to grand finals here.
Just one rider is
to
all you
find
need!
The Silent Rider. And that is
An
it.
insane series. Both games where Otax presented
Yeah, essentially admitting defeat here in this set. Just gotta switch up. I mean, Aritakun definitely was very close. I think it was just without
Wait, it might be enough with Carbuncle, that's right. Does he have the time?
yeah, I think he might have spent a bit too long thinking about it. Carbuncle does give you the Pierce over this. We're combo 5, 6
Grade.
play points. Bale gets you to combo 6, and then you have 7 and 8. Yes, 7 and 8.
Does he have time?
Oh my god, 7.
No!
Oh no!
Oh!
In November, and try to book that ticket into the grand finals as Yian is looking to seal the seat into the finals of the SVO.
UD presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Don't stop. Don't stop playing.
8 players with 5 spell boosts and 5 crests. And now we are down to the last 2 with both of them bringing spell boost and crest. The by far best lineup in this format. The true and tested. And now it's going to be between Sai and Yian to see who takes it all. Both players qualified for the grand finals. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Shadowverse Open Qualifier 4, where we are going to see who is going to be the final champion of these 4 qualifiers. We are your casters, myself, Different Fight, and Ignidius. In case you missed it, check out the VOD of all the games that have been played so far. But here's your bracket to see who is going to be playing in this finals between, of course, Team EMT, Sai, and Yian. And you can see the journey that they've taken. It's been a long one and a very, very arduous one between both players. But now there's a sigh of relief as they've both gotten one of the most important prizes. And now it comes down to that, $700 money match, right?
Yeah, 700 USD, by the way.
$700 money match.
This is not some Legend of Zelda rupee. This is a $700 money match. Look out. And I will say, even though they are both playing Crest and Boost, I will say it's also very interesting that throughout the day, Yian's very interesting version of Crest using Rodeo and Kakaitis has been able to take it in the mirror. I wonder if that's precisely why he brought this build in the first place, right? If you want to check out the full deck list, we covered it all in the quarterfinals, so you're going to want to scroll on back through the VOD. But going into this match, the players are already ready in the lobby. What are we thinking they're going to lead with? Probably the Boost, right? I imagine. Just because it has sort of an edge against Crest.
I do think you do just open with a spell boost, and then if it happens to be the mirror, so be it. But the one who gets to pair into Crest does have an advantage. So getting that first win in, and then, if you get the first win, then in the second game, regardless of what the matchup is, if the side that lost bricks, you immediately have a immediate chance just to take it all, right? So I think you do play for that.
All right, getting into it. Super exciting to see. Both players got the time zone buff, both from the States, I believe.
Yep.
Heading into this grand finals. Let's go. Give it up for the 2 finalists. Let's head into the game right now. If we have that ready. I believe they're already playing. Or is this... There you go. It's going to be Sai with Crest up against Yian's Boost. Very interesting.
Ooh, okay. Big chance for Yian here to get the upper hand. This is a favored matchup going second, but I think into this matchup it's actually quite okay, regardless of first or second. So now, let's see how this goes. It's gonna be a very, very exciting one.
And Yian's Boost is the one that doesn't run 2 Kakaitises, but does have the Flames of Chaos, which can help deal with boards depending on how boosted it gets, right? Especially after a Wilbert or like a wide board, just like from all the devotees and supplicants and such. The Flames of Chaos can help to answer that, but I don't think it's going to be super relevant in the matchup, to be completely honest with you. I think what's just most important is 1, getting the Norman down on time, and 2, finding that OTK before the Crest can deal enough to matter, right? And with the Dimension Climb already in hand, I think it's already off to a good start.
Yep. This is, again, we talk about this sometimes, but Haven has to play very aggressively in this matchup in order to kind of like have a chance to win before, of course, the Dimension Climb OTK actually takes place. Ooh, a Tempo Marwyn here presents a threat.
Tempo Marwyn is interesting. I mean, this really telegraphs that you have the other one anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But if you force out an extra play point into Anangrea, that does slow down the Norman potentially by a turn. So actually pretty understandable why the Tempo Marwyn would come out here.
Yeah, and I think it's also the fact that you have the Grimnir up that could trade favorably like this is one of the big reasons why I can get away with the Tempo Marwyn too. And I mean, the main point of Marwyn is, after you've evolved once, is just for the token spell, the Torn of Despair. So now it comes down to how Yian wants to answer this. I haven't been really spell boosting much, so the Stormy Blast isn't really doing much damage just yet.
Yeah, the Witch's New Brew would have to draw a spell to boost with, or you would just play the Anangrea. But again, I think this was within Sai's range of possibility, right? Like, the entire reason this happened was to prevent potential extra play point to Norman on the turn 5. Now, you're able to Marwyn here pretty safely. The only problem is the Anangrea will stay up, which is a little scary, but...
Yeah, I think that is a pretty big point too, because that does give you a bit of that more... Like, you're already quite favored in this matchup, but having extra potential damage you can do here. The Stormy Blast now has been spell boosted at least 3 times. We're gonna see what we can draw into. Edelweiss is gonna do it.
And remember, you could also just evolve the Anangrea to deal 3 to the Marwyn as well, and then you wouldn't have to work so hard for the rest of it either. Like, you could Edelweiss here and then Witch's New Brew, and then engage the Witch's New Brew, and then just evolve Anangrea go face. That would clear the board while leaving you still with 2 sigils on board for a Norman on the next turn.
Yeah, I do think that's...
Hovering
you
over
have to
it.
always be aware of what you're playing into there, but... You see the clear, Witch's New Brew.
This is the play. The playbook. I've seen it in the stars.
The stars don't lie. This is definitely putting Sai into a very good position. Also, some of you may have noticed the player cams have switched. When it's the mirror, I think even for production, it can be a little bit hard to check which player is where.
Ah, yes.
On the correct sides.
We got to get the correct sides, of course. So it's actually Yian who's playing the Haven right now. I mean, he's been on a tear with it like this entire tournament, so I can understand why he'd feel confident with it, right? Like, the amount of clutch wins he achieved with this deck against very powerful opponents, I think shows his amount of confidence in his list.
Leave me alone. There's no use.
That being said, this Wilbert not going to be able to clear the Edelweiss. I think an extra play point cooldown is actually pretty scary here for Yian.
Yeah, especially because you can trade the 2-1 in first and then evolve the Kuon after that.
Well, you wouldn't have enough board space for the 2-1, right? You would only get the 3-3 here.
Oh, you're still right, yeah.
Yeah. But you would still be pushing 5 to the dome.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't change. So that's again.
You're not pushing 9 to the dome, so it's not as good, but you are pushing 5. Norman double golem also very valid, I think.
Oh yeah.
Transform your skills.
That does run you out of your Earth Circle, though.
I think that's okay. You can extra play point into Blast. I think that's probably the way.
Isn't it?
Oh yeah, if you're gonna do it, then it's gonna be now. Because this way, if you do use the blast here, then you don't actually lose any of your followers from trading into the 2-4s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Easy, isn't it?
Limitless.
Oh, debating on it, but
Oh, it chose not to.
This does make the barriers slightly less strong.
Yeah, and also Yian's list runs Salefa, which is actually a pretty big consideration as well. Actually, now that I think
I
about
agree
it,
with that so much.
with
I
this
mean, look at how
particular line.
Look how good Salifo is in this specific situation, right?
Right.
Clear the 2 non-barriers, you pop the barriers, you can trade Salifa into the barrier, and then you get
That's
to
a
use
full
your
clear.
banish token to take out the last one. Or not even have to use that.
Yeah,
You're-
not even. Like, you just run the Cavalier first, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Don't even need to use Vanish token. Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, because you have Grimnir. Sorry. I feel like we've seen Grimnir missing in action so many times, it's like... It's becoming an illusion.
I mean, even if there was no Grimnir here, it would still be a full clear with Salefa if you trade the Cavalier first.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool line.
Ooh, Blinding Faith is a good pickup here, too. This does leave one up, though. I don't see why you would not necessarily go for a Kuon here. It gives you a pretty big damage push. And at the same time, I think it does come down to like when you want to force them to use their vessels, right? So Kuon might come pretty close if they don't have other forms of removal. That being said, we know the Salifa's in here. So that does actually answer quite a bit of this board. And then it comes down to what else they trade in and how they trade in.
All right.
Kuon evolve.
This is very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think this does make sense. You're pushing down all the way to 6, and this is now essentially like anything from this board sticks. You're good, and you're putting Yian into this position of having to not just answer this, but also start considering when we're gonna have to go for that emergency healing. Still safe for some time, but the thing is, it's basically just one more turn, because if they have a second Kuon, then turn 9, extra play point boost, Kuon on 10, and that's basically game. So, of course, it comes down to drawing into that Kuon, but the homework should help with that next turn too.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for Yian's Crest to make a comeback from this.
Going for the heal. That's going to be AoE. I want this to hit the Kuon. Okay. That's also valid. This trades because of the fact that, or actually, no, I'm sorry. Again, Grimnir Crest. It's always the most.
It's funny too, Chris. They did the patch that makes it even more noticeable. But you know,
Right.
old.
I need it.
Old habits
I need
die
Grimnir's
hard.
face like just plastered all over the screen. Like it's it's the only way. This Anagrea feels a bit like a decrease in tempo a little bit. But we are still like the dimension climb being at 7. The fact is that we're also approaching the Gilnelys line of play where next turn we'd essentially have to push. You have to get this dimension climb down to 2 if you would want to have both Gilnelys and the spell and the dimension climb in the same turn, and try to like top deck into some sort of storm damage to finish the game. Especially considering that there will be healing coming down here, and this will give you the clear over the Anagrea at the same time. So let's see. Sai needs I mean, if you see a Kuon, then you can't really go into it either because your call is not small enough yet to give you the extra damage. It's gonna be a little bit complicated here.
Oh, yeah. I think I spoke too soon on giving Ruin the game here.
How about
But, you know, you
Earth
can
Sizzle?
draw with the Norman.
Transform.
Yeah.
Mantia.
What do we see? Ooh,
There's
that's a big
Cocytus.
pickup.
Do you just pass? Like, let the 2/6 rock? I think so.
Yeah. Cocytus is too big here. It is your win con that just secures the dub. And again, for Sai, getting this first game win for either of these players is very, very huge, especially when it's a complete mirror. Devotee gives you the 5th crest. This is 5th crest lets you now use Benizon much more freely. Tablet is a little bit risky because, I mean, I guess not so much risky in this matchup. It would be risky in the mirror, but I guess you can afford to get rid of your deck, just to make the consistency a little bit better. Ooh,
The Temple might be clutch.
it can prevent the Cocytus climb combo.
Not that you can climb with the Cocytus right now anyway. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think you still do
Ooh,
it.
Still playing it out.
100%. That's actually a pretty big pickup for Yen there. A nice and easy.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, are we doing this?
Thing is, though, I feel like Yan here, even if you go for the Congregant Guildnalese would basically set up 10 damage for next turn while setting them to 8 this turn, but they have so much heal in that hand. And even if you can actually use both Sage Lights, heal, and the climb goes down to 4. So you actually do get to full heal and at the same time still climb into potential lethal. Oh, that isn't exactly where you wanted to see it, especially with the barrier up. So I think you still probably stick with a game plan of going for the heals.
This starving world begs for me.
I guess Gilly also still sticks with a heal plan.
Go on.
You get to pop the barrier here, and then at the same time, yep, Sage Light. You also get the Stormy Blast. This will let you take out the Congregant at least, but let's see. Yeah, I guess the Stormy Blast being at 2 means that it can take out. Oh, but choosing to hold it. This is 20 defense. Feels relatively safe into the Haven matchup. But there is a... This is kind of crazy to think about that. It is sort of do or die on what this Dimension Climb actually finds. If this Dimension Climb doesn't find anything of value, then it is going to be very, very tough. Like, it has to be the Astaroth, essentially. But even then, without the Super Vault remaining, it's not as promising. So choosing to play the Cocytus instead. Sai now. 19 defense. There's a Servant. Dimension Climb can be put down to 3 after the 5 damage is dealt. Goes down to 2. 4 play points remain. This can trade. The Servant can also come down with a 0 God's Climb. A very
And
strong
here
hand
comes-
that you're sending back here.
That is pretty crazy. And we see Asterots, but no super. But you can just Asterots and then climb again.
Climb again.
That's guaranteed to
Just
kill.
Climb again. This can find you. Most likely, the damage you need to take the game. And there it is. The Demon of Purgatory is going to deal the lethal damage and put Sai in that first game dub in this finals. Just one more game to go. Yian needs to seal 2 games in a row now.
It's that inevitability that just gives Boost the edge, right, in that matchup. And even though it took a little while, even after an aggressive start with the Ann and Greya push, the Haven was able to stabilize. But at the end of the day, you give Spell Boost infinite time and they'll deal you infinite damage. So, and there's no amount of Temple of Reposes that can save you, really. And now we're going into a Crest Mirror, which is, as we've seen, a little bit of a grinder. But remember, Yian's Crest list is kind of positioned to be a counter Crest list with the Rodeo and the Kakaitis able to outgrind most other Crests. And we've seen that throughout the day. Will it happen once again in the grand finals here? Let's take a look. And Yian is able to pick up both the Devotee, the Grimnir, and the Marwyn. That's really, really big. Meanwhile, Sai has the Grimnir, and I think has to keep the Congregant in order to try and find the Marwyn. But yeah, I think having the Marwyn in hand is like a huge amount of like security. Like you just like breathe a sigh of relief, honestly, once you see that in the hand already.
For Sai, though, I mean, having to play the mirror does give Sai, I guess, that sense of hope of like, okay, well, at least it's not a bad matchup. And at least now, like seeing the Grimnir early, you're matched on that front. You're going second, so you can technically play point boost into the Congregant. Okay, we're gonna see a bit of trading action here going on. The big thing is that Congregant has to do play it down here. Left just hard pass.
What is this Grimnir showdown, dude? It's the Spider-Man meme. What is happening on this board right now?
Yeah, right. Grimnir party out here.
Are we going to see the other one? I mean, I kind of assume that Sai is going to extra play point the Congregant here, but...
Yeah, there it is. And now comes down to the search. Ooh, the Supplicant. Not what you want to see.
Speaking of not Marwyn, we have actual Marwyn here.
Yep, Yian doesn't miss a beat. Very important. The early turns are still okay, but it does start to add up when you need to be passing for the search effect, but you're not doing any damage from that. It is very painful. Just play the Congregant, destroy pass.
Is that the only way to do it here? That's kinda... That makes me feel bad because it's like,
right?
You know, yeah, your opponent's doing their game plan and you are not doing yours, and that just does not feel very good. But all right, just loading up on the crest. That is not Marwyn!
Uh-oh. That's not good. Not in the mirror.
It looks like pre-transformation Marwyn, though. So I guess I can get why the Congregant might get confused and pull the wrong one.
Ooh. People that started Worlds Beyond, they didn't even know pre-transformation Marwyn.
Yeah, bro did a glow up, man. You ever heard of CrossFit? That's what he's been doing.
He's pulled out. Yeah, it feels like the Blinding Ray was also another choice last turn, but definitely feels like you want to be holding that for some of the wider turns. Other than the mirror, I feel like its applicability is a lot more limited, though.
Yeah, real, because I mean, it's in the entire DNA of the archetype. Everything is for defense, right? So
yeah,
it's less useful in that sense.
Man, we already have 4 crests here. All we need is the Marwyn to top it off for Sai, but on the other hand, Yian here is pretty happy with how things are transpiring. Ooh, still missing in action. It's not good.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate when you do the mirror and then one player is able to get their game plan off and you're just not. Like seeing a disadvantage from that always feels bad, right? Because it feels like your deck's just not firing on all cylinders. That is not Marwin again.
Oh, but that
And
is
Yian picks up the Rodeo
Excellent
off the
matchup.
top.
Bestow fair judgment.
Is huge. It really feels like Yian, the build feels like it's made for this mirror in particular.
Seriously, I think he like tailored the entire deck list expecting to fight this mirror. And
Right.
you know the technology that he's incorporated. I mean, and it's not like new. We have seen this kind of build in previous SVOs as well. But right now, you know, this late into the metagame, and most people are on the crest. It's really paying off to have that counter tech.
Finally, Sai picks up the Marwin. Is it too late? It's still manageably on time, but that is going to eat up your turn. And you are going to reset one of your crests this turn as well.
Will save you.
I feel like it's still somewhat safe to Marwin. I mean, it's kind of now or never at the same time.
It's just kind of a shame because if you Marwin now, I mean, do you have to then spend the spell just to extend your countdowns, right?
Brace yourself.
Otherwise,
Does
you're gonna
feel
lose it. You're gonna lose so many of them.
Salvations will save you.
Ooh, doesn't
Okay.
matter.
My final rest.
Getting the Shining down. You're gonna lose both the Devotee and Supplicant crest next turn, though, but you at least have the Devotee in hand to re-up it. But I don't know. I feel like Yian is kind of pulled away ahead here. That being said, in this mirror, I was gonna say because of Benison, it's down to anybody's game in the end game, but actually, with Yian's specific build, he's super advantaged in the end game, especially with Kakaitis already in hand and Sai putting on no pressure.
And the tablet with the draw power once you've played Kokaitis too, it's like,
Yeah.
it really feels like we just need to get through this turn for Yian, and then if you can put a Kokaitis down next turn without being punished, that is going to be huge, especially with how many, like, 3 remaining evolve points. You can technically clear this Marwin without even evolving too, which is so strong.
And you know, if Yian wins this mirror, that means his spell boost is up against Sai's crest, and that's advantageous for spell boost in that matchup. So I think this set and who ends up becoming the grand champion is still up for grabs, honestly.
Yep. This will be 1 damage to the leader. Limited damage output, but putting up enough threats that this should make things a little bit awkward for Sai.
Yeah, do you just congregant super it? And then I don't know, it's all a little it's all a little, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't feel
Lady
impactful no matter what we do here as with Sai's hand.
Change only are still your God.
Yeah, I feel like you're finally starting to do the ping damage. You hit the ward in the right target, that's good.
And it's really great that Yian has the disenchantment now, right? Because if he wants to, he can slam Kakaitis. The disenchantment takes out the 0/4. Then the Kakaitis can go over and take out the Congregant if he evolves or supers it.
Yeah, I think while Grimnir is active, doesn't necessarily matter too much here because that wouldn't, do enough damage to take out the 5/7 on the board.
Mm.
But I think, unless you're waiting on something specific in the deck, I do think the Cocytus puts you in a pretty big advantage in this matchup, that slamming it down here is fairly safe, especially because you will heal 4 from the...
Yeah, you're back to 20. The disenchantment. All right, Yen's going for it. Pop disenchant. Purgatory off the top already.
Lady Himika.
Very nice. Wilbert burned.
Ooh. Permanent crest, never happy about that.
That's pretty big. Now we got an 8/10 Cocytus here, intimidating with ward. Purgatory in hand. And 2 draws with tablet. If the tablet draws another Purgatory, that represents 13 damage with a super. No. If he gets another Purgatory, it would just be lethal. The Purgatories would be able to clear the board while dealing 6 face, and then the crest would just do the work. The Purgatories aren't attacking, so the crest would still activate.
Exactly. There's that plus. In case that's not enough, there's a barrier going up next turn too. I
think, yeah.
At least one of these, if not. Ooh, choosing not to.
Not blocking either disenchantment is... That's super risky. That is the other Purgatory! That is lethal!
Yep. That is going to be... That's 12 damage plus 3 from the crest.
That's 15! Does he see it?
Finds the third one. Why not?
Does he see it?
Yian. It doesn't have to select the enemy follower to deal 6 damage to the leader. Playing them out gives you...
I'm on the edge of my seat, man.
That's the Demon of Purgatory coming down for 6. And there goes the second.
Is. You almost you had me worried there for a second, yeah.
Clears it up and takes us to a game 3. That Cocytus. This build, dude, this Haven build is so favored in the mirror. It's actually impressive to see how good the win rate has been so far, dude.
It's really crazy. That's exactly what it's been engineered to do. And Yian is showing that this build was the correct one to bring in this environment. Just, the track record speaks for itself, you know. 1 time is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, but this many times in a top-level tournament, when you already had to go through the 10 Swiss rounds to even get to top 8 in the first place, I don't think it's no fluke or coincidence at this point, man. And now, Yian is queuing up the spell boost against Sai's Crest, which should be advantage for Yian. This is Yian's game to lose, but Sai, if with that Marwyn early on, still could just present the enough burn before the spell boost can take off, especially with this, honestly, kind of weak hand from Yian here. I think this might still be anybody's set. Chris, this is the final game of the tournament. The person who wins this decides the whole thing. Who you got on this? I know we're casters supposed to be unbiased, but who you got on this?
Matchup-wise, Yian. This opening hand is looking a little tough, but there's homework time in there. This could pick up everything you need, and especially this sending back and getting an Earth Sigil. Not quite what you want. That being said, Sai does have the Marwyn, so if things don't go according to plan, Sai might just manage to kind of course through this game, but things are starting to come together. The benching time is picked up. Anangrea in hand. Norman is also present. Everyone is here.
Not a bad turn for Sai either. Can just engage both amulets if need be, or can just slam the Gilnolese.
It feels like you can just use this turn to draw cards.
Witches, Foresight, Stormy Blast.
Homework as well picked up. That it's gonna overdraw you, so you can't do that. Foresight again. Oh my god.
Goodness gracious. It's an embarrassment of riches. Double Anangrea with a climb in hand.
Yian is looking pretty good right now.
We are going to see the Marwyn slammed on 4, though. But no Grimnir, no other crest generators in hand. This is only going to do a piddly 1 damage.
Despair will be your salvation.
Just the one. No Grimnir does make this pretty tough because you are playing into a pretty board-based matchup. I think it does help to have that AoE, but you're going to have to go without it for this game, Sai.
This Anangrea is looking real clean.
Oh, yeah. You got the Anangrea 3 damage into the Marwyn. Trade your summoning into the Marwyn, and then the Anangrea can survive with 2 defense.
That's the way.
The more stats you can leave up, the better.
And you're boosting that climb in your hand. All you got to do now is find the Kikaitis or the Kuon, and you're sitting pretty. Plus, with a Norman in hand this turn, you can generate that massive board of golems as well next turn, depending on if you need it. And it's actually looking pretty good into this turn from Sai here. You get a Norman that lives on 3 defense, and then 2 barriered guys that might force out a vessel.
That's true, and you take that as a dub.
You take that as 100% a dub, because that means they're not setting up any more crests to do any damage onto you. But he's playing the Anangrea instead, looking smart to try and find a better piece. I think he knows he has all he needs in his hand in terms of the leading into the end game, but he doesn't actually have any of the end game yet, so going for the draw there.
Yep. No Kukaitis. The Dimension Climb is getting discounted further and further, but no Kuon, no Kukaitis. Missing a bit of that top end, almost halfway into the deck already.
Altar looking pretty good, though. Ooh, leaving an Anangrea up. Does it matter?
Yeah, seeing this, it'll definitely make you think twice about whether you want to put down the Norman or not. And not having... I mean, there's probably put down in case of Kuon, right? But Norman Barrier is arguably even more punished, so... Do you just play another Anangrea or a Burgent here? Together with a 2-drop?
Or do you just Melvy and see what you get off of the Witch's New Brew?
True.
That is an option. Then you just heal with Sage Light. Go from there. It's a possibility.
There she is, the Melvy being committed into.
Ooh, okay. Somewhere in between my plan and your plan.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can force the vessel out before you even land a Norman, that's a huge dub, right? But Sai does have the Blinding Faith able to clear most of this even without using the vessel.
Main
A
thing is
Giln
also you
plus
can
a
get
Blinding
third
Faith would...
crest this
Yeah.
turn. Third crest, so the 4/4 Anangrea will go down to just 1. So while the face damage is going to get eaten up by the summoning, you don't have to use the vessel to clear this with the Blinding Faith and the one of the crest generators.
Probably Supplicant, right? Get a bit of that chip healing as well. And put a ward up.
You want that.
Setting up both.
Only are still your heart.
Ooh, wow. That
What was that?
was
snipe,
a pro
man?
tag moment, dude. What just happened?
What was that snipe? That was crazy.
They turned they turned Torrent of Despair into a targeting spell just for that one instance, I feel like.
The Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Gambit.
Can't believe we just saw that. That being said, every Torrent I've hit on stream has hit the right target. So maybe it's just sometimes you gotta just believe.
You see, now with that, and Sai committing essentially no resources to clear Yian's board, now Yian's actually kind of put in an awkward position. He can't develop. I think all you got to do is just draw towards your Kuon or your Kikaitis now. At least you have the homework time in hand. Foresight
Down
first.
to 5. Oh, it's a bit early for you. Okay, we're actually going into Norman here. Interesting.
I think he's trying to invest minimum possible resources to bait a vessel pop, which is why he didn't evolve here, but I don't think that's gonna be enough to bait the vessel.
Yeah, I don't think so. Even if the resources aren't committed to is hard, but you still have ways to clear this. I mean, could technically go for the disenchantment and then the blinding faith. And then you actually, if you pop the disenchantment, that does actually take out everything, and you save the vessel.
Disenchantment would take out. You
Maybe
have to blinding.
normal would take 4 damage, and then the faith would ping enough that the crest takes out the rest. But this is also one approach.
This is good. This just gets bodied by the barrier, and you just left up a 5/1. Although, does the 5/1 really matter when you have 2 wards in play and 2 benisons? I guess, but peculiar.
No, like,
Well, I think the Anangrea is not really a problem. It's where's the Kuon, where's the Kikaitis. Like here, you could just Melvi, Witch's New Brews, Sage Light to clear, and then go 5 face. That's an option.
that's
And then
true.
that also draws you through your deck, right?
Yeah, that's what you want to be doing right now.
Because you're trying to find that that Kikaitis or Kuon going into your turn 10. I think the Melvi, Witch's New Brew, is probably the play, but let's see what Yian ends up doing here. Running out of time here, only a quarter of the turn left. And we've seen a couple of timeouts this tournament alone, so you're going to want to make it quick. Going for heal.
Oh yeah.
That is one boost to chaos.
Evolving faith for 7.
Leaving up a Gilnelis is bold, but
Yeah, that is emergency healing. And it's with the super too, so that would get to actually stick around.
right.
There's no salvation for me.
Ooh, Wilbert, crest number 5.
Evolving the Wilbert instead for the 5th crest. And there's the Benison. So that aggression punished.
The one good thing is that once you find your Kokaitis, it doesn't matter how many Benisons they use. You can still find your way out. But right now, we need that Kokaitis.
It's bottom 17. Doesn't have it yet.
Yep.
I'm starting to get scared here, Chris.
There's only one in this list. There's
Well,
the Kuon.
Did get the Kuon.
Better late than never.
Yeah, you could just like Stormy Blast Wilbert down, right? And then Kuon after that to pick up the scraps. But I think Melvi is going to try and draw into an answer. Kaitis bottom 15.
Stormy Blast, Sage Light for AoE does take out this board too.
It does indeed. And then you can also evolve the Norman if you wish.
True.
The spark of knowledge.
Limitless.
I don't think you have time to climb here.
Yeah, I think next turn Kuon is going to be the potential answer there. Going down to 15 as well. If you don't heal here, there is a risk of actually losing to Kuon plus Gilnelis and another. Kuon and Gilnelis on their own are not enough. But Kuon into a Kuon,
Endless will save you.
regardless, forces out the heal here.
Perfectly good material.
Yeah, I mean, Kuon and Gilnelis together would be 18, right? If the super connects a target.
Yeah.
So yeah, just heal the full. Stay safe. I think he kind of has to sink the Kuon here now. Not seeing Kakaitis till the bottom 14 has been really punishing for Yian here. It might still be Sai's game.
Yeah, there's a world. Thinking Sage Light only gives you 4 heal, but it might be worth to hold for another turn.
What's Cresthaven's damage output in turn 10 is?
It depends. This
14?
hand right now is, 4.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, like, maximally?
I walk the fivefold path.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay. I think you're just gonna have to go for the second Kulon. But second Kulon wouldn't be OTK here. You don't have board space.
Ooh, we found a second Kuon.
Of knowledge.
Oh, actually going for the heal instead. And did get the Gilnelis, but didn't go for the damage on it.
Also, interestingly enough, didn't wait to buff with the Gilnelis to potentially do 2 more attack here.
Yeah, I think that might have been a mistake.
Shikigami.
Into the night.
Ooh, Grimnir picked up late, but better late than never. This does give you 5 damage AoE at the end. Well, not AoE to the face. And
now
this
we're
also
gonna
means that you have your 5. Benison now comes down. Bottom 12 Kokaitis, but now with no climb inside.
Bottom 12 Kakaitis. Kuon's not going to OTK. I think it might be Curtains.
This game's looking dangerous right now. There's too much healing now from Sai.
How do you make it out of this? And the problem is, even though the Devotee and the Supplicant expire this turn, Sai has those in hand anyway, so he can just put them back up.
Yep. They don't need all points.
Dangerous.
It is enough.
Really great start for Yian there with a super early boosted climb, but with no Kakaitis to take advantage, suddenly this endgame is looking way more dicey than it should be.
This is tough. Like Yian is just
Running
going
out of
through
time
it.
here.
The defense is very, very low, though. You can get rid of the board, but... Alright, finding the call is important.
Didn't have time to super Gilnelis to trade. Maybe not even wanting to super Gilnelis, right? Saving it for the out of hand damage.
I think it's saving it. It looked like they were just saving it for the Kuon.
You have to, but you're also taking so much damage over the course of the next few turns.
Yeah. Issue is that the call is also like one of the calls can come in, but you'd want to be double calling here. And I'm afraid the second one is a bit too expensive still.
I think this Blinding Faith has to come out from Sai,
Relations continue.
just to heal out of range.
We can change only ourselves.
But suddenly it's getting real dangerous.
Oh my god, double Kuon, but no dimension climb.
Double Kuon, no dimension climb, and because of this 0-4, you can't even take full advantage of the 0-cost demonic call. You don't have the board space.
Yeah. This is very tough for Yian. You don't have any more healing. You don't have a way out.
Even if
All
you
you have
Kuon double call, next turn Sai's just gonna Supplicant and Vessel, and that's lethal.
Yeah, I mean, Vessel on its own is just paired with one more crest is enough. You don't have the form of healing that you would have needed, and time is running out.
And the Kakaitis is in the bottom 9.
It's the unfortunate reality, but this is the best you can do. From Yian's side, you have to pray they don't have an answer. They don't have a way